Hey everybody, Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus. Hey, and welcome to day 5 of Quilt Fest, the final day. And can you believe this week has already went by so fast? Hey, we are got a great show lined up for you today. We've got some great products. And again, if you've been on the fence about some products, hey, today hopefully we're going to be able to educate you on some things to get you to make that decision whether you want to get the product or not. And hey, I've got some great things we're going to do throughout the day. I got some specials we're going to tell you about that we haven't had on, and some great educational events. We've got some teachers going to be on here today. We got 2 sessions today, 30-minute sessions that we're going to teach you some stuff, and so a great lineup of things. And again, this afternoon we're going to announce, our 5th and finalist for the $50,000 Dream Studio. And then guess what? Live on air, I'm going to draw one of those names out of the hat. And that person's going to go home with the $50,000 Dream Studio. And guess what?
$50,000.
It is, Kyle, $50,000. Hey, and it's not too late for them to get a chance to win.
Keep commenting and sharing.
Just start commenting, start asking questions, sharing the video. Go, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe right now. If you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like our page right now, because all those things are going to help you get a chance to win today. Because Kyle's got this program, all the algorithm that takes all the engagements, basically. So the more you engage, the better chances you have to win. So we've already picked 4 finalists. Each day we've been picking a finalist to go into the hat for that $50,000 drawing. And our first finalist on Monday was Linda Hilliard. On Tuesday, it was Beth Cleary. On Wednesday, it was Maggie Sue. Yesterday, it was Julie Corner Cannelly. And so those
and
today
it could be you.
Yeah, those are our 4 finalists. And the 5th one,
it could be you.
Is one of you. It really is. So everybody has a great chance to still win. And then, hey, not only are we going to pick that 5th finalist today, we're also going to give a bunch of sewing machines away today too. So, the same way, your chances to win is participation again. The more questions you ask, the more things you do. If you're a subscriber, if you share the video, all those things are going to help you win. So we got that going on today. And then we also are going to announce our winners of our quilt contest. Mm-hmm. So we had over 28,000 votes for the quilt contest, and we had 6 finalists. We had 3 finalists in each category, and no particular order. I think the modern category was one of them that we did. And Denise Looney, she was a finalist. Barbara Brown is a finalist. And Linda Fox is a finalist in that modern category. And then in the traditional category, we had Barbara Gary was a finalist, Tiffany Groff, and Carol Lombardi. So they are all finalists. And so we're super excited to be able to announce who actually won and the places each one of them get. And guess what? All 6 of you are going to get a sewing machine to take home. We got some great prizes. First place, you're going to get this PRS 100 from Brother, along with that free motion quilting kit. And y'all get to see that demonstrated on the show today. In second place, you're going to get that Juki HZL DX5 sewing machine, which is an incredible sewing machine. And then third place, we're going to give each one of you a 3160 PG 100th anniversary Janome sewing machine. So again, they all are going to go home. Everybody's going to get a prize. And then the first place out of each category, you get the Golden Scissors trophy. And we'll have the plates engraved with your name and stuff. It'll go right on the front. And you'll be getting those along with a first place ribbon to put on your quilt. And then second and third place, y'all will all get ribbons as well to place on your quilts. And then what we'd like for you to do is after you get your ribbons at home and everything, get them up, get a picture and get them to us. And we'd like to be able to share that with everybody. So guys, if you can always go and take a look, if you want to look at all the quilts that were entered, just go to our webpage, SewingMachinesPlus.com. And at the very top of the page, we have a banner that says Quilt Fest. Click on that. That'll take you to that page. And you can just scroll down and look at all the quilts that were entered. There were some beautiful quilts this year. And we had 28,000 votes, over 28,000 votes. So it's pretty awesome. Kyle, Andrea, Roger, how y'all doing this morning? They're all here, ready to go. And we're going to have the whole crew over here this afternoon, so y'all get to meet all the managers of the company, and they're going to come. We're going to help us celebrate who wins the $50,000 Dream Studio, Kyle.
That's going to be awesome.
It's going to be pretty cool. So got a lot in store for you. And also, I got to say a big shout out to our sponsors. Guys, we could not do these events if it weren't the partnership that we had with our sponsors out there. And this year for Quilt Fest, our platinum sponsors were Handi Quilter, the Grace Company. Our gold sponsors were King Quilter, Janome, and Qbot. Silver sponsors were Juki, Dime, and Martelli. Bronze were So Steady, Bernina, Baby Lock, and Butler. And then our associate sponsor was Synchrony Financing. And so, again, Synchrony is helping us with a lot of great financing specials as well. So it's been a big team effort with our manufacturers and all of our crew here at SMP. And we sure hope that y'all have enjoyed this week. I can't believe it's going by so fast, Kyle.
I know. It feels like way quicker than last year.
Yeah, a lot faster than last year. Yeah, last year it seemed like this big long marathon, and this year it's just like it's over almost. So anyway, it's where did those 4 days go? So anyway, we hope that y'all got your coffee all filled up. You sit in a good, comfortable chair. And I know I talked to some people. They email and say, "Hey, I sew the whole time that the show's going on. I have the show playing on the TV." On YouTube, right beside my sewing table, and I just sew all day and watched it. And so I thought that was a great way to do it. So, but anyway, we're having a good time. Got to say a shout out to some of our SMP Nation out there that are watching today. Hey, we have Ginger Israel in California watching. We have Janice Haglin up in Michigan watching. We have Catherine Clark in Massachusetts. Sheila Wright in Colorado watching today. Molly Cooter watching in North Carolina, and then we have Jennifer Daniel in Ohio watching, and I know we have a bunch of our regular customers out there watching as well, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
I saw Ella Bly.
Ella's on there.
I saw her name come up.
Carol Lombardi.
Carol Lombardi's watching.
Robin Anderson.
Karen Carr. I saw her name come up. So I know we have our big SMP Nation. Hey, guys, if you're new and this is the very first time you've ever watched one of our shows, just put a number 1 in the comment, because we always like to see if there's anybody new coming on.
And then hit the subscribe button.
Yeah, if you're brand new and we see that number 1, if you're watching on YouTube right now, just go up there and hit the subscribe button. If you're watching on Facebook, just go hit the like, and that's going to help you enter to win some prizes today. I see a number 1 right there.
Kim Wolf.
Kim Wolf?
Kim Wolf. She's a regular.
Yeah, Kim Wolf. She's actually local too.
Yes.
I see Kim. She goes to our San Marcos store a lot. And look at all the number 1s. So, guys, if you're brand new, the SMP Nation's going to open their arms up and welcome you here. All of our SMP Nation out there are very helpful. They're going to make you feel welcome. And again, we want you to go right now. If you haven't subscribed to YouTube, go subscribe. If you're watching on Facebook, go like Facebook. And then throughout this broadcast, make sure that you're asking questions, making comments, and that's going to actually help you enter to win as well. And but welcome. We really happy that you're here. And again, we do a regular show every Thursday at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Central time. And we welcome you to come and join that show as well. And we try to always have products that we review and demonstrate. We have guests that come on. And then we always try to have some really good specials. And then Kyle occasionally will throw a doorbuster special in, and which is pretty cool.
I wish I had the doorbuster thing queued up.
Yeah, we didn't do a doorbuster, Kyle.
Today.
We didn't do a doorbuster here. So, but guys, we got a really good show lined up for you today. And one of the things that they haven't seen all week yet that we're going to get to see today is that Ricoh garment printer by Juki.
Yeah. Yep.
That's on the show today. And guys, man, when you see that, you are going to be blown away. That thing is so awesome. So we got some really cool stuff coming up. And I know Grace is in the house this morning. First thing, Grace is going to be here. And we have Jarek and LJ, brother and sister.
Yep.
This is Nathan Erznoznik's kids are going to be on the show. And man, I tell you, I don't know if we need Nathan anymore. as good as they are on this show.
I can see them laughing in the studio.
You can see them backstage.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Nathan who? It's what. So we got LJ and Jarek going to be on here, and we can't wait. We're going to talk all about the TrueCut cutting systems this morning, and we got a unbelievable special for you guys.
Yes.
So right now, you need to go ahead and get your pencil and paper out and start writing all the things that you want to get. And I'm going to tell you, here's what we decided to do. I know yesterday the phones were crazy in the call center, and they told me that a lot of them, they were having to eat lunch at their desk because it was so busy. So here's what we want you to do. We're going to be putting a Google Sheets link in the chat throughout the day. And if you try to call to make an order and you can't get through, we're going to ask you just to hit that Google Links chat and that link. It's going to open Google Sheets up. Just put your name, phone number in there with the product you're interested in. And what it does, it updates real time on the TV screens in the call center. And as soon as they get off the phone, they're always looking at that. They're going to give you an outbound call. And so they can either answer questions for you or take your order. And so just make sure you do that. Don't leave messages at the call center because they're so busy. They may not have time to retrieve the message, but they can see that Google Sheets right in front of them. So that's the great thing about that. So make sure we kind of get into doing that. And the other thing, what we're going to do is all these specials are going to be extended all the way through tomorrow, close of business for us at 4 p.m. Pacific time. All the specials you see on the show this week, we're going to honor them all the way through 4 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. Now, here's the catchy part, or the tricky part, Kyle. If you've looked at something and you're just absolutely in love with it, and you go ahead and put your name on that Google Sheet, but you haven't made your mind up yet, okay? Because guys, we know this is a big purchase. It's a big decision. We're going to give you a week to think about it. So if you think that you just want to reserve that price in for the show special, get on the Google Sheets, fill it out of what item you're interested in, and we're going to honor that price that we talked to you about on this show all the way through Friday of next week. Close of business for us. We'll honor that price as long as your name's on the Google Sheet. If your name's not on the Google Sheet, we can't honor it. So that's kind of how it's going to work, because we know some people, it's hard to make that decision if you're deciding about, two things. And then again, it's a big purchase. Again, guys, we have financing available on a lot of the products you're going to see on the show today. And here's the other thing. If there's something on our website that you saw that you just went, man, I'd like to have that, but it wasn't on the show, and you're going, wonder if that's, if it's on special. Guys, we have hundreds of products that we have on the Quilt Fest special pricing that are not on the show. So if you see something, go ahead and give us a call and say, hey, I found this on your website. Is this on the special? And the call center people can tell you if it's on special or not, because we have hundreds of items that are on the Quilt Fest pricing that are just not on the show. So that's kind of how it's going to work. And anyway, we hope that you can keep up with all that. That was a lot of information.
And one thing to note, if you put your name on the Google Sheets, it doesn't mean we may have ran out of that product, so you may have to wait longer.
Yeah.
People may have bought it up now, so you do want to,
That's a good point, Colin, because some items...
It'll reserve the price, but
right.
You may have to wait a little longer.
Yeah, some items, I told you I would only be able to have it. We had some of them I had 20 of that we were able to get that special pricing on.
Mm-hmm.
We're still going to honor it, but it's going to I'll have to try to get more product if we sell out, because some of these things we were real close to selling out on.
Exactly.
Like I give you an example, one of them was the scan and cut. I remember.
We sold over 20 yesterday.
Yeah, we sold over 20 scan and cuts just yesterday.
Today,
and so we started out with 55 of them, and we were real close to running out now. So we're real close on scan and cuts. And there was a couple machines that I can't remember now what they were, but I think the Altair the Baby Lock Altair was real close.
Yes.
We had sold a bunch of those as well. So
I want to say we have one Altair left.
One Altair left. So again, guys, there's machines like that they're limited. But here's what I'm going to do. If we did run out of that, we're going to go ahead and let you pre-order it, and I will honor those prices. Regardless if the manufacturer gives me a deal on it or not, we're still going to honor that price for you, because we want to make sure that y'all get the deal. So, all right, guys. We're officially starting Quilt Fest Day 5. So y'all ready to go? So I hope you got your coffee. Hope you're in your comfy seat. And let's go. We're going to go all the way over to Utah and to the Grace headquarters. And we have LJ and Jarek with us. So welcome back to the show, guys.
Thank you. We're so excited to be here. And yes, we kicked Nathan to the curb, so it's just us now.
Hey, good to see y'all together, brother and sister. Y'all look great with your red shirts on. And hey, we're ready for y'all to show us all about this TrueCut because I've got an unbelievable special on TrueCut today.
Yeah, well, yeah, let's go ahead and get started. So really, I'm going to first talk about what TrueCut is and kind of what sets it apart and a little bit about the history of it. So TrueCut is actually our cutting line of products. And so this, I think it was back 15, maybe 12 years ago, the owner of the company came to us and actually came to Nathan and said, hey, let's get into cutting. And he said, but now listen here. Don't just get into cutting. Don't just make another cutter. There's a whole ton of different cutters out there. He's like, let's do something different. And let's actually ask the quilters, hey, what are some things that you run into? What are some issues? And then let's look at a way at actually just solving those. And so one of them, actually, we have a huge selection here of wonderful TrueCut items, and all those things that really, we just took all the feedback that we got from you quilters and we made changes and made things that are going to allow you to cut easier, safer, and more accurate.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can, talk about a few of those things that we really have heard and that they heard, originally with cutting systems, what were the problems people were running into? And that was, it is your hand gets sore, you get tired of cutting. And number two, it's dangerous. And also when you're cutting, right, LJ, it's easy to swerve off. Especially if you've been doing it for a while, right? So that is exactly what TrueCut solves. And, I think, LJ, I'm just going to go right into this ruler here because I'm going to show off really the biggest feature of TrueCut and what makes it a really fantastic product. And that is our track system here. Now, there is an edge on here. And I know we can zoom in. There's an edge right there you can see. And what that does with our cutters is it goes right onto there. It locks on. And it actually stays right there with the edge.
So, Jarek, what does this do? So this amazing system that we have, that tracking guide system, what does that really solve, and why do I want it?
So it solves those problems I was talking about earlier. If you're really how many people have come up to me, LJ, and they're like, you know what? I've sliced my finger, I've cut it. How many times have you heard that story?
Oh, a ton, right? Or like now I have arthritis, I cut my tendon.
You know what? Let's put a 2 in the chat if you have ever accidentally cut yourself while, I've
done it.
Put a 2 in there if you've accidentally, injured yourself, cut yourself when you've been cutting. It's just one of those things that happens when you're using it as a part of quilting. Not anymore with this system. I see a lot of people.
A lot of twos.
A lot of twos. Everyone has their story. Everyone knows someone that knows someone. People have been to the hospital, all sorts of things. So LJ, let me show you how awesome this is.
Okay.
Because when you get on that track, this isn't coming off. And we're going to zoom up over here. Right there. This can't come off. This is a track. It is right on there. And so as you're going along, there's no way to swerve off on the end. And once you're on there, and it's really safe.
It is, yeah. That's one of the things, again, with TrueCut. It is easier, safer, and more accurate, right? And so then really that's all three in that, right? All three right there. And so let's actually show them, Jarek, how that works with this fabric here.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and cut this. This has a safety right here. You can just open that up. And what I like to do is I come in from the side right here. You get on that track, and I'm on this track now, so I can't get off of it. And I just go forward. Right there, just like that.
Oh, well, one more time. Okay, well, one more time there,
do it again?
One more time. One more time.
Okay, let me do it again right there. I'm just gonna go right on there, right from the side. Super easy, just like that. Fantastic.
Perfectly straight line right there.
LJ, do you want to talk about maybe, this cutter looks a little bit different than a lot of the cutters out there. And there's a really good reason for that.
Yeah, so let me talk about this. So this is actually what we call, it's my comfort cutter. And so this one is actually just our 45 millimeter, but this is really a very unique thing. So again, back when we were looking at creating a cutting system, we again asked those quilters, hey, really, what are some of those issues you run into? And one of them is, oh, I really can't quite grip it right. And then I have to, when you're doing it, you have to try and cut and you've got to get your shoulder over it right if you have a dull blade or anything like that. So like this one is the straight cutter. Sometimes you do it, you get wide knuckles because again, you're just trying to push down to try and cut through that. And so with this design, it is actually an ergonomic cutter that helps relieve any stress or anything you may have previously had when cutting. So with this design actually it's super easy. So to hold it, really all you're going to do is your palm sits right on top. And now I say sits because you really do not have to grip the cutter at all. Literally all you're going to do is like that, and you simply kind of just bring your fingers in. Now, there are a couple different ways to hold this cutter. This is the way we kind of tend to recommend, so it allows you to really use the ergonomic weight. However, if you want it as well, you can also hold it this way and again still get that amazing ergonomic feel from it. And so really I'm going to kind of show you part of, again, why you don't need to actually grip this cutter. You really are simply just resting your palm on there. So as you can see, literally not gripping it.
Yeah.
And I'm holding
there's no strings around here. There's nothing going on, no magic. This is just how it is.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And so this is again where you simply bring your fingers in and they really are just going to kind of help slightly tuck in that cutter, and that's again what just gives you that ergonomic feel. And one thing you'll see as well is, again, with that design of it being brought down, is now with it being curved, again, I don't have to try and bend my wrist or push my finger down to get that blade right where I want it. It is already, again, down at that angle for me, so I really would just guide it along.
LJ, can we just take a look at how different my hand looks when I'm cutting with this? Look at the angle of my wrist and my palm. When you're doing this all day, you know, I'm going to line this up with the camera here. You can see how my wrist is just not lined up. And if you look at Laurel's wrist, look how much more of a natural angle that is. It is just so much more comfortable. And you can actually cut through a lot more layers with the exact same amount of pressure. That is something that we show to people at shows. It's not something that we can really illustrate to you here, but if you get this product, and I really recommend you do, because it's fantastic. It's going to change your cutting experience.
Oh, absolutely.
Really.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's people, actually, really quick, I do want to share a story. There was actually someone, I went to a show, and I'd say it's actually kind of my first time getting into TrueCut and first learning what it is. And so I heard, I believe it was actually Mark who was talking about it. And there's this lady who came, but she's like, oh, well, I love quilting, but I just can't do it as much. She actually has to have her granddaughter come over and help cut fabric because she just couldn't. She actually had tendonitis, so she just really couldn't do any cutting. And so, of course, she was able to quilt quite as much as she wanted because it was only when her granddaughter was able to come over. And so Mark showed her this system, and I was kind of in awe. I was like, oh my gosh, this lady who couldn't cut can now do it herself. And she got it, and she had it was actually really sweet. She actually emailed me. She's like, I just need to let you know that this is an absolutely amazing system that allowed me to get back into what I love, which is really that quilting. And I thought that that was an absolutely amazing story for the first time ever seeing TrueCut, that it really is something that will absolutely change your whole cutting experience.
Yeah, and something that else is great about, you know, some people, this is an absolutely fantastic ergonomic cutter, but for some people, they're like, oh, you know what? It's a little bit too different for me. And there's no problem with that. You can still get the great track experience from TrueCut with our other products here. I don't have it on here, but our straight cutters, they do come with a guide. And there I have another one example here. This is our 60. We have all the sizes. We have the 28, the 45, the 60 for these cutters. There's the guide right here. So you can use this on our TrueCut rulers. And, you know, LJ, another question that I get asked that is kind of on the same line, you know, do I have to have your rulers to use your cutter?
Question.
Because a lot of people really love the ergonomics of it, but they, you know, you already got your whole ruler set at home, right?
Yeah.
But absolutely, you can use this. This comes with another center that doesn't have the guide on it. So you can use this at home with what you already have. But, you know, absolutely, 100%, I will recommend, and trust me, you're going to come back for the rulers, because they're fantastic. They really provide that solution. They're safe for kids, safe for you, and really make it much more accessible.
Yeah, and one feature actually I do want to talk about with this is actually what we call the quick release. So this is actually when coming to change the blade.
It's
so
fantastic.
It's fantastic. This actually, it kind of, again, this one of the things.
They keep adding it. We didn't always have this. They keep adding it. We keep upgrading it. You know, it's fantastic. We keep just innovating on all this stuff.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, this is something that we are continually growing, because again, we continue to get that feedback. Like, you know what? Yeah, why not do that, right? Why not continue to innovate? So with this is a quick release. So this actually comes to changing the blade. So literally all you have to do is, there's a lever on the back here, is you'll simply, and I'll show you here in a second, is you will pull this and you're going to see the whole system is going to pop off, so I can easily change that blade out. So let me go ahead. I'm just going to show you here. So again, you just kind of have it on the surface, and then I'm going to go ahead, literally all I'm going to do is pull that lever here. If I can do it, my hands. Boom. Look at that.
Yep.
Whole system.
Take the blade right off.
Look at that. Very easy.
Put it back on.
Yeah, and then so this is, again, just that super easy system. So you can come back, simply line it in. You'll hear it click into place, and there you go. Now I could have a brand new sharp blade on my cutter very easily.
LJ, I think this is actually a perfect segue with our blades to go into something that I absolutely love and is a really great product of ours, because if we're talking about how easy you can get this on and off, well, we can get this easily on and off onto our fantastic electric sharpener. We can just put that
Yeah.
right there inside of there, just an example. You can take it off and put it back on easily. But do you want to tell them some about this, LJ?
Yeah. So actually with this is it actually works with a whole wide variety of different blades. So it works with the 28, 45, and even that 60 millimeter
Yeah.
blade size, which is awesome because it really gives you, again, that diversity that you can use it with what you already have. So I'm going to do this. We're putting it in the chat. How many of you, and this is probably not smart, probably not safe, but how many of you have a bucket of blades that you've just kept? Because blades are expensive, right? You don't quite know what to do with them, but you can't quite throw it away. So go ahead and put a 3 in the chat if you have just a bucket of blades that you're kind of just set aside, hopefully has a lid on it or something, maybe kept somewhere safe so no one accidentally gets into it. But again, let's go ahead and see a 3 in the chat there. If you have, I'd say a bucket or a bin or something, of just a whole bunch of blades.
LJ, I just have heard so many stories, after the cutting the finger story. The other thing I hear is, Jarek, I have so many blades sitting in a drawer back home and I don't know what to do with them. Oh, now we have something you can do with them. You can use them again.
Yes, yeah, which is amazing. Okay, whoa.
Hold on.
Say it one more time. Okay,
you
one more
can
time.
use them again.
Whoa. Okay, Jarek's losing his mind
There's
a
a
little bit.
purpose for them. There's a reason you've been saving them and you didn't know why until now. That's why.
You didn't know why. It's right here. So this is actually what will bring back majority of those blades to
Look how many 3s there are.
Look at
They're
that.
just filling up the whole chat.
It's because it's what you do, right? Because again, you just can't quite justify getting rid of it. But again, what are you going to do? So you just kind of store it. But this is going to help bring back most of those blades for you again. So Jarek, why don't you talk about how does this sharpener do that?
Yeah, absolutely. And if we're going to come in a little bit closer here. So there are 2 diamond grit stones. Now, what's fantastic about these diamond grit stones is they don't wear out, LJ. We had an older version of this. Like I said, we're always innovating. These are fantastic stones and these last forever. And they put a fantastic edge on your blade. And if we look, there's those different ridges we were talking about. I'll get this caught on the light here. I'll just rotate it until I can see that. You can see that there's some lines in here, and that is for the different grooves of the different size blades. I'll just pop this out right here to kind of show you as well. This goes right in here. It simply, you just move it around until it locks in. And then what you'll do is you'll just close this, and I would just hold it closed. And there's a button in the back here. LJ, it's super easy to press, and this plugs right into your wall too. So no batteries, no worrying about storing it, maybe anything like that. It just plugs right in. It's a super easy, convenient way to do it. And then all you do is you press this button for 30 seconds, and then after 30 seconds, what you're going to do is this also does come with tweezers if you don't want to touch it with your hands, because that is dangerous, and we want to be safe.
We're professionals.
We're professionals over here at Grace Company. You just lift that up right there, and this flips right around. And what you're going to want to do is do it for another 30 seconds.
So Jarek, I noticed you flipped the blade. So now you had mentioned that there are the diamond grit stones on both sides. So tell me, why would someone flip their blade?
So it is for more consistency and it's more sharpening time, because you want to get, the stones are the same and it does both sides at the same time, but we do want to get both of them. And it's just for an overall better sharpness. So we're taking off the same amount on both sides. And something else that comes with this is some oil. So every once in a while, you want to drop some oil in there to make sure that all the metal and things that in there is not getting built up or getting stuck on that blade and making it dual while it's doing that. Something that people always ask me about this, LJ, does it work? Tell me.
It does. It absolutely does. This is definitely something, I think, a very common question that we get with this. It's like, okay, yeah, that's great. It can sharpen all sizes of blades. Yeah, it looks great. It has the diamond grit stones. But does it actually work? And it does. It actually does. And I've seen it do it. I've seen it. I've had customers come in and again, they're like, I need to tell you thank you, because now guess what? My, $100 of blades I have just kept set aside. I can now, again, bring back most of those to a near factory perfect edge, which is incredible.
Absolutely. One other question that comes up that I want to clarify as well. People ask, does it solve nicks? And no, unfortunately, it does not. And let me tell you why. It's because the metal has been bent and is no longer on the blade. So unfortunately, we cannot add that metal back on. So if you do have nicks on your blade, this won't sharpen it, but all your other ones that have a standard tri-wing blade, and actually, I'm glad I just thought of this now. This is another question. Which blades do I need, works with this? Do I need to use your specific brand? The answer is no. This uses any standard tri-wing blade design blade. So that's an industry standard. If you go to the store and you're going to buy some rotary blades, this is what you're going to find there. There's going to be those 3 wings, right there. You can see it against my shirt. There's those 3 little wings in there. Any of those style of blades, they're going to work fantastic in the sharpener.
And Jarek, one more time, what size blades can I use with this?
That is the 28, the 45, and the 60. So there is no holding you back from any ones you might be using or have had from putting it here and sharpening it. So
yeah, that's wonderful. And we'll come back, actually. Let's really quickly go back over to Blaine before we kind of get carried away. But we'll come back and we'll talk about even more amazing products that we have. But let's go ahead and go over to Blaine here so we can get some of that amazing pricing.
Well, guys, you know, everybody is always asking, is there a package deal? Well, we really don't have a package deal today. We're just going to make a good discount on everything. So that way they can just go pick which product they want. But guys, today, 25% off all the TrueCut products.
oh, that's fantastic.
And 25% off all the Grace accessories.
Whoa.
So guys, the coupon code is GRACE25. Go right now to the website, type in their search bar, TrueCut. Go look at all the TrueCut products, and it's going to be 25% off all that. The coupon code's GRACE25. You can see all the great things, the True Grips that you can put on the bottom of those rulers to keep them from sliding, all your cutters, your sharpeners, all the rulers. Guys, we have a ton of stuff. So guys, I'm going to go right back to you and let y'all continue your demo.
Yeah, awesome. So what we have, so we talked about this electric sharpener, or that True Sharp 2 that we have here. But Jarek, what if I don't want to take my blade out of my cutter?
Well, you know what, LJ, we still have something for that as well. And let's just mention how good that sale is right there, 25% off. I was like, whoa. You know, Blaine is really giving you all a fantastic price. So if you're going to get TrueCut, really, with Sewing Machines Plus is going to be your best place to get that. But I'm going to move right on over to our linear sharpener. So you can actually just keep your blade already in there. This works with our ergonomic one as well. You just put it right in there and you will slide it back and forth through there. So this, you know, stays right in there. You don't have to take it out. With our cutters, you know, it's not really too big of a deal to take it out and in, but if you have another brand and you want to sharpen it in that as well, you don't have to take it out. You don't have to spend the time unscrewing it or anything. And there's no electronics. And this is a little bit lower of a price. So if you're not looking to get into the electric one, even though that's what I would definitely recommend, this one is a great, fantastic product as well for sharpening.
Yeah, and it's wonderful. And one thing I do like to talk about with this as well is that it is something when you're sharpening that we do recommend you actually flip, because it does just have that diamond grit stone again on one side. So once you actually sharpen it, and you can do it one of two ways. If you want, you can roll it back and forth. And then some people do prefer to just run it through once, which you can absolutely do. And again, you'll run it through a couple different times. One question that does come up is people tend to ask, okay, well, how many times do I need to run it through? And with this, there isn't an exact or a specific answer because all blades are going to wear a little bit differently. So some are going to need to be ran through a couple more times than others. So it's just something you kind of want to get a feel for. Do it a couple times. And again, you're going to want to flip it so you can get that other side of the blade. And again, like Jarek had mentioned earlier with that electric sharpener, get a nice even sharpen across the entire blade that you're using. And then since we have so many products, I know we're kind of going through here, but one thing I do want to mention as well, and I would say it's probably our #1 selling item, but it is actually our True Grip. So Jarek,
fantastic. I bet you've all maybe heard of these before.
Yeah.
Right. But you didn't maybe know they were TrueCut. It's all related to this whole family of product. Now, LJ, that is, oh, looks like we do have some on the back of here. Now, these are little stickers, and we have some right here as well to show you. These go on the back of your ruler to make it much more grippy, to hold your fabric, hold everything lined up so that way you're not sliding and slipping around when you're trying to get those precise cuts that you're going for, right? Yeah. So it's really fantastic. I highly recommend these for all your brands of rulers. And it's not just go on ours. These are on all of them.
Well, yes. You're saying if I already have 5, 10, maybe even 20 rulers, I can put True Grips on those.
Yes, absolutely. And I would definitely recommend it. It's going to make a big difference. You know, get some, try it out. Trust me, you're going to love them.
Oh, yeah. And I will say one thing that's awesome about these is they actually do come in 2 separate sizes. So we do have some small ones here that kind of sit in the center of the bigger ones. But it really, again, you can see you get quite a few different sizes and a whole bunch that you can just use on those different rulers. And I will say one thing that's really neat, and I do want to show here, this close up, is actually how clear they are. So let me show you. Because this is part of the reason that it's so great is because...
I'll say, when I picked this up, I was like, hey, are they on there? Like, they're real clear.
Exactly, yeah. So again, there it is. See, oh, if you can even see it, I'll put it against here. But yeah, there's that True Grip. So again, you can just kind of see it there. It is a nice, clear, That's how it can go on any of your rulers that you have, and it will not obstruct your view.
Yep, not at all. You can still see where you exactly are. And one other cool thing I want to mention about the TrueCut, LJ, is with our rulers, there's actually circles and places that recommend where you can put those. You can see that there's some circles over here, just where those go. And so it makes it really easy to place them on your TrueCut rulers.
Yeah, and I do want to show this as well. It's actually a little bit more about our rulers and how actually with those screw grips, again, it helps it so it's not going to slide. So again, this comes back to that amazing track and guide system we have, how it really just helps lock it in place. And so you don't have to walk your hand up the rulers as you're going along, because sometimes this is just a 3x18, but let's say, you know, you have a 24.5-inch ruler, right? That's quite a bit to walk up, and then that's when you can start to swerve off or anything. So with this ruler, it absolutely solves that. And then with the rulers, they actually are a very unique thing. So Jarek, tell me a little bit about what is so unique about this other than the guide system on it.
Well, I'm going to bring up something that probably everyone's wondering, and I get asked absolutely all the time. You know, what are the holes for?
It's a great question.
And the answer to that is it's a part of the, it's because of the material and a part of the construction process on these. It's a really fantastic, durable.
Whoa. Take it back, Jarek. Did you just bend the ruler?
Yeah, can you do this with your other rulers? I think the answer is no. Like, these are really durable, and you're not going to snap, bend, or twist these in a way that's going to make them break. And know those holes are for also marking and holding your fabric as well. So they're fantastic for both of those things, because these are on the, I believe, the 1/4 inch. Every 1/4 inch is those squares and those holes on the ruler.
That's wonderful. Yeah, and we have a whole bunch of different sizes of rulers. We have triangle rulers, we have square rulers, we have, again, the rectangular rulers. So we really, again, have that huge variety that is all at that amazing 25% off. So every TrueCut thing.
And they all have corners, LJ. They all have the edges. They all have all the same features. So you're not going to miss out on any of those features with any of our line here.
That's amazing. Yeah. And let's, just because I know we have so many amazing products, so many amazing products. Yeah. But let's go ahead and talk about, Jarek, what is this?
Yeah, what is this right here? It looks a little bit interesting. You might be like, hey, you know, what is that little gadget they have there on the table? Now, this is going to blow your mind, honestly. I'm going to be honest. I've demoed this a lot of times, LJ, and people get blown away by just how easy it is. This is our circle cutter. I'm going to show you how easy it is to go ahead and cut a circle here. So there is a learning curve to this, but you know, you get a hold of it very easily. All you do is you are going to hold on this right here, and you press this down. LJ, you see how easy that was?
I think I blinked.
That's it.
I think I just missed it.
You guys see this right there.
One more time?
Yeah. We can do this again. We'll do that again there for you. Let me get a slightly bigger piece here. All right, LJ, you're watching this time.
Okay, I'm not going to blink. I'm not going to blink.
This is the last time I'm going to do it for you. Okay,
I'm ready.
Pay attention.
I'm ready. I almost missed it again.
That's it, right there. So how hard is it to make circles without a circle cutter, LJ?
Oh,
how annoying is it?
It's extremely difficult. I mean, let's see. Let's go ahead and put a 5 in the chat. How many of you have gotten a cup, a bowl, or anything like that to try and do a circle, right? Go ahead and again, put a 5 in the chat there, because I'll tell you what, I have needed to do that before. Because it's just, you don't see this out there. It's just something, it's really hard. It's maybe not something that you use all the time, but it's something you want to try. So you're like, oh, I got to go find, again, a bowl, a cup, and then I go find different sizes, right? Like, then I got like 10 bowls sitting here with me.
Circles are so fun too. It's not something that you really think about putting on a quilt all the time, just because of the difficulty of creating them. This really opens up a lot more creativity. And I'll also just show you some other cool things that I like to do too, because, you know, it does straight circles, but you can also do, you know, arcs already on the circle, and you can, you know, flip them, get them apart. You can do circles inside of circles. So there's all sort of fun ideas. This could be a leaf. Really, there's a lot of different uses than just straight up circles, LJ, because, you know, this looked even like an apple to me. There's so many things you can do with this that you don't even think about until you get it, and you have this super easy tool for making circles. Your mind really opens up into a lot of creative, fun ideas.
It does, yeah. And let's talk a little bit even about the design of this. So as you can see here, is there's actually a little bit of a lip around here. And I'll tell you that this is on purpose. Again, this was back to when we asked you quilters, hey, what are some things that you run into? And so one thing that you'll find is that as you go to do a circle, you'll find that sometimes the fabric will actually start to fold. And so what was going to be a circle is maybe some unique shape, you know, that you weren't trying to go for. So with this edge, it actually, and we'll do one more so you can just kind of see it on the fabric, but it actually, as you can see, just is going to slide over that fabric. So it does not fold it for you. So yeah, you can even see that this is a great example. So you can see even this fabric itself has a little bit of a crease in it. So all I'm going to do is, again, just, you can just see it's going to just nicely fold over that to, again, make sure that your fabric is going to stay nice and flat for you so you can get that perfect circle every time.
LJ, I want to talk about one more thing about this that people ask me. You know, you might be worried about, you know, what kind of blade goes with this. This is actually a rotary blade, and it's really easy to switch out. We're just going to zoom in a little bit here. We're going to just go ahead. It pops right open. So there is a cartridge in here. You can see, and it is really affordable too. I think it's about, I can't remember off the top of my head, it's about $8, $9. So it's really comparable to a normal rotary blade, and they last a really long time because it does have the whole edge in there. You just pop it out just like that. And then when you're done, you're putting a new one in, it comes in the cartridge, just pops right back in there. So incredibly easy, no danger for, you know, switching out the blade. It's incredibly safe, just like all of our other products.
Yeah, exactly. Jarek, why don't you talk about a safety mechanism that we've put on this specifically? So even with that blade in there, what's the safety feature we have? So if you're done using it for the day, you can leave it and have no worries someone's going to come up and accidentally nick themselves.
There is a little switch right here. If you press that in, this will actually not press down. And you can see if I line this up here, this does not go past here. But if I put that back out, you can see that this blade will rotate all the way down, allowing that blade to hit there. So this is a fantastic safety feature. So you can put this in the drawer and don't have to worry about it accidentally cutting anyone because it's facing up.
Yeah, and then really quickly, because I know we are getting close on time here, but Jarek, what size circles can I do with this amazing 360 circle cutter?
You can do anywhere from 2" to 12.5. So there's quite the variety there. Really great selection.
Yeah, that is a huge variety. And so again, everybody, if you have any questions on anything, or again, highly encourage you, this is the time to get it. If you've ever seen TrueCut, if this is your first time, give it a shot. It is that 25% off. But again, make sure to reach out to us because this is an absolutely amazing deal and a huge line of products that will absolutely revolutionize and change your whole cutting experience.
One other thing I can say about real quick is a cool thing that I can just go back on real quick about this 45 comfort cutter. Just to do with circles and being creative, if you can actually steer this incredibly easy. This is one thing I show people as well. You can, wherever you point your finger, it's going to cut. So you can cut waves, anything else incredibly easy. That was just one thing when I was talking about, you know, these apples and everything else. You know, I love being creative, and I know quilters love being creative too. So that's really what I love about TrueCut. It helps you be more creative and safe at the same time.
It does, yes. Easier, safer, and more accurate. But yeah, let's go ahead and go back over to Blaine and say thank you all for joining us. And again, if you have any questions, make sure to reach out to Sewing Machines Plus to get all your questions answered.
Well, thanks, LJ. Y'all guys did a great job on showing that. And, you know, we could probably talk another hour just about all the TrueCut products. Hey, I have one real quick question for you.
Yeah.
Is on the circle cutter, is there a replacement blade, or do you need a replacement blade for that?
Yeah, there is a replacement blade. It's specific to a cartridge. It's the one I popped out of over here, but it is available. It's just this little cartridge right here. So yes, absolutely. It's specific to this one, but it's very easy to switch out.
Okay. And then one more real quick question, guys. On the True Sharpener, the TrueCut sharpener, electric sharpener, how many times can you sharpen a blade before you've pretty much kind of wore it out?
Good question. Good question.
So with that one, it kind of comes back to how many times do you need to run it through the sharpener? There is no, I'd say, exact or set answer because every blade, depending on, again, on the wear and tear, is going to vary slightly. So really, again, there is unfortunately no quite set answer, but I would say there is usually typically a good couple of times that you can bring a blade back.
Well, let me tell you this. You know, we're not putting exactly the factory edge right back on it because, right, that's machining and everything. You can actually get quite a few times out of it. But on the books, right, we're going to tell you can at least get one. Now, that is 2 times the amount of uses, and you're saving 50% if you even just sharpen it one time. Now, if we're adding another time and another time, that starts increasing it. And another recommendation I can tell you about that is you just want to flip it a couple more times. If it's not sharpening all the way, eventually that metal is going to run out, but you can do it quite a few times.
All right, well, good. I know that our customers want to know. So, guys, again, thank y'all so much, and we got to thank Grace is one of our major sponsors. We sure do appreciate y'all's support. And but guys, this is the TrueCut system, and we have everything on the TrueCut product line is 25% off. So right now, you can go to our website and just type in TrueCut in that search bar. It's going to take you, and you can see all the TrueCut products, and the coupon code is going to be Grace25. And you're going to be able to knock 25% off anything you see on that page, along with any Grace accessory. If you go just type in Grace and see all the accessories online, you'll be able to get 25% off any of the Grace accessories. So, but the TrueCut products, guys, I'm telling you right now, you will love those things. I absolutely love the circle cutter. I absolutely love that rotary cutter, and then the fact that you can sharpen your own blades and all the true grips that you can get. I tell you, you can go put yourself a really nice package together right now. And if that 25% off, you can get a lot of products. So guys, go right now, visit our website, type in that search bar, TrueCut. And again, give us a call at 800-401-8151 if you have any questions at all, or you can just ask one of our live chat agents on the web there. And anyway, guys, we're ready to move on. So we're going to go to our next presenter, and we got brother in the house. Love it. And Jerry Granata is here, guys. And if y'all don't know Jerry, Jerry was in the Navy for numerous years. He's a musician. He played in front of dignitaries, presidents. He's a brother ambassador. He is a world-class quilter, and he's a good buddy of mine. And guys, I cannot wait to get him on the show. Jerry, welcome back to the show. And we're going to talk all about that PRS 100 this morning.
Hi, everybody. Yes, brothers in the house. Yes, it is. Absolutely. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Blaine, it's great to be here. I'm really excited to talk about the real star of the show, which is the persona.
Yep, and we discovered yesterday it's not just an embroidery-only machine anymore.
Absolutely. I have corrected my verbiage.
Yep.
So it
All
is
right,
not a standalone embroidery machine. It's so much more.
We're going to let you take it away because we got a lot to cover.
All right, awesome. Yeah. So how this is going to work is I'm going to give you about 10 minutes of kind of an intro, show you some of my samples of what you can do. We'll have Blaine come back and talk to you about some pricing, which is phenomenal. And then I'm going to actually show you how the machine works. So that's how this is going to work. And then we'll get some questions in too, if you have any. But this machine is absolutely one of the most, if not the most versatile embroidery machine that Brother makes. And the reason why I say that is because it not only does embroidery, it also does free motion quilting. How many semi-industrial embroidery machines do you know of that can also do free motion quilting? That's pretty incredible. Now, I'm not going to show the quilting part here. You're going to have to stick around for this afternoon where I'll be back and I will show you how the free motion quilting works on this machine. So for this segment, I'm going to talk mainly about embroidery and what all you'll get with this machine. So let's go ahead on over to the persona itself. And I'm just going to switch my cameras over here. We are now at the screen. So here's the persona. And what I love about this machine is, number one, the footprint. It's only 18 inches wide. Most of your standalone embroidery machines are 27.8 inches wide. That's your flatbed machines. Those are the ones that if you just want to add an embroidery machine to your arsenal, your sewing arsenal, you're probably going to go out and get a flatbed machine. I would say hold off on that and really check the persona, again, because of its versatility. So what makes this machine so different and who is it for? I like to kind of narrow this down to this is great for three different types of people. The first person is if you already own a Brother 6 needle or 10 needle, one of our multi-needles, this is a great machine to add to make it your hat machine. Or your quilting machine, or your monogramming machine. It's a great way to free up your 6 and 10 needle to do hats and monograms and those things that usually only take one color anyway. So also, the second person this is for is if you already have a sewing machine that you love and you want to jump into the embroidery world, this is a great way to go. Again, because you can do your embroidering and your free motion quilting all on one machine. The third person I think it's really great for is the person that wants to jump into this kind of semi-industrial world, and maybe their budget can't quite handle the 6 or 10 yet. This is a great way to jump in and get that feel. The threading is exactly the same as it is on the 6 and the 10 needle. So it gives you that chance to kind of play around with it. The price point is great. It's a great jumping off point. Maybe you can, when you're ready to buy a 6 or 10 needle, again, you can add this. You can set this aside, have this be your hat hoop machine or your monogramming machine. And then you can use your other 6 and 10 for all of your other maybe multicolored thread projects. So let's talk about, right now I'm at the screen, and I noticed somebody talked about the size. The size is really large. So when you're doing, I'm putting my hand here for reference. When you're seeing all of your editing tools on screen, it's so nice to have a large screen that you can work with. Because it just makes things so much easier, right? If you have a tiny little screen, you have to almost get within a half an inch of your screen to see to see what you're doing. So let's talk about this. So right up here at the very top, this is going to be your free motion icon. It is not engaged right now because I don't have the free motion attached. But again, come back with me this afternoon, and I'm going to be showing the free motion. Now, these are not just single embroidery categories, folks. These are categories. These are you just touch one and you open up many, many more designs. And you can see here, you have 3 pages of designs. Now, these are built in. You get over 400 built-in designs already. So there's no need to go out and purchase any more if you don't want to. However, if you already have a lot on a flash drive, on the right-hand side, right around here where my finger is, there is a USB port where you can insert your flash drives or your computer, and you can download designs to your machine. So you absolutely have that. But again, you are ready right out of the box. These are frames and extra, just sort of little jazzy designs that I love to work with. These would be great on like cuffs or on the placket of a blouse or a shirt. These are quilting patterns, and I'm going to expand these so you can see these just a little better. But these are just, look at that. That's a beautiful pattern, right? That's built into this machine. So you're ready to go with your quilting, right? So let's go back. You also have large fonts, and these are large. Now, those of you who may be watching from the South, I know how you are. I've been down there. You will monogram anything you can get your hands on. If you could hoop up the cat or dog, you would do it and monogram it. I know how that works. So these are awesome for embroidery and for monogramming. So I'm just going to pull up the J, which of course is the first letter of my name. And already you can see that it is 5.69 by 3.24 inches, which is large, but we can make that even bigger if we want to. We can resize it and expand it. Now I'm at almost 7 inches tall. That's a large monogram. That'd be great for a jacket or pillows or something like that. Let me get out here completely. Also, if you notice on my screen, you have a memory pocket. So you could put your designs in your machine's memory if you choose, or you can choose to send something to a USB, or you can send something to your computer, or you can import with any of those 3 things as well. So you have so many options and so many things that you can work with. Look at all of these fonts that you get. So if you have, people are going to be going to college. So here you have all of these great, all these wonderful, like collegiate, like block lettering. So if you have someone going off to college, this would be a great machine to do some personalization with. So what other things does it have? Okay, so let me talk about some of the things that you're going to get with this machine, and also some samples, just so you get sort of a little bit of a tease of what this machine, I mean, I'm just only scratching the surface here. So here we go. So here again, you have your 18 inches. I mean, this is on my sewing table, folks. I just trade this out with my flatbed when I want to do some sewing. But this is on my sewing table. This is where I do all of my sewing. So you can see this machine fits right on my sewing table. So you don't need a special stand, although there is one that you can get if you want to set this aside and keep this as your side machine. Another thing I want to notice, this is what makes this machine so unique right here, is this free arm. This is what's going to allow you to do all of those odd shaped things that you really have difficulty doing on a flatbed, such as shoes, tote bags, hats, cuffs, and pant legs. I come from the days when if we wanted to embroider on a pant leg, we would have to take the seam apart, put it flat, embroider on it, and then re-sew that seam. Well, you don't have to anymore because now your sleeve or your pant leg can go right over this free arm. The bobbins are awesome bobbins. I mean, it's a bobbin case. It's a nice vertical bobbin. So all you do is just insert your bobbin. It'll click in, and you're done, and you're ready to go. Another thing I'll talk about are these drivers. These are called drivers. These are arms, and you can replace these depending on the hoops that you're using. So this is the A driver. This is kind of your main general driver that you're going to use most of the time. But if you want to use like one of these aren't these adorable? I love these little hoops. I think they're so cute. These come with the machine. You're going to get 4 of these small ones. Absolutely, you could do baby onesies. Completely, Lynn. You are absolutely right. Now, if you notice, brother, in its love of making things easier to use, they're all labeled. All of your hoops are labeled. Those are going to match the driver that you're using. So I know it's hard to see, but way up here where my finger is, there's a little sticker that has A. That's my A driver. Now, I know that I cannot use these hoops on my A driver. I will have to use the E drive. The E drive. So isn't that nice? I mean, it just makes it so easy to use. Now, the largest you can embroider on this is 8x10. So, I'm sorry, 8x8. So you're going to be able to use your large 8x8 hoop. And here it is. And what I'm going to show you as well, again, here's the letter A. And that's going to go with my A driver. So all you're going to do is hoop up your fabric or your project, whatever it is. There's 2 fingers on either side here. You're going to slide your hoop underneath, give a little push, and it's going to snap right into place. And there you go. Now, another thing that makes this different than a flatbed that you may want to consider is, if you notice, there are 2 arms on this holding the hoop. There are 2 ways to hold the hoop. So on a flatbed, you usually have just the one on the left side. And that's going to have to do your whole hoop. Now here you get 2. So your accuracy actually increases when you're doing embroidery. So that's kind of a small little thing. I'm going to have Blaine take it back and maybe talk to you about pricing. And I'm going to show you some samples, and then we're going to get to stitching. So Blaine, come on back.
Well, hey, Jerry, thanks. Again, we talk about this machine is probably one of the most versatile embroidery machines on the market. And there's a good reason why. And you're going to show all about that free motion quilting part of it this afternoon when you come back. But guys, I got to tell you, we've got a great price on this machine right now. This is the Brother PRS 100 single needle embroidery machine. It also can do free motion quilting, and we're going to have that free motion quilting kit this afternoon and show you how that works. But guys, the price on this is $49.99, and we got free shipping right to your door. And guys, we have a very good call-in special today. We got a couple packages we're going to throw in with it, but you have to give us a call. And I can't tell you what those packages are, but I can just tell you right now, they are awesome. And I kind of can give a little bit of, I kind of gave him a little hint, didn't I, Kyle, the other day?
Yeah,
but,
the other day you did.
Just, if you can just think about a motion of tipping your cap and so anyway, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We got a great special we got for you. We have some Synchrony financing available as well. If you're on the website, hey, just type in PRS 100 in the search bar. It'll take you right to the product page. You can check it out. Look at all the features that come with this. And this machine as well has so many additional options and things that you can add to it. To even make it even more versatile. So let's go back to Jerry, and we're going to go ahead and he's going to show some sewing on this, some embroidery, and then we'll come back at the end of the show and tell you a little bit more about it.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Blaine. So very quickly, let me show you just a couple samples. What kind of things can you do with this machine? You want to do your in the hoop projects? Absolutely. This is a little bag that I created, lined in the hoop. Absolutely. Not a problem for this machine. If you're working in software and you're working in photo stitch, this is a photo that I brought over to the Persona and stitched out. This is all thread, folks. This is not a picture. This was done with thread in our, I'll bring it a little closer. You could probably see it, but look at, you can even see the whiskers. This was all thread that I created in software and stitched out on my Persona. We were talking about free motion quilting. Here's a couple free motion quilting samples that I did on spandex. because I'm a very out-of-the-box person, and those of you who know me know this is my wheelhouse. I work in all these unusual fabrics. You want to do free motion quilting? Absolutely. Here's a big one, Disney. This is the only semi-industrial machine in the lineup that can do Disney. Yes, this machine can do Disney. Look how big Mickey is here. I'll put my hand up for comparison. Huge. You could do large Mickeys. Also, if you want more Disney designs or Marvel or other things, go to iBroidery.com, and there you're going to find things like this shirt, or like this embroidery design. Now, this is a Marvel. This is Captain America. I had a white polo shirt in my closet that I found boring. So I took some hand dye and I ice dyed this, and then put a Captain America on there as well. So again, iBroidery.com if you're a brother owner. Also hats. We talked about hats. And here's a separate driver for the hat. It just slides right onto that free arm. And then what you're going to do is load your cap into the other cap section. And there you're going to be able to do all of there's your Disney. Remember, you can do Disney on this. That's a big game changer. And then you're just going to set this, and you'll slide this right onto the driver that you just inserted. Very easy to do. So let's get things started. So let me go over to my screen so that you can see what I'm going to be doing here. And all right, so there we are. So now let's just choose, let's do something with lettering here. So I'm just going to choose my name. Let's choose a font here. Let's just keep it simple and go with some block lettering. So I'm going to use my name, and I'm going to go over to lowercase. Very easy to do. You're just spelling it out. You can also, at the bottom here, you could see LMS. You could make this large. You could make this medium, and you can make it small. And you can see you can go by letter. So you can make really tiny letters if you so choose. But I'm going to keep it all large. There we go. And you can adjust each letter. You could make these all a different font. You can make each one larger or smaller, however you choose. But at the bottom, you have so many choices of what you can do with the lettering. So with my name, I'm going to array that. Now that just means you're going to change the angle of it. So in this case, I can choose like an array that goes up. I can choose an array that goes down. I can choose one that angles up to the right. Or I can get really, really wonky here and make it really, really arrayed. But in this case, I'll just keep a kind of a simple little array. And then I'm going to touch OK. And what I want to do is set this because I want to add. See the word add here. And let's add something to that. So I'm going to go into my embroidery designs built in. Remember, you have built-ins. I'll choose the crown and I'll set it. And there it is. Now it's in the way of my lettering. So how do I move that? Well, I can move it like manually. I can move it anywhere that I want to on my screen, or I have arrows here. So I can choose to like arrow left or arrow right. I can center it and then bring it right down so that I know that that is now centered in my design. So there we go. So all I have to do now is touch embroidery. And I'm ready to go. So what I'm going to do is go to the bottom here and touch lock. And you'll notice that my light has gone green and it blinks. Now, I'm going to let this go for just 8 seconds and watch what happens. I love this safety feature. Notice it relocked. So after about 8 or 9 seconds, it's going to lock itself as a safety mechanism. So if in case maybe you have an emergency, I hope not, but if you have an emergency or you have to go get some coffee or you have to run an errand, pick somebody up, that's a safety mechanism that will automatically engage so your machine is not active. It cannot be used at this point. It will not embroider on its own, like if you have a power surge or something like that. So that's a wonderful, wonderful safety feature. It will automatically lock. But let's go ahead, and I'm going to switch over to my other camera now, my main camera, so that you can watch this stitching out. There we are. So again, I'm going to touch my lock. See it locked out already. And now I'm just going to touch go, and off we go. Now remember, these needles work essentially the same as they do on the 6 and 10 needle. So again, this is the same functionality as what's on the multi-needle. You just have a single needle. So for those who are wondering, if you noticed in the layout that Blaine had put up, let me just stop it for a second. If you notice the layout that he put up, there were 4 different colored threads at the top. This does not do 4 colors at a time. This will do 1 color at a time. But what's nice about that is you can have your bobbin thread up there. You could have your next couple colors ready to go if you're going to use more than 1 color. And then you're going to have your active thread, which is the one that you're stitching with. Now, going back to what I said about bobbin, there is an onboard bobbin winder right up here on the left side of my machine here. I'm sorry, I don't have multiple cameras that I could show you, but there is an onboard bobbin winder. You don't have to purchase a separate winder. It's already on your machine. So you can wind your own bobbins. Yes, you can use the drop-in bobbins as well, but if you're doing anything like freestanding lace where you have to match top and bobbin thread, you will have that ability to wind your own bobbin, and it has a separate motor. So as you're embroidering here, you can be winding a bobbin up here, which is going to save time. So let's get this going again. Again, it has locked itself out, which is a great safety feature. It always takes 5 slow stitches, and then off we go. And you can hear that quality behind each stitch. You can hear that kind of semi-industrial power that is in this machine. This will go through leather and denim, and it just takes thick fabrics and unusual fabrics beautifully. So we'll let it finish up the J here. And I want to let you see what happens. So what it's doing is it's doing a chain stitch. It's cutting it, and it's now going to move over to the next letter. So very quickly, when it finished, it did locking stitches. It cut my thread. It pulled the thread back and out of the way, ready for the next letter. So it cuts your chain stitches, so you don't have to even worry about that. So, I mean, it's just an incredibly versatile machine that does so much. And like Blaine said, too, there are so many accessories that you can get with this machine. And I'll show you one now. This is fairly new. This is our it's a stand. It's a long, like a sleeve stand or a pant stand. This is not a hoop. This is what's going to support all of your pant legs and your sleeves. It's a table. And there is a little lever underneath, and you'll watch what happens up here. Once I pull that lever, this pops out. And on the other side of this, there are 2 magnets. And so all you're going to do is hold that open, slide this right onto your arm, release the lever, and you can hear that the magnets have engaged underneath. So this is now a support table. So you can put your hoop on, you can hoop up your sleeves or your pant legs or anything that's long like that. If you want to do socks, this would be great. It'd be great for something like that. But all you're going to do is you're going to just pull this little arm right out here, and you can see here it comes. That's out. I'm out about 12 inches. I'm sorry, they can't show you the whole thing, but I'm out about 12 inches, maybe even 13 or 14 to the needle. So, I mean, this extends really far. So it takes all of the pressure off your drivers and off your hoops, and it puts them right here where it should be. So your embroidery is going to be even more accurate, and it's going to be a lot better and easier, and your machine isn't going to have to work as hard. So just to release it, you're going to grab that little handle underneath, bring it forward, and now you're ready to move on to your next piece of embroidery. So just amazing, absolutely incredible. I can't wait to come back this afternoon and show you the free motion aspect of this. It's really incredible. If you've never seen anything like this, it's really going to blow your mind. So Blaine, why don't you come on back and we'll answer some questions, and if anyone has any, and we'll let you talk about some pricing.
Hey, Jerry, thanks. And real quick, I want to ask you, I know that you've used, that it's an 8x8 embroidery field, but there's a way to do it to split a design and go 8x14 by using that Durkee sturdy hoop. How can we do that?
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not familiar with Durkee all that much, but I do know Brother. You can go into the Brother software, and you can split your designs and make them 8x14. So actually, you're getting a much larger design. You could probably speak on the Durkee a little bit better than I could, but as far as if you can do that in the Brother software or with any kind of software. You split your design and bring it into your machine, and all of a sudden you now have 8x14, which is huge.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Jerry. Excuse me. Well, thank you for coming on. We'll see you this afternoon when you come back to show all about the free motion quilting part of it. Okay.
Absolutely. Can't wait I don't know how you still have a voice.
I'm getting hoarse.
Oh no. Oh no. All right. Well, we'll see you this afternoon.
Okay, buddy.
All right. Take care.
All right, everybody, got to tell you about this, how you can get this. Again, this is the Brother PRS 100 single needle embroidery machine. And guys, this is a great machine. It only takes up about 18 inches wide. So it's actually going to take up less space than your flatbed machine will be, or your domestic machine. Again, $49.99, free shipping right to your door. We also have Synchrony financing available. So give us a call. We have a call-in special. We have a special Quilt Fest bundle for you. You will not, excuse me, will not get it anywhere else in the country right now. The special we have on this, it is a great special. And guys, there's so many accessories available for this machine that you can get. And again, Jerry showed you the little tubular table, just things like that. There's so many things that you can get. And they also sell a table extension you can put on it. But I always tell people, hey, if you want the table, just go ahead and get that free motion kit because the table comes with that. And we're going to show you that this afternoon. But guys, if you've been thinking about another embroidery machine, I wouldn't think any further because again, guys, for less than $5,000, you're getting this, and it will also do free motion quilting. And we're going to show you that this afternoon. But this is a great machine, and we can show you a way that you can do that split design. Durkee makes a hoop. It's called the sturdy frame that you can add as an accessory that you can make that embroidery field go from 8x8 to an 8x14, and that would be the whole back of a jacket. So can't say enough about the Persona. We have sold a ton of these things, and guys, they're just such a good machine. And Brother, again, what can you say about Brother? We sure do appreciate Brothers being one of our sponsors, and we sure thank Jerry for coming on. And Jerry's always a lot of fun, and he's so talented and so knowledgeable. So we sure do appreciate him. So guys, we are ready to move on. And our next presenters are all the way over there in Utah again at Handi Quilter. And we're going to talk about the Amara today, the Handi Quilter Amara, which is a fantastic quilting machine. And we have Josh and Aimee back to the show. So welcome back, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's so nice to be back, and we've got some fun stuff to be able to show you today. We're going to be quilting on the Amara, which is the machine that I own personally. So I really love it. So we're really excited to dive in.
Well, I love this machine as well because again, we've been talking everybody from where they've been wanting to get into the quilting industry or the hobby, and we're showing them how to start. But this is a machine like you could either start like this, or if you've been using a domestic machine and wanted to move up to a long arm, hey, you can do this. And we've got a couple different frame styles that they can use as well. But man, y'all take it away because I cannot wait to see what you're going to show us on this Amara.
Absolutely. I think you're right, Blaine. One of my favorite things about the Amara is how versatile it is. It's got a 20-inch throat, which is enough for somebody who's really just wanting to make the leap from their domestic to a long arm. But also we've got professional quilters who are using their Amara to make incredible works of art. So like I said, 20 inches of throat space. And you think about that compared to your domestic machine, right? With domestic machine, you've got 8 or 9 inches, but with the Amara, 20 inches of throat space. And you can do this entire, space, the full width of your quilt in one go. It makes it so much easier to be able to do quilts quickly, efficiently. We all know there's only so many quilts that you can get done in a year, and an Amara makes it so that you can get so much more completed and done creatively. Aimee, tell me some of your favorite features of the Amara.
On the Amara, one of my favorite features is the adjustable handlebars. And I love the programmable handlebars on this machine. I'm able to do my tie-offs right there with just a touch of a button. I love how I don't have to get a separate set of handlebars to do micro quilting. I can adjust my handlebars to fit perfectly however I'm deciding to quilt.
Yeah, I think
that
it's kind
day.
of fun to show. There's really, you can adjust them in different ways. So you can put them down. Each one's independently adjustable. We're going to be doing a little quilting here in a minute. But this, like you were talking about, if you want to get really detail focused, you can adjust it down there so your hands are right close to what you're stitching, gives you lots of control. And then you can adjust it to, depending on what your comfortable stance is. If you're doing lots of free motion quilting, something that's a little bit more comfortable, it's easy to adjust and find whatever works best for you. I also want to talk about the easy set tension on the Amara. One thing that makes Handi Quilter different is that we really, really focus on what the quilter needs and what the quilter wants. And tension is where it's at, right? Being able to have a really beautiful stitch on the top and the bottom or the back of your quilt makes all the difference. So it is this beautiful, simple system that we have. It's easy to thread. So much you can do with thread, metallic threads, whatever your favorite thread is, as long as it's a high quality thread, you're going to get a beautiful stitch with the Handi Quilter Amara. The frame, I think it's worth talking about the frame that this comes on. Right now we've got it on a little demo frame that fits in the studio. However, we have options that are 10 and 12 feet wide. So you can do quilts of a pretty significant size on those frames. But also there's the option to put it on the Handi Quilter Littlefoot frame that is really space conscious. It's a hooping system, and all of those options are available through SMP. But on this, I've got a 10-foot frame. I have an Amara at home on a 10-foot frame that my wife and I quilt on together. And that 10 feet, I have not reached the point where I feel like I need something bigger. I've been able to do every quilt that I want up to that size.
Yes.
So any other features that you enjoy on the Amara?
So I just want to touch on this frame again. With the studio frame, you also can set it in 2 different modes. You can set it in standard or clear view. This frame actually we have set in clear view, which is great when you're doing ruler work.
Mm-hmm.
You can also, it's really easy to switch back and forth, but you do need to decide how you want to quilt that quilt, whether in clear view or standard, before you start quilting. So how you start that quilt is how you're going to finish that quilt. But one thing I really love is the display on the Amara. I love how simple it is to navigate this display and all the tools and features the display has. It even has a feature where it shows you how to thread this machine step by step. It's just amazing. So.
Yeah. I want to talk a little bit about the versatility of the Amara. So right now we've got the Pro Stitcher system on here, which is an accessory that you can add on when you purchase or add on at a later date. But there's also a really robust set of tools that come with the Amara. Regulated stitching, so the machine follows your pace, right? So that you have really accurate stitches. They're spaced evenly if you're going fast, if you're going slow, if you're doing curves. It does have a manual mode. I think most people like to go with the precision of regulated stitching, but it's really, really simple to be able to switch through those, to be able to adjust, tweak the settings to get the exact stitch that you want. A whole range of basting stitches if you're doing something to hold your piecing down, or really, really tight stitching if you're doing micro quilting, up to how many stitches per inch can the Amara do? Like 24?
It's quite a bit, yes. I think it's like 24. I've
Yeah.
never gone up that high.
Me neither. I do 10 or 12 stitches per inch, and 24 would be really dense quilting and would be very difficult to pick out if you had to. You have to do unquilting like I do on occasion. But it gives you a lot of different tools to be able to do that. Okay. Any other things that come to mind? Oh, you know what? We should show lighting.
Yes.
It is important to note, we've got the lights kind of turned off because when we turn them on, it causes the cameras to get a little like freaked out.
Yes.
But it has wonderful lighting system on here. Do you want to show us how that works?
So you can turn your lights on and off just by the one button, just right here, on and off. You can do each individually.
Yes.
Also,
So
yeah,
there's lighting here at the needle,
Mhm.
and there's also lighting at here in the throat. Do you want to turn those on so we can see how
Mhm.
bright it gets for a moment? Yeah. So here on the
Right.
camera, you can see it looks really bright. It's not so bright that it hurts your eyes, but it's bright enough that if this was in your basement, if you're in a room that didn't have windows, my machine is in my basement, and I turn this up as bright as I can get it. And it's really, really helpful to be able to see how my stitching looks, show me what I'm working on.
Yes.
Great.
Also, we have what is called the laser light on this machine. So you get precise stitching. You can actually see where your needle's going to go up and down. Again, we have this feature off right now because it tends to strobe on the camera. But that is a feature I love. Other machines, you have to actually purchase that separate. And I know I had a machine before I bought the other machine comparable to this, which is exactly like this, and I had to stick it right there. But this machine comes with it, and it's wonderful. I love it.
Yeah. Great. Should we do a little stitching?
We are.
Should-
We're actually going to play a fun game. We're going to play Pictionary, or not Pictionary. Yeah,
Pictionary.
So some of our coworkers came up with some things for us to draw, and I did not peek and look at it, and I'm not a great drawer, so hopefully we're not going to be drawing stick figures.
That's okay. Well, we wanted to be able to show you how easy it is to get stitching. There are lots of people who are intimidated by long arm machines, and we wanted to have some fun. That if I can start stitching on camera, you know that you will have the confidence to be able to do that as well. So we have a little box with some, Pictionary, terms that we're going to show to the I guess you'll choose one, and you're going to show it to the camera so our audience can see what it is, but I'm not going to know what it is. And I'm going to have to see if I can guess what's going on here. And then we're going to switch. I'll do some stitching, and we'll see if Aimee can guess what the word is that I got. Okay, you ready for it? Do you want to grab your?
Yes. All right.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Okay, I'm gonna close my eyes so I don't see. No cheating.
All right, this isn't too bad. Okay, so here's what we're gonna draw. Can you see that? Okay. All right.
Okay.
So I'm gonna draw a little box that I'm gonna stitch this in. Okay. Josh, you want to come over here?
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna kind of peek over the back of the frame here.
Okay.
And see what we have. And Aimee just pulled up her bobbin thread to kind of, with a long arm machine, you have to pull it up through the quilts instead of like a domestic machine where it kind of flows behind.
Okay, so I'm going to stitch and regulate it, and I'm going to actually set it to cruise. I'm at 12 stitches an inch. All right.
Okay. It's kind of like seaweed or something to me. Or maybe grass. Oh, hey, that was pretty fast.
You got it.
Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, that was great. So
awesome.
I do want to just take a second. Maybe I guess too quickly. But just how nice and lovely your stitching looks. With the regulated stitching, little piece of lint there. You get a really nice and even stitch, and maybe do a little bit more grass because I want people to be able to see how nice it looks. Yeah. And notice how, as Aimee is quilting, when she goes slow, the machine slows down. When she goes faster, it speeds up, so that she's got really, really consistent stitching. And that to us is everything, right? Like we at Handi Quilter, we love to make a machine. We're excited to sell it to you, but what we really, really want is that we want you to make beautiful things with it. And a big part of that is just the stitch quality. And I want to just show how consistent and how nice this stitching is. And you did a great job.
And
Way to
one thing
go.
I really like with the precision, or
Yes.
not with the precision, with the cruise, I'm able to get those sharp points
Yes.
in my where I stopped up at the corner. So
Okay.
that's
Are we going to
awesome.
switch? Are you going to go stand in the back and I'm going to come
Yes.
around
All right.
and I'm going to try something? Okay.
Here we go.
I'm going to take this here. Okay. Oh, that one's pretty good. This one's timely. Okay, Amy, close your eyes. I'm going to put this on the camera here so that our audience can see. Okay. That is what I'm going to do. Let's set that one over here. Okay. I am going to draw. So I think this is important to show. I like how you drew a square because oftentimes when you're doing a design on a quilt, you're going to have a block. You're going to have space that you're going to be filling in. A lot of times people will use marking tools like this, pencil that we have that irons off or washes off. And you can go in and you can plan out what you're going to do. If I was a cheater, maybe I would draw what I'm going to stitch out here in a moment. But I'll do it freehand. But you can go in on your, let's imagine this is a block that I've done. And you could go in and you could draw out what you're going to do. You could plan your clamshells. You could plan your ribbon candy and follow along with that drawing. So this is a good way to look at it. I'm going to just stitch over there to get to that spot. Okay. Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not as good a quilter as Amy, so be forgiving with me. I'm just going to go for it.
An A.
Oh, come on. Already?
An Easter egg?
Oh, too soon. I'm going to keep going.
He's just said.
That is generous. I'm not as good. I'm a pro stitcher quilter. So for what it's worth, we didn't cheat. But yes, there's a lovely little Easter egg. And I would probably, even if I'm following my piecing, it's really easy for me to go in and do some stitch in the ditch, follow those lines around, and then I could go in and I could do, I'm not really great at ribbon candy, but I could go in and I could fill around it. Okay, good guess. You were great. I'm going to leave it here. We're going to switch again. Maybe we'll get a more tricky one.
All right.
So we can make it a little more challenging. Or maybe what I'll do is I'll let you quilt a little longer
Okay.
before I
Before you
announce
guess.
my guesses.
All
Oh, and
right.
I'll close my eyes.
Okay. We can do this. Okay.
Okay,
Ready?
we good?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to draw my box with my dry erase or
Erasable
my
pencil.
erasable pencil.
So there's lots of ways that you can, I hope this is fun for you all to see what we're doing, to see how easy it is. It is like drawing. It's like sketching something down on a piece of paper. You're just, notice how quickly we were able to get in there and start making some fun stuff. We're doing this all free motion. There are lots of tools that you can use. Lots of lovely rulers to add that precision, lots of accessories that you can add to, add fine detail work to your quilts. But we just want to make sure you see how fun and easy it is to get started. Okay. Okay. Huh. Well, I mean, my first, I've got some theories. I was gonna say maybe Frosty the Snowman, but that's like the wrong season to go for, right?
Yeah.
And then I was thinking maybe Abraham Lincoln in a top hat for President's Day. But now I'm wondering if you're doing a leprechaun with a little beard.
Well, I was trying to make it more quilting. So,
Oh, I like it. Well, we haven't
do
figured
an
this one out
arrow.
yet. I think Amy got a more challenging one.
I was
And
trying to add more quilting. So I'm doing an arrow here.
an
to point
arrow
to the-
here, a top hat, a
to the-
four-leaf clover.
Oh goodness! People, help me out here.
Nobody's giving me hints or anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll start over. I'm going outside my box.
A top hat?
It's the
What is it? I don't know. I don't know what it is. The leprechaun?
It's a leprechaun hat.
A leprechaun hat. I did say leprechaun in my own defense.
You did. Okay, it's not a stick figure for my in my defense. It's not
Okay,
a stick figure.
we'll
Oh
try
my
it. We'll
goodness.
switch again.
Okay.
Okay, we'll see what this one is this time.
Oh.
Leprechaun hat. Okay. Interesting. Okay. You did a great job.
Okay.
I did say
I'm gonna
top
close
hat.
my- You did.
Okay. This one will be good. I'm excited for this one. You ready? Okay. Amy's got her eyes closed. Okay. Here we go. We see that? No. Okay. All right. I think it's important. There was a helpful hint on this one for me, a style guide on how I should make this. Okay, we ready? And our audience is ready? Okay. Now I'm going to just come over. I'm going to do this freehand. So I'm actually going to make a little bit of a scene here. I'm going to add a nice little tree. I'm not getting to the main artwork yet. I've added a tree. I'm going to add a little branch and maybe even a little leaf on the end of that branch. Okay, so I've set a scene. It's lovely. Now we're going to get to the real business. Are you ready? Okay. I'm afraid this one might be fairly easy.
A rabbit.
There we go. That one was pretty easy. Look at his cute little nose.
Easter bunny.
I'm going to come back here. I'm going to add a fluffy tail. And I'm going to add something around, a little frame around it as if it were my quilt block. And then maybe a little cloud up there on the side. Okay.
Love it.
Cute, right? Cute little bunny rabbit with its little bunny nose. And somebody made the comment about how the bunny is as big as the tree. Great point. We'll just say the tree is far off in the distance in the background, and my bunny is here in the foreground. And of course, this is really quick, right? This is Aimee and I, just doing stuff really quickly. But hopefully you get the sense. What I think is important to see is we're having fun, right? We're having a good time. The stitches here are beautiful, right? And it's really quick for us to be able to put things on there. Imagine if we had taken some time, if we had a stencil. I could have gone in and I could have drawn a rabbit that I feel I really liked. Got the proportions correct. Somebody was making the joke that I was blaming it on the perspective. That's fine. So, it is just so approachable. I remember looking at a Facebook group that we have, and somebody was talking about how they just gotten a Moxie. It was their first long arm experience, and she was playing around with it, having so much fun. And all of a sudden it was 2 a.m. in the morning, right? She had stayed up playing with her machine, having such a great time that the time just flew by. And that's what I love about this machine is how easy it is to dive in and start having a good time. And for those folks who've been quilting on a domestic machine, being able to load up a quilt, not having to baste it, be able to put your quilt top, your backing, your batting in there, and within 15-20 minutes, you're able to be working on the entire width of your quilt and having such a good time with it. Okay,
Yeah.
Let's switch again.
Okay. Here we go. Hopefully I get a good one.
Okay. I'm sensing a little bit of a holiday theme.
I think so.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'll close my eyes.
So close your eyes. So can you see this? Yeah. All right.
Okay.
You ready?
We ready?
Okay, I can do this one.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to draw me a box.
It's a box. That's my guess. It's a
Okay,
box.
you're really good. Okay.
I do think it's worth noting how easily you're able. You keep going. I'll just keep talking.
Okay.
Amy's able to just make a box. You know, the lines look straight. She's not really even trying that hard. It's amazing how with just a few minutes of practice, you're able to make something really cute and adorable. And with a little bit of training and ruler work, you're able to be incredibly precise. Okay, I know what it is. It's a Sputnik. It's a satellite, right?
It's
That's
a
what we're.
Sputnik?
Yes, Sputnik. The satellite.
No.
Okay. Let's see. What else could it be? Well, it looks like a molecule.
Okay.
No, it's a sun. It's a sun. Yes, it's a sun. Great. Looks so good. So, Aimee, when you're quilting, what do you do? Lots of free motion? Do you do ruler work? What's your preferred quilting techniques?
So I like a variety. It depends if I want to be precise. With precise, I like to use the Pro Stitcher. With fill-ins, I really like to do free motion. I like to use my microfoot and do some micro quilting to make things pop. I love the ruler foot or the surefoot with ruler work.
Yes, and that's such a great thing. It's a good thing for us to mention. So right now we've got the needle down. You can set the machine to put the needle down when you stop. But you can notice that this foot here is interchangeable. It comes standard with 2 feet, an open toe foot, and then this is called the closed toe foot, which comes with the machine. We have additional feet that you can get a whole suite of feet. I use the glide foot pretty consistently, and that's kind of a spoon-shaped, a ball-shaped foot. And we also, a lot of people get the sure foot, which is very similar to this. It's just a little taller for ruler work. The sure foot is kind of like your insurance policy that you're not going to accidentally hop up onto your acrylic ruler and scare yourself to death, because that would be terrifying. It's just a few seconds to be able to swipe out those feet to get some different capabilities.
Yeah.
I saw somebody, Janice, noticing loving the purr of the machine, which I totally agree. You get really accustomed to the sound of the machine. It is almost like a pet that you become familiar with, and the sound of it really does become part of that wonderful experience. It's not loud. It's not obnoxious. We build these machines with long arm needle architecture instead of a regular sewing needle because we want them to hold up to what you're doing. These are strong needles. We see people that are quilting through layers of denim. We see people who are quilting on leather. Leather's a tricky material because if that needle goes in, you can't hide it like you can with cotton or other fabrics. But this is a robust machine. I know it looks sleek. I know it looks beautiful. It will look beautiful in your home, but it really is built to perform. It's a strong workhorse. So that's great. I myself am a digital quilter. I do a lot of Pro Stitcher work. So this was a fun exercise for me today to be able to do some free motion work. My wife does more free motion and ruler work. We team up together to do, we bring different strengths to it. So Aimee, thank you so much for doing this fun challenge with me today. And hopefully nobody would be blown away with our quilting skills today, but hopefully you at home are able to see that this Amara right here is an incredibly capable machine, but it's also a whole heck of a lot of fun to be able to use. And if there are any other questions that you have, we're happy to answer them on, feel free to post those on there. And thank you to SMP who's been hosting this event, sharing those questions with us. And thank you all today for, playing along with us at home. Aimee, are there any other last thoughts you have about the Amara, things that you love or that you like to use?
It's just a super smooth machine. It runs beautifully. It's so fun to quilt with.
That's a great point. Like, I know it looks big. It is a large machine. What I think is surprising to people when they get their hands on them is how easy it is to glide around, right? It really is easy to do one-handed. We often are quilting here with one hand. This carriage system that works with the Amara sits on has this, this very well-tuned carriage system that glides easily. It's so easy to kind of get into that groove, find your pace. It's worth noting that the studio frame that this is on is height adjustable. So when it's getting set up at your home, you're able to really, get it set up to your preferred height. Personally, I get a stool behind me so that I can stand and do some quilting. I've got a hip issue, so after a little while, I'll then pull that chair in. I'll do some quilting sitting down. But it's such a versatile machine. It's really easy to be able to get it set up just for the exact needs that you have.
I know I like what Gayla said. She said it's smooth like butter, which I say that a lot about, like, when I get a new needle, I'm like, oh, this slides like butter. It is. It's smooth like butter. It's
Exactly.
perfect.
Great. If there's any other questions, or Blaine, if you had anything else that you wanted us to mention on the show, we're happy to tell you whatever you need.
Well, thanks, Josh and Aimee. Great demonstration. That was a lot of fun, and we were all guessing, following along, and we would turn our eyes away from the screen when y'all showed what it was, and we were all trying to guess. So that was a pretty cool game, and I enjoyed that. So I got to tell everybody how they can get this Amara now, guys. This is the Handi Quilter 20-inch Amara long arm, and guys, this thing is $11,795. That's going to come free with the Littlefoot frame. That's that 5-foot frame. Now, we're going to throw in a $600 gift card with it, which if you want to upgrade it to that Studio 2 frame, which is $1,200, that's basically going to make your Studio frame upgrade half price. So, guys, again, we have a couple different frame options for you there. We got free shipping nationwide right to your doorsteps, and we have some Synchrony financing available. So if you want to get on that, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. If you're on the website, just go into the search bar, type in Amara, and it'll take you right to the product page, and you can see it's going to come with that Littlefoot frame and have a drop-down box where you can add that Studio 2 frame. And again, when you take advantage of that gift card, basically you're getting that Studio frame upgrade for half price. Great special today, guys. Again, this has a 20-inch throat space on it, 7-inch color touch screen. Again, the stitches is 2,500 stitches per minute, which is extremely fast machine. So if you've been in the market to jump up to one of the bigger embroidery machines, quilting machines, this is what you want to get. The Amara 20-inch, again, guys, with that two frames. So if you don't have the room for a big 10-foot frame, hey, you can go down to this 5-foot Littlefoot frame. And you can still, and the great thing about this, guys, it's expandable. You can actually add robotics to this at a later time. The Pro Stitcher will go right on it, and you can have it fully robotic. So again, guys, we got a great special on this now, $11,795. That's with the Littlefoot frame and the 20-inch Amara, and we're going to give you the $600 gift card. And if you want it upgraded to that Studio 2 frame, it's going to basically make that upgrade half price. So again, guys, a great machine from Handi Quilter, and we can't say enough about this machine. And anyway, guys, we're ready to move on, and we've got another great demonstration coming up and another great machine. We got the Janome 8200 coming up next, and we have Fung here. And Sam's been with Janome for about 9 years, and he's been, he's made wedding dresses. He is a very talented sewer, and we're super excited to have him at our show for the very first time. So welcome, Sam.
Hi, Blaine. Thanks for having me.
Man, we're glad you're here, and we're super excited to see what you have to show us all about that 8200.
Great. I'm happy to show you. So let's get started. As you can see, this is the Janome 8200 QCP, a special edition. The machine has an 11-inch throat space, 1,000 stitches a minute, 9mm stitching capability. On your straight stitch, you have 91 needle position. There is 170 built-in stitches. If you just look up here on the top of the machine, you can see the stitch chart with all those decorative stitches. Also, we have letters available on the machine for stitching. It is a very easy machine to use. Not only that, on this machine, we have a storage unit on top for your accessories. If you look up here, you can see there's compartments available for the different accessories that comes with the machine. Not only do we have accessory compartment on the top, on the bed of the machine, we have 2 storage compartments. There's one in the front and also one in the back. We call this the table of the machine. So you have a storage unit compartment in the back and in the front. In the front, you also have a little tray for any of the other feet that comes with the machine that you can't store on top, and also a little compartment underneath to store all your other feet, just like the AccuFeet Flex foot. It's stored in the front. Also, you can pull the table out for your free arm quilting or sewing. If you're making that bag, you have your free arm available. Also, on the bottom of this table, there's a compartment right here to store that extra throat plate that comes with the machine. You get a single whole throat plate for the machine, and we'll go over that in just a minute. But what I want to show you is on this machine, if you notice, we have no screws on the top, and on the front of the arm, there's a lever right here. If I press down the lever, if you would just watch this, my throat plate pops up. I have an extra high lift that I can just lift the plate up. It holds the foot up for easy removal of the stitch plate. Now this is my standard zigzag throat plate. To remove it, put the new one in, I simply line it up to the side and press it down, and I'm ready to sew. So I'm going to put the table back, and I'm going to show you all the accessories that is standard with this machine. Right here on my board, you can see, hopefully they'll stay up here, the 15 different feet that comes with the machine. You have the standard foot that's on the machine. You have a rolled hem foot for doing rolled hems. Then you have your zipper foot. You have your decorative stitch foot, which is the F foot for your decorative stitches. You also have the open toe foot. A lot of people like using this for doing their applique because the open toe, you can see where you're going. It also has your blind hem foot. For those of you who are into garment making, you have blind hem foot. You have an overcast foot. The overcast foot with the overcast stitch is used for encasing those raw edges if you don't have a serger. You can use the overcast foot for that. You also comes with a 1/4 inch foot. This 1/4 inch foot has a guide on the side, so that way it gives you a precise 1/4 inch stitch. Not only that, on our 1/4 inch foot, if you look at it, there are 1/4 inch markings on the side. There's actually 3 of them on the side. On the very back one, if you line up the very back one, all the lines are 1/4 inch spaced apart. So the center one, the center marking, is exactly where your needle drop is. The one in the front is a 1/4 inch from that center marking. What that allows you to do is, if you're quilting and you want to stop a 1/4 inch from the edge of your fabric, you can just look at the guide on the foot and know where to stop. Isn't that a great thing that Janome included? Now you get this, what we call it a mending foot. Some people use this as a quilting foot. We call it a mending foot because this foot hops up and down when you're doing free motion quilting, and this is a closed toe foot. Next to that, we have the holder for your actual free motion quilting foot. This machine comes with 3 different foot that attaches to your holder. There's a screw right here in the back where the foot attaches to it. you get your open toe foot, your closed toe foot, and you have one for echo quilting. And for echo quilting, this foot has a zigzag opening. So if you want to do a zigzag stitch around your echo quilting, you can. And all this will interchange and fit into your convertible quilting foot holder. So all these are standard accessory that comes with your machine. Not only that, this machine comes with an automatic buttonhole maker. And with that, you get a stabilizer plate. What the stabilizer plate used for is if you're sewing thick fabric, let's say you're making handbags and you want to make either a buttonhole, a real one, or a faux one, this, by sandwiching the thick fabric between the buttonhole foot and the plate, you'll get a perfect buttonhole every time. You don't have to worry about it bar tacking too early. Next to that, you have the button sewing foot. That's right, you can sew a button on with your machine. And by sewing buttons on with the machine, it's a lot faster, and you don't have to worry about that button falling off. Next to that is our dual feet AccuFeed Flex foot. This refer to it as that, how it attaches to the back of your machine. Next to that, you get a quilting bar guide. The quilting bar guide goes onto the side of the foot, so it allows you to do channel quilting. It will also attach to the ankle on your standard ankle on the machine. Along with that, you get a knee lift. There's an opening on the machine that you can use a knee lift. Sometimes we just need our third hand. Next to that, you get a package of needles. It also comes with a twin needle, so you can do twin needle work with this machine. Also a screwdriver for allow you to change the foot out, a seam ripper, a mini brush. You get a couple of spool caps, a stylist, a holder, and the extra spool pin for doing twin needle work. And here is your single hole needle plate. The single hole needle plate will allow you to use it if you want to for your 1/4 inch piecing, either in the left needle position, the center, or the right needle position. Another thing I need to point out to you about our throat plate and our Janomes is you notice there are angle markings on the side. There are 45, 60, and 120-inch markings. What these angle marking is for, when you have something that you're doing that has on an angle, like a 45-degree angle, what you would do is you would use your 1/4 inch foot, slide the angle up against the guideline that is engraved onto this throat plate. And when the needle drops and you have the straight part up against the flange of the foot, when the needle drops, the needle will drop a 1/4 inch in from the point. So that way you don't have to go back and rip out those first couple of stitches when you are doing piecing. Don't we all love that? Okay. Now that I've talked about all the standard accessories on this machine, what I like to show you on the machine itself is some of the buttons on here. This button is your sliding bar guide. It will go up to 1,000 stitches a minute. We have it all the way over to the right. There is a scissor button for cutting. So when you get through sewing, we simply touch the scissors and it cuts both of your thread for you, top and bottom, and you only have a little thread tail less than 1 inch on the bottom, so it also saves thread. Underneath that, we have our needle up, needle down. What happens is, when I put my foot down, it takes 1 stitch, needle is down, touch it again, my needle comes back up. The tie-off key. What this does is when I hit the button, I step on my foot control or hit the start-stop button, it will make a few stitches and then knot off the thread for you. So this stops you from having to sew in reverse. What it does is it ties off your stitches. The upside down arrow, this is my reverse key. So sew in reverse, I simply hold that down and the machine will sew in reverse. The start stop button. What this is used for is, like I don't have the foot control attached to my machine right now, I am able to run the machine by using the start stop button. So let me show you how that works. Excuse me just 1 second. So let me get a piece of fabric and show you guys. So if I want to sew without the foot control, I simply lower the pressure foot, hit my start stop button, and the machine starts sewing. When I get to the end of my fabric, I can hold down on the start stop button. If you notice, it sews very slow. When I let go of it, the machine will stop in the down needle position. So this way you can control where you want it to stop, because a lot of people say, oh, I can't sew with my foot control. You have that option. And then when I'm done, simply touch the needle and it cuts both of my thread for me. Lift the pressure foot up and you can see my perfect tension I get with this machine. The machine is also auto tension. Now, what I'm sewing on is a piece of denim, not denim, it's a duck fabric. This is duck weight fabric. So as you know, is a very thick fabric. This machine is able to sew very heavy fabric. Any fabric that will fit underneath the foot, it will sew on it as long as you have the correct needle in your machine. So right now we're going to start off with 2 layers of duck cloth, which is a utility fabric. Okay, so I'm going to put it on medium speed. I'm sewing on 2 layers. I'm going to put it up, and we're going to do 4 layers. Roll it up again, and now I'm doing 6 layers of duck fabric. And I didn't have to stop the machine or anything. I'm done. Hit the scissors button, and I'll show you. Look at that. That first one was my first stitching. That's my second stitching going up the hump. And you see perfect tension. Nothing wrong with it. Not only that, I'm going to put this back on. Now, how many of you can sew heavy fabric to something thin? This is crepe back satin. As you notice, the machine just sewed right through it. I can go from that to cork fabric. This is just a plain piece of cork fabric. We love sewing on cork. I'm sewing on cork. I can go from cork to organza. And if you notice, my machine did not jam up or pull the fabric into the bobbin case area where I'm sewing. Now I'm adding a piece of tulle and I'm sewing continuously. This is a commercial embroidery. This is a, so you guys can hear me, this is a utility, an upholstery fabric, a Faux suede upholstery fabric, and I still have the needle in the machine. I just stopped it so you guys can hear me. And I'm just continue sewing it, and I'm just using the standard foot that comes with my machine. From that, this is a piece of knit. You guys can see this is a stretchy knit, and I'm going to sew that with my standard foot. As you can see, I'm not having any type of issue sewing anything. From that, this is vinyl. This is, you can see, this is thick vinyl. From that, I am going to, this, believe it or not, is outdoor screening. Screening that you would want to enclose your patio deck or something like that. That is outdoor screening. From that, I'm going to show you, now I'm sewing on pleather. I know some of you make handbags and stuff. I can sew pleather. I'm not holding a machine or anything. I am sewing on pleather. One thing I want to show you, a lot of people cannot believe, I can sewing from that to a regular piece of tissue paper. How many of you have even tried to sew something thin like this? And you can see I'm not having any issue. My machine is just sewing it lovely. I have no issue. I'm not, and I'll show you just a minute. I'm done. I'm cutting the thread. Raise my, as you can see, everything is all chain pieced together in a link. My tension is perfect on all these pieces. As you can see, I went from piece to piece. I'm chain piecing. I have no issue at all. Here is my stretch knit fabric. Here's the upholstery fabric from the back. My tulle, perfect tension. I didn't have to adjust it. Organza, cork fabric, crepe back satin. There's the front, there's the back, and there's where I started with 2, 4, 6, 8 pieces of heavyweight duck cloth. So what do you guys think about that? And I can use all this without using the dual feed AccuFeed Flex foot. This machine itself, I'll take this foot off, I'll show you, has a 7-piece feed dog feeding system. Okay, by 7-piece, you have 2 on the very far left and right, 3 in the center back, and 2 little ones right here in the very front of the feeding system. And what's so special about having these 2 in the very front is this: when this foot is on, I don't have to sit here and put the fabric. I can start the fabric way up in the very front before the needle, and it will actually pull the fabric through. So I'll show you like this. So I'm going to start the machine by sewing, and I'm just barely putting it in. There's my needle, and you see how I just simply just grab it, and the machine is just feeding the fabric through by itself. I don't hardly have to guide it or anything. Now, using on vinyl, something like this, it does grip the fabric a little bit. So for doing something like this, you probably want to use a Ultra Glide foot, which I don't have it on here. But as you can see, I have no issue with the tension at all. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the foot out and show you the dual feed foot. Okay, because a lot of people ask me, why do I actually need the dual feed foot? What is that used for? If you're sewing something really thick, okay, the dual feed foot, I'm going to get it out of the machine, and our dual feed foot, it installs to the ankle just like this, okay? There, as you can see, there's a hook on the foot itself right here. It hooks up to the back of the machine that's actually in sync with the shaft that's going up and down with the needle. You are not using the quilting bar guide like most walking foot does. This is attached directly to the machine. So when your feed dog is moving, the foot itself is moving in sync. And I'll show you that in a second. Let me just make sure I tighten this foot up. There we go. And the foot, the pressure foot itself, it comes with the standard foot, which is like this. You can get one with an open toe. We also sell one that's a 1/4 inch guide, which is a very popular one. Also one with a guide in the center for stitching a ditch. That's probably our most popular foot, because a lot of times, you know, when you're doing quilting, you want to stitch in a ditch. That's a very popular foot. And we also have a single hole foot too. So if you need it, that is available for the dual feed foot. Now, what I want to show you is when I lower this foot and I have the foot off, you guys can see it. As you can see, the 2 fingers on the left and the right hand side rides directly on top of my feed dogs. And the section, the 3 fingers in the back on your feed dog is actually on right here. So you have 2 sets of feed dogs pulling the fabric through when we are sewing. So I'm going to run the machine without the foot on it so you can see and see how they are moving in sync. Okay, this is what we call a box feed system. Our system is a box feed system, meaning when the feed dog is pulling the working, it goes from the front to the back, it goes down, it goes up, across, back down, and back. So it's a square feeding system, which means at any given time, your top feeding system is in sync with the feed dogs on the bottom. Okay, so I'm going to show you how easy to put the foot on. On the machine, I'm going to put it on the extra high lift. It holds it in place. I'm simply going to slide. Let's just make sure I don't catch my thread. Slide it on and clip it into place like so. Okay. Once I have that, I am ready to sew. And what I mean by extra high lift is this is how thick the lift is. Okay. Almost got my finger underneath there. So that would say this is about 3/4 of an inch thick. So as long as you can get it underneath the foot, the machine will sew it. Now, what I love about this foot is for sewing things like polar fleece, minky, anything like this. This is a piece of polar fleece. And you know that we always have difficult time sewing polar fleece. So what I'm going to do is going to double it up. And this is the slick side. I'm going to put the slick side together. And I'm going to put it through the machine. I'm going to move my thread over to the right and lower it. I'm going to show you how easy it is sewing the fabric through. You see how the feed dog is working to feed the fabric through? Not only that, if I can do 2 layers of this upholstery weight faux, what do we call this? Fold like a suede fabric. And see how it just grabs that through and it stitches directly straight on its own. And I'm sewing 2 layers of vinyl. And this is the diner vinyl. I'm just folding the right sides together so it can pull through the foot evenly right here. And I can sew my tool just like before. I don't have any issues. I'm going to fold this. And you guys saw this. This is the patio screening. I'm going to fold it 4 times. So we're going through 4 layers of this. Most people say, oh, I can go through denim. This is thicker than your denim. There's the 4 layers of outdoor material. Cork. A lot of us make cork for handbags. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold this 4 times. Here's this 2 more times, 4 times. Just like the seams that we have on our handbags. How many of you have problems doing this on your machine? Well, this machine, you have no issue. Look how it feeds through that foot. Fast, simple, and easy. Crepe back satin. For those of you who do garment construction, this is my wrong size, so we have a right size together. Just like if we were putting a garment together, 2 layers. And you can see it feeding right through. No problem. My pleather. I'm going to show you. A lot of people's making pleather nowadays. I'm going to put the pleather, 4 layers of it. Put it underneath the foot. No problem at all. And see how it just fit through the foot itself? Not only that, okay? My walking foot not only can go forwards, but it can go in reverse. So in reverse, I'm going to hit the start stop button, hold down on my reverse button, and you can see it sewing in reverse. I can go forwards and backwards with no problems on my walking foot. If I let go of the button, and it's sewing forward again. Do you notice how quiet this machine is when I'm sewing? Don't you just love that? Now, what I want to show you, okay, I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to show you the back. That's the front, the back, how everything's all chain pieced together. I went from different thicknesses, like this is 4 layers of cork, to my outdoor screening fabric, to a single layer of tulle. If you notice, everything sewed just flawlessly. I have no issue sewing with this machine. Here's my Minky. So I can sew forwards or backwards. I'm not sorry, not Minky. This is Polar Fleece. I don't want to confuse anybody. But yes, you can sew Minky with this with no issues at all. Now, while the camera is zoomed in onto the needle, I want to show you on this machine, we have 91 needle position. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the needle. Can you see the needle moving? It is going over to the left in the left needle position. It is moving at 1 meter at a time. So let's say I want to move it over to the right. Now I'll hit it. Every beep that you hear is the machine moving 1 needle position. Isn't that simple to use? How do you like that? Okay. Another thing I can show you, this time we'll have to show it on the screen. On the screen itself, I want to show you how easy it is to navigate through the screen. Right now, I'm on stitch 0, so it's my straight stitch. 5.1, this that looks like a little zigzag, because I'm on the straight stitch, the little zigzag is my needle position. It's telling me I'm on 5.1, the needle position where I stop. 2.40 is my stitch length. If I want to change my stitch length and make the stitch length longer, I simply hold down on the plus, and you can see it changing on the screen. 5.0 is the longest I can make it. And if I want to make it shorter, I simply just touch the minus button and it shortens my stitches. Okay. Also on here, we have a bunch of numbers. We have a mode key. And what the mode key works is, if you look up here on the screen, and give a minute to focus in on the lid. On the lid, it shows the different mode. Mode 1 is for all these stitches up here on my screen. These 92, 79 stitches, okay, up here. Mode 2 is for all these decorative stitch here. Mode 3 starts the lettering functions. That's available on your machine. So let's say I want to do something in mode 1. Well, on my machine right now, as you can see, it already say mode 1. So if I need to do something in mode 2, I hit the mode key and it goes to mode 2. So when every time it changes a category, each mode is a category. When I go to mode 2, the first stitch is a serpentine stitch. So it kind of gives me an idea what the serpentine stitch is. It's telling me the serpentine stitch is the 5.0 stitch width, and it's also telling me that it's a 2.0 stitch length. Now, also on the machine, it's telling me I need to put my F foot on. So every time I change a stitch, the machine is going to tell me what foot to use. They're not going to give you a foot that's not included with the machine. So I'm going to sew this serpentine stitch out to show you guys. Excuse me. I'm just going to grab a piece of fabric and I'm going to do it with my walking foot. So I'm going to lower it. I'm going to move it up faster so we're not here all day watching me stitch out. Okay, so right here, if you look at it, this is the standard serpentine stitch. Now what I want you to show you is I can widen the serpentine stitch up to 9mm. Remember, this is a 9mm machine. And I'm going to make the serpentine stitch a little bit longer. The machine will let me go up to 5.0. So on my screen, I have a 9.0 width and a 5.0 stitch length. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this. I'm going to stitch right next to it so you can see the difference between a 5.0 and a 9.0 stitch width. Okay. The same stitch using a 9.0 stitch width. I guess it would help if I cut this fabric. Okay, here it is. You see, this is the 5.0. At the normal stitch length that it gave me was 2.0. This is a wider 9.0 stitch width and a 5.0 stitch length. And I did this using my dual feed foot. Now, if I want to change the mode, Blaine, are you there?
Yep. Well, hey, Sam, great job on that. And again, we got to say a big shout out to Janome for being one of our sponsors. And Sam, thank you for coming on the show and doing the demonstration. But now we got to tell everybody exactly how they can get this Janome 8200. This is a great, great sewing machine, guys. And again, even if you're a Janome longtime user, I don't have to tell you about the quality of this machine. But again, guys, this thing is a great, great quality machine. And, you know, Janome's known for those really nice aluminum chassis that make that thing so rigid and so quiet when it sews. This is the 8200 QCP Special Edition. And guys, the Quilt Fest pricing is $2,099. We're going to have 24-month financing to get those monthly payments down to $87 a month. And we have free shipping nationwide right to your doorstep. But guys, wait, there's more, Kyle. There is a call-in special on this. So, guys, we do have a better price for you, but you have to give us a call right now at 800-401-8151 to get that special Quilt Fest pricing. And if you're on the website, just go up at the search bar, type in 8200 QCP. It'll take you right to the product page. You can read about all the great features this thing has, along, you know, those 170 built-in stitches. You'll be able to have all the other things that it offers. You'll be able to see that on the product page. If you have any questions, you can speak to one of our live chat agents on the website as well. They can help you and also help you check out. But again, guys, $2,099, free shipping, financing available, and we have a call-in special where we're going to beat that price. So, guys, you got to give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. So, guys, we are moving right on along. Hey, and it is an educational time. So, we have got one of our great teachers here, and we are going to go and talk a little bit about quilting, and we're going to do faux piping with Pizazz. We have Jan Krentz here, and Jan is a nationally recognized quilt instructor, and we're so happy that she's joined Quilt Fest this year. So welcome to the show, Jan.
Good morning, everybody. This is Jan Krentz coming to you from sunny Southern California. I am here to present a couple of different tips from my newest project and my newest book. This is the Spiral Lone Star Pattern Pack. And I want to share with you this morning a couple of tips that people love when they take the workshop. You'll find that whether you're working from the pattern pack or in a in-person workshop, there are lots of techniques that you can use in many of your quilts. So I'm going to present both some slides and also a short video, and then wrap up at the end to tell you where you can find these products. So we're going to begin with the slides. And I'm calling my presentation Faux Piping Pizazz. Now, those of you who know about piping, you know that piping is a cord that's inserted between a folded piece of cloth, and then it's trapped in a seam. So one of the things people really like is that little contrast of color, the little accent bit that you get from piping. You typically see piping around the edges of pillows or upholstery, like your furniture cushions, and it helps with wear on the fabric at that edge. But when we put piping into a quilt, we encounter a whole range of circumstances that we're not really expecting. One of the things that piping does is it creates a raised ridge on your quilt. And this creates a stopping point. It's challenging when you're trying to piece the quilt. It's very thick at the ends of seams, and it disrupts machine quilting. As the hopping foot bumps into that piping, it tends to stop the hopping foot, and your quilting stitches pile up right in that spot. So instead of piping, there is another technique that quilters love to use. And if you're not familiar with this, it's a technique borrowed from dressmaking or clothing construction. And it is a folded piece of cloth, similar to the way we started with the piping, but this folded piece of cloth is pressed in half and then it's pinned to one side of the project fabrics. Now you take the second piece of your project fabric and you lay them right sides together, and you sew that seam just as you normally would. However, you're trapping that little bit of color right in between the two layers. Now, one of the things we encounter with flange is the fact that the flange will flip. It's not secured at the folded edge, it's only secured in the seam. So what tends to happen as you are quilting is that the flange will flip right side or wrong side, up or down. And when you're using the quilt, it will become crumpled and also collect lint as you wash the quilt. Now, a variation that I have used for many years is based on faux piping. And it's actually a flange technique. It's a variation on the flat flange that we just looked at. However, I wanted to have a very secure, very clean finish, a way to put that color into my quilt. So you'll find these techniques are listed or spelled out for you in the Spiral Lone Star Pattern Pack. And what we're going to do first is select the fabrics that are in our project. Wherever you plan to put a little accent color, select those fabrics and test different colors and different types of fabrics against them to see what you might like as your faux piping. In the picture, you can see I have 8 different strips of color, and I have put tissue lame in between. They're kind of difficult to photograph tissue lame because it reflects the light in a different way. But you want to overlap or just cut a very narrow piece, about 1/4 of an inch wide, and just lay it across your fabrics to audition. And then decide where that fabric will be added to your project. Now, there are a wide range of supplies or fabric materials you can use as this decorative piece. You can use quilting cottons, you can use tissue lame, as I am in this example. You can use fine silks or chiffons. You can use ribbon, rickrack, or lace. Any of those things will work with this technique. So in order to make faux piping, what you want to do is you'll have that narrow embellishment and it will be attached to the surface of your fabric. So here you can see this shape, the diamond shape, and it has 4 strips on each half. Each of those 4 strips has a little narrow piece of trim that's been stitched right to the front of the strip. So here's an example. Why would you want to use this technique? When you're piecing along, you have gorgeous fabrics, and sometimes when they're all grouped together, it's just a mass of color. And sometimes you want to add a little accent here or there. It's that really fine trim that makes your piece special. So you can see in the top image, we have the 5 fabrics laid out, and they don't have any extra color in between. Now down below, this quilt maker was in my class. She purchased a fabric that had the iridescent foil colors on it, and it looked beautiful with all of her fabrics. Again, it's difficult to see in a photo, but it was really the beautiful accent she needed. Another option is to go completely contrasting with the fabrics in your project and go ahead and choose something such as you see here. The black and whites are really great, and they add a nice little pizzazz, a little zing of color. Now, The way that I begin is the same way you would begin with a flange. I want to make a little 1/4 inch accent color in this example, and I'm going to begin with a 1 inch strip. I'm going to sew that 1 inch strip to the front of my fabric in the project. So here you can see an example of the strip laying face up, and the little accent color is right sides together. I intend to stitch right down the center. If it's a 1 inch strip, I'm going to stitch at a 1/2 inch. This is not a structural seam, it's just holding that piping in, or the embellishment strip in place. I'm going to show you some tips and techniques on a little video, and we're going to roll it right now.
It's not coming through.
Okay, the video is not coming through. So, I want to tell you a little more about the technique. Right here in the right size, the right width as the center diamonds. I've cut everything for the project at 2 1/4 inches. And I want to apply this narrow embellishment at the edge of the piece. Now I'm not going to be adding a border to my fabric. I'm just going to simply stitch this narrow trim to the surface and press the edges over. So I'm going to set up first with my sewing machine. In a previous step, you saw how I was using this tool. This has been specifically designed for my Spiral Lone Star classes, and this is the way I used the tool previously, as I am using standard 50 weight sewing thread. So I simply use the hole on the end. If I were using, let me zoom in a little bit tighter for you to see. So this hole is a scant 1/4 inch seam guide for 50 weight thread. If I were using an Aurifil or a masterpiece thread that's a little finer weight, I would move to this second hole on the 1/4 inch line. So there's the 1/4 inch. Now for this application, I'm going to be sewing with a scant 1/2 inch seam. So I want to use this hole over here and set up my sewing machine so that the needle position will line up, and I will put this edge of the tool on top of the tape that you see. So let's see if I can come out just a little bit. There we go. I have already set my needle to the right, which is where I had it previously. Whoops, let's see if I can get this where you can see. Where I had it previously when sewing the scant 1/4 inch seam. My fabrics went through the machine, lined up with the edge of the tape like this. The tape is set so that it helps me guide my fabric under the presser foot. With this application, we're going to be doing a slightly different technique. So using, once again, that 1/2 inch hole right here, I slide it underneath my presser foot, and I slowly lower the needle so that the needle drops down into the hole on the tool.
Push it this louder.
When I put my presser foot down, I want you to notice what's at the edge of this tool. Nothing. This is exactly the alignment that I want. It is totally in alignment with the edge of the tape. Now the principles we're using here. The tape has been cut a 1/4 inch wide, and that was helpful when we were sewing a scant 1/4 inch seam. But now we want to sew a 1/2 inch seam, so I'm using the tape again, but this time I'm going to let the fabric ride on top of the tape, which will give me that 1/2 inch that I need. Okay, so I'm going to raise my presser foot and my needle. I know everything's in the right orientation. This is not going to be a structural seam, meaning that it won't take any of the it won't bear any weight when it's stitched. It's only going to hold the embellishment in place. And I want to align the two edges. The embellishment is aligned with the cotton fabric, and I'm going to sew at a 1/2 inch. Now there's another technique known as a flange, where you take a narrow strip, you fold it in half, you iron it, and you just pin it to the edge and sew another piece of cotton or fabric on top. When you open the seam, there's this little folded piece of cloth in the middle. And this is a variation of sewing a flange. So once again, we're going to align the raw edges. And remember, it's not structural, but we want to have the line of stitching right down the center. So I'm letting that piece of cotton lay on top of my tape, and I'm looking at the right edge of the tape this time. And I want to sew straight. There we go. And it's just a patient type of process. And again, I'm watching this right edge of my tape, and I'm going to align the fabric and the trim strip. I have my stitch length set to 2.5, and the purpose of the stitching is just to hold the trim in place. Now, as I get to the end of my strip, I'm going to use my needle down feature, and I'm going to take a look here and see how we did. The purpose of that stitching is to help me fold the trim, the embellishment, and it will hide in the fold. So I like the way that's sitting there. And you'll notice here that the tissue lame is starting to ravel. So I may give that a light press, and then I can zigzag stitch the edge with a very wide, long zigzag so that I don't lose any more of these fabric threads. Lame as my embellishment fabric. It's very sheer, and when I sew down the center of my 1-inch strip, I simply leave both layers in my project. As I fold this little 1-inch strip back, it lays double on top of that single layer of cotton, the strip that it's sewn to. One of the things I'd like to point out, there are different ways to handle the bulk when you're working with different fabrics. So we're going to go back to the slides for just a second. When you're doing the faux piping, as we are in this project, you can use this anywhere on your quilts. If you're using cotton or a bulkier fabric, maybe a Dupioni silk or something like that in the seam, obviously you're going to have to work with the thickness of those extra layers. So when I'm working with a cotton fabric or any thicker fabric, I simply take my scissors and I trim away about 1/4 inch between the stitching line and the raw edge. I don't trim both layers, only the in-between center bit. And that way it will minimize the bulk at the edges. I have some samples I can show you in just a minute. Here's an example of how I use the faux piping in my quilts. On the left, you can see the quilt, and there's a little narrow cranberry colored line in the border. And here is a close-up on the right so that you can see where that faux piping has been applied. On this quilt, I had been working with a machine quilter in my area. When the quilt came back, some of the top had pulled away and the batting was exposed. So I applied this faux piping technique first, and then I applied my binding so that it would cover up that open space at the edge of the quilt. Excuse me. Let's see if I can get, there we go. Now this quilt is a split point star, and I have applied the piping right at the edges of the star point and along the border. So here's a close-up of this particular quilt. And you can see here the way that the piping has been, or the faux piping has been applied at the tips of the star points. Anytime you have that excess, then you just simply trim away by looking from the reverse of the shape you've applied it to. In this case, I offset the piece by 1/4 inch, so I didn't need to trim inside the seam allowance. Now, another place that you can put that trim as it is at the edge of any shape. Here I'm working on a 1-block wonder, and at the edge of my design, I want to have a little accent strip. So I'm applying it to the edge of my half hexagons, like so. And in the finished quilt, it makes a very subtle transition to the background fabric that I have around the center. This quilt is by Betty Alofs. It is also a spiral design, but she made a variation. She appliqued some Japanese cranes to her quilt. And I want to show you that her first choice of fabric, she did not add that red trim. And it was simply top stitched on the finished quilt using grosgrain ribbon. Now, this quilt is a broken star, and it was also a real learning experience for me. I didn't know it made a difference which edge you applied the trim to your quilt top. So as you look here, I have 2 layers. I have a pink and an orange applied narrow strip to add some accent right there in the center. And when I saw the finished quilt, it looked as if I had chopped the points off. And I had not. Everything was fitting properly. It was just that I sewed the trim to the edge of the square instead of the edge of the diamonds. So that taught me a valuable lesson. You want to apply the embellishment strip only to the part you are enhancing. So in the case of a star, I want to really enhance the diamond points. I don't want to enhance the background. And here's a line drawing that kind of helps you see a little more clearly that dark purple that runs all the way around the central medallion. That is where you want to apply your embellishment strips. Now, we've been showing you techniques that are in the Spiral Lone Star Pattern Pack. It is a product that is a 20-year revision from my Lone Star Quilts and Beyond book, published by C&T Publishing. I currently have a quilt along. It's a free quilt along on Facebook. You need to answer a question and then you'll be admitted into the group. But as long as you are interested in Spiral Lone Stars and you want to see some more demos and videos, you can sign in and watch for free. Here's the information on the screen. And let's see what else I have for you. I demonstrated a seam marking tool in the little video. Those are available from my website. It is www.jankrentz.com. I'm happy to answer any questions if you email me, jan@jankrentz. I want to thank Blaine and Sewing Machines Plus for having this wonderful quilt along for 5 days. They have been recording and sharing all different new products that are on the market. And I just hope to see you there at the quilt along. Thank you.
Hi, Jan. Thank you so much. That was a great demonstration.
She just thanked you for a great
So
demonstration.
do you have a few minutes for some questions?
Am I on camera?
There you go. Yes.
Yeah, she can't hear you. Sorry.
I got you now.
Do your earplugs.
Yeah.
Let me try that.
All right. I got you now.
My producer is my husband, and he's hearing the sound, and I'm not.
He can translate.
Can't
Let me translate these.
Okay. He'll translate for me. He'll
There you
send
go.
up smoke signals. There we
So
go.
I wanted to ask you some tips for adding colors, and how do you pick out the colors to make these beautiful quilts?
Well, we're getting feedback, so I'm going to just answer your question, and my husband will relay it to me. I just lay my fabrics out and go into my fabric stash and begin cutting little 1/4 inch strips, almost like the size of shoelaces. If I don't have time to cut the strips, I stagger my fabrics a little bit apart so that I can see a gap in between. and I'll lay out a whole range of fabrics just to test and see what's going to look the best. So maybe my intention is to have something that is a really strong contrast. If you take a look over here to my left, your right, you'll see that this quilt is made from solid fabrics. The one behind me is made from printed fabrics. And you can see how much more strong and dynamic and bold the contrast is on this quilt. So I literally just lay out a range of fabric to see which one is going to look the best for me. On the top here, I have a solid fabric in between two print fabrics. Next, I have a purple, but it's got some floral design on it. Next, I have a stripe that's multicolored. Each one of these may or may not be a good contrast or transition for my project. And lastly, I inserted the black and white, which really, I love that. So I hope that answers your question. My husband is
Absolutely.
waiting to hear the next question.
So when you lay out your whole quilt, do you do that first and then decide the color of the faux binding or faux piping?
Do you lay out your quilt all at one time and then decide what your faux piping will look like, or do you do it in piece parts?
I will repeat the question. Do I lay out my quilt all at one time, or do I do it little bits, little sections at a time? Many times with the Lone Stars, I begin with a sketch or a line drawing, and I determine which areas I want the color to fall in. I work on a design wall. I'm actually in my studio right now. Behind me is a design wall that's about 18 feet long and about 8 feet high. So I lay out the sections as I get them cut. I will bunch fabrics together and stand back to evaluate where the color should fall. And with the little narrow strips, I can just lay those or pin them on top of existing pieces that are already cut. Step back away and see if that's the effect that I'm looking for.
Excellent. So tell us a little bit more about where we can find you. I know you have a website and you're on YouTube and Instagram and Facebook.
Just tell us a little bit more where they can find you on Instagram or Facebook or on your website.
I am on Facebook, I'm on Instagram, I'm on my website, but I am also a woman who works at home. I have grandchildren and family, so I'm not there all day long every day. You can find me at jankrentz.com, and that will link to many of the books and products that I have. On Facebook, my name is Jan initial P Krentz, and that's where you'll find all of my postings about quilts I'm working on, and it will also link you to the quilt along. I'm going to ask my husband to put that link up again to join the Facebook. It's a free quilt along. It's on Facebook groups, and you can find me there. I also do answer and participate with the members who are logged in there. My email is jan@jankrentz.com. That's Krentz with an E.
Well, we definitely want to have you come out. We'd love to have you come out and teach that Lone Star quilt. We do have that pattern, that book on our website, so you can find it on our website. And now
Any
you're
more
based
questions?
in Arizona?
I'm going to have you come out.
Is that right?
Say again, please.
Where are you based? Are you in Arizona or out here in California?
I live in Southern California. I'm just a little bit inland from San Diego proper. I live in the town of Poway, and
You're right here.
I teach in that Southern California region. I typically also travel to guilds and teach, but due to the COVID-19 quarantine, which is now COVID-20, COVID-21, I've been teaching online as well. So that's where you can reach me, and that's where I hail from.
Well, excellent. You're just right down the street. So we'll love to have you come in and teach for us. And we're so
Thank you
thankful
so
you
much.
were able to share your knowledge and your skills. I think everyone loved that demo. So thank you so
It's
much,
a pleasure.
Jan.
Thank you so much.
Well, hey, we are ready for our next segment, and we have Kelly coming up from Juki, and we're going to talk all about that printer. So this is maybe brand new. Some of you have never seen this before, but this is an amazing printer, direct to garment printing. So Kelly, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here and so excited to be back to show the Ricoh RI100 direct to garment printer.
Well, we're excited to hear all about that and see what this machine can do. So go ahead, Kelly, and take it away.
Thank you so much. Yes, this printer can print directly on your fabric. And if you've ever used a computer or a tablet to print on a computer, you're capable of using this printer. It's very easy. Let's start by taking a look at the design. I have the unit in my sewing room, so it's very compact and easy to fit. It's stackable to save room, and the top portion is the printer. The bottom portion is actually the finisher that sets the ink into the fabric. Before we get started printing today, I'm going to show you some samples so we can get that creative juices flowing for you. And when I first heard about this printer, I thought, oh, t-shirts, of course, right away. So what I did is snagged our logo off the internet and just made a quick t-shirt for trade show setup and all that good stuff. I also am ready for the next holiday. I've got my Easter t-shirt ready to go. This sweatshirt, I think, is a great sample to show you the printing field. It is awesome. It's 8.3 by 11.7, and this is a layout orientation, so you can see how much you can get on a t-shirt or sweatshirt. My amazing son designed this, and this is from just a shot from my iPhone. I had the opportunity to see Lady Gaga a couple years ago, and all I did was bring it in to the software, added some font, and I'm very excited about this because it turned out really nice. But that's not all you can do. You can do much, much more. You can do as much as your creative brain will allow. This is my new grocery bag, and it's just a botanical print I added with some font. The nice thing about this printer is you can create personalized gifts in just minutes. This is an apron for my husband for Father's Day, so I'm all ready for that. And think about hostess gifts. I love making towels on this. And this one I'm sending to my sisters. This is the rule in my family. Oops, that was life doesn't begin until after coffee. And then I have this other botanical that I love, so I added a font to that. But let's talk about photographs. The photographs are so fun. All those that are on your tablets and smart devices. This is a photograph from my rose garden, and there's an you can soften the edges in the software, which I used on this, and I'll show you that when I'm in there, but I'm proudly going to display this in my rose garden this summer. All right, I wanted to incorporate this into my sewing and quilting, and this is a project, this is a makeup bag I made, and I designed this in Paint in about 3 or 4 minutes. Think about the possibilities. Wherever you get graphics, you can use it in the software. Think about it, PowerPoint, Word, Photoshop, anything like that you can get designs from, you're good to go. I'm a big Kate Spade fan, so, and the reason is because she always used really cool fabrics in her lining. This is a design off of the software, so I just printed it and got a really funky lining for my makeup bag. All right, let's get started designing on the software. I'm going to adjust my camera real quick so you can see my computer screen. That looks fantastic. Okay, we're going to start an easy designer because It is what it suggests. It's very easy. So if you take a look at this, you can just select your project. Okay, you can select the thickness of the fabric. Now you're going to select your size. And earlier I let you know that this size is 8.3 by 11.7. There is a smaller size to do, you know, tote bags and napkins. And that size is 5.8 by 8.3. The next screen is fantastic because it shows you how to prepare the garment for printing. And we're going to print a t-shirt today. So this is fantastic because you put the neckline in the front. It always is going to print from top to bottom. Or if you're in the landscape mode, you can take it to the right. So how do you get your design? That's always the big question. And this software, I think this is one of the best parts. If I had a webcam on, I could take a photograph right now, or I can import from a smart device with USB, or if I'm on the same network. So think about the possibilities. Those grandkid pictures, the vacation pictures, family pictures, all those pictures you have on that phone, you can now use, and it's really easy. All right, we're back on the main screen, and I'm going to take you to Advanced Designer. Advanced Designer offers a few more types of things you can do, like sleeves on a t-shirt. We're going to work on a t-shirt today, so I'm just going to leave this large size and the portrait orientation. Okay, now we're in our design field. And again, you can see common things you saw last, like you can take a photo. You can import an image. I'm on a computer, so I can just select from my photographs and bring one in. And that's just a picture from my camera. You can also preview it on your design, which is pretty nice. Okay, so I'm just going to delete that. We have 92 illustrations built in, and I love these designs. In fact, you're going to see some from my examples that I showed earlier. That is the lining that I put in my makeup bag. So there's some really fun designs. There is 104 pieces of artwork you can use to resize and color them, and they're very nice designs. Okay, down here, I also have frames. I have 64 frames built in, and you can simply click on them to see the display of the frame. Okay, you can also draw in Advanced Designer, and this is really nice if you want to do a personalized label for a quilt, something like that. I can pick my color, I can pick my pen thickness, and I can just start drawing and doing it live. It's always so much fun. And again, we can preview that on our project, but since I'm not that great of a drawing person, I'm going to delete that. Okay, and let's get started designing. We also have text we can use. There's 14 styles of text, but don't let that stop you. Think about it. The text is unlimited because you can bring it in from any other program you can think of. All right, so I'm going to go to illustrations and bring in a couple of designs. I'm going to bring in the hearts. Okay, and they're going to stack on top of each other. So I'm going to just drag this down and drag this one a little higher. And I think I'm going to go grab, oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted illustrations. I'm going to go back and grab one more of those open hearts. I think they're so pretty. I'm going to delete this solid heart. So now I'm going to just place this right in the center, above the center line. I'm going to rotate the bottom heart and just adjust it and center it. And it's really easy because the markings on the design page are exactly what you get on the trade that you load to print. your design. All right, we're going to add some text. And what I do is just click on the page and start typing. Now that I have my word in there, I can select. And actually, what I can do is I can change the color and I can change the font style if I want to at this point. And now I'm just going to click so I can make these a little larger and recenter. Okay. And then I'm going to add more text on the bottom, and I'm just, again, clicking on that design page. Okay, so notice it retained the font style and the color, which is very nice and convenient. And I'm going to select this and move it down a little bit. All right, let's take a look at our design in the preview. It's looking good, but I think I'll add a frame. And again, I have 64, and you can just page through these really to see if it complements your design or not. And that's the one I think I'm going to pick. So let's preview that one. Oh, that looks fantastic. Okay, so I'm going to go back to editing. I'm going to switch the camera to show you how to prepare the t-shirt. Okay, so if you notice on my t-shirt, I've already marked the center with my disappearing pen. And what I'm going to do is place, this is really nice. It's a protection tray for your tray, and it also serves as how you mark for the design. So I'm just going to mark the corners, just little dots, and this is the center line, and then all the way down. So you can just simply line those up in the tray, and the tray is right next to it. So all you're going to do, I love this part of the tray. The R's are where it's going to print for your portrait, and then this is for landscape. And you simply slide this on the tray, and you're ready to print. Okay, so let's get printing. I'm going to select print. And let that think, and I'm just going to select my printer, and look at the print quality. This is a nice feature as well. You can do a quick print, you can do a standard or a fine print. And honestly, I use this for most of my projects, but Vivid will go over things twice if you want a real solid color. I did that on hashtag amazing, and I thought it made that black really stand out. So I'm going to select print. And let me show you the tray. The tray, I've already have my t-shirt in, but let me show you that the front of the neckline is right here, okay? And you can see that I've lined up my dots. And the one thing I always do is I double check the center. Okay, so I'm going to put this in. I want to talk about another option that I love. If I wanted to, and I've already done this for you so we can see that fabulous printing, I could press the top of this in the finisher. It takes 30 seconds and it really sets up your t-shirt or your fabric really well. So I'm just going to put this in to the printer, and it's going to prompt me. It's saying press the start key, and now it's printing. How exciting is that? And it's just like your inkjet printer in your home. It's really very easy to use. So it's asking me right now to press down on the height. Okay, and then I'm just going to press start. Okay, and remember, that is always prompting you on what to do. So just read your screen and it makes it easy. This process takes about 3 minutes. So let's take a look at the quilt behind here. This is my quilt top, and as you know, I'm a gardener. And one particular year, we had a great year from cocoon to a birth of a monarch. So I photographed it on my iPhone, and what I did was I printed out 9 blocks to the max, 8.3 by 11.7. And I'm getting ready to quilt this on my Juki long arm. And here is the advantage of this printer. It is printed into the fibers so that if I wanted to stipple or freeform into the pictures, it will not damage it at all. It's not vinyl. It's actually ink that is set into your fibers. How cool is that? So we're just having it print. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set the ink. And I want to show you an example of why you should set the ink. This is a little tote bag I was making for Quilt Fest. And the first time I printed, I neglected to set the ink. So I thought, hey, I'll just bring out my iron and set it. Not a good idea. It smeared and didn't turn out great. So once you set that ink, you've got a really nice print. It's great. So as it approaches the front, I can see the front of our design coming out. Very exciting. And the finisher has to be preheated. It only takes 90 seconds to get up to the temperature you want, and that's 165 degrees Celsius. So we're there. And again, I'm just looking at that screen to see what the process is. And the printer tells you exactly what you're doing at all times. Very easy to do. All right, so it's coming out. Okay, and it's even going to prompt me when I can take it out. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch the unlock button on the finisher. So I'm ready. So I can just open this up. Okay, and the printer is in the process, and it's going to let me know when I can take it out. Then we're going to set that ink. And once we set that ink, let me show you where the ink goes into. It doesn't like that being open. So let me just wait for that printer, and we're all set. Okay. So it's actually performing a little bit of maintenance, which it does every once in a while. The maintenance on this is very easy to do. So I think we're about ready to set that ink. All right, so let me open this. Oop. There we go. All right, and I'm just going to take out the tray. You can see our printed t-shirt. How cool is that? Came out really nice. I'm just going to set it in the tray to set the ink. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this to the right, and it's prompting me. Okay. Now we are ready to go. There we go. Okay, now my timer's on. It takes 3 minutes to set that ink. So let's talk about this. Inkjet printer. There's no vinyl, there's no transferring, there's no extra sheet. In fact, here is the printing cartridges. If I open them, you could see that they're right in front, and they're very easy to insert. Okay, so I'm going to close that because remember, this is just like your home printer. Yes, it's that easy to do, but now you can incorporate designs in your quilting, in your sewing projects, whatever you want to do. Think about those personalized gifts. It's so easy to bring a hostess gift or get something ready for a birthday party, a special t-shirt, whatever you want to do. And while we're waiting for our ink to set, is there any questions out there?
I don't think we got any so far, Kelly.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Kyle. We're getting down to the last things, and here's what I'm going to tell you. What you'll want to do is I can print on cotton, cotton blends, knit, but what I did is I did pre-wash the t-shirts to get the sizing out. I think that's important. And once you print a t-shirt, you can wash it and dry it. What I generally do is turn them inside out. But the printing can last repeated laundry settings. So we're getting down there to see what our project is, but let me show you another print of it. You see, this came out really nice. The software comes with the printer. And I know Blaine and his team have some great specials. Once you get this delivered to your house, you'll be printing the same day. So have fun, be creative, and we're getting down to bringing out our t-shirts. Any more questions on the Ricoh RI100? Yes, direct to garment printer. It's fabulous. And we're down to our last seconds. Is there anyone out there who owns one of these?
We have a question.
Oh, good.
From Lakeisha. She asked, what type of material can I print on?
Excellent question, Lakeisha. You can print on cotton blends, stick to lightweight or light colors. I've even had printing jobs on Lycra, and it works out really well. Thank you so much for your question. Anyone else? Okay, wonderful. We're almost done setting that ink.
I have another question. How much do the cartridges cost?
Good question. I'm going to let Blaine answer that for you, but here's what I'm going to tell you. It's really economical. We're estimating about 25 cents to 35 cents per t-shirt. That's pretty darn economical. My t-shirt is set. My ink is set. I'm bringing this out. Okay. And remember, you put the neckline in front. That darn door I have to close. There we go. The neckline's in front, and I can just guide this off of the tray so you can see the tray. Okay. And it's very easy to load and unload. And I'm just going to put this back into our printer. All right. And let me show you one more cute, I just made this yesterday, napkins for Easter. I'm so excited. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I've got some time, and I think we've got more questions.
Yeah, we have a question if the cartridges were refillable.
No, I don't believe they're refillable.
Okay, here's another question from Donna Hartley. How long do cartridges last?
That's a good question. I'm still waiting for mine to, so I think I would ask Blaine's team because they probably use this printer. I haven't had mine. My boss has had one for months. We're still waiting for the print to, you know, and I've been running this every day. So it lasts long. Thank you.
Karen has a question. What's the largest item you can print on?
That's a great question. So I've been able to get about 1.25 yards of 60-inch fabric under that tray. What's important is making sure the tray is even. If there's fabric anywhere on the outside, it's not going to work very well, and it's not going to go in the printer. So yeah, you can, as long as you can get it under the tray, you can print on it. Thank you. Anyone else?
Well, hey, Kelly, I think that may be all the questions. And again, we want to thank Juki for being one of our sponsors and you for coming on and doing that great demonstration. I know that Ricoh printer is pretty awesome, and we're going to tell everybody how they can get one of them for their very own. Again, guys,
Great.
This is the Juki Ricoh printer. It is the RI100 direct-to-garment printer. And the great thing about this one is, I tell you, the ink will last a long time. You know, everybody always asks, how long will the ink last? Well, that depends on you, how much you're printing. And naturally, it's going to be like your home, you know, printer that you print paper with. But the more you use it, the more ink you're going to use. But this one, it seems like it doesn't take a lot of ink to go in that fabric. And the great thing about it is all your fabric encapsulates that ink. And as soon as you put it through the dryer, you can pull this out, you can wash it, you can do anything you want with it, and it's not going to crack and peel and things like heat transfers do. This actually, it almost like a dye, goes right into the fabric. So that's what makes this so awesome. People that are using this in the quilting industry with their fabric to make, you know, like exclusive fabric for themselves to do in their quilts, it really is cool how you can do it. Again, you can get, we can help you out if you need some refill printers. or refill the ink cartridges, we can tell you a couple places you can get them, or we can get them ordered for you. But again, guys, this is the Ricoh R100 direct-to-garment printer. We do have a call-in special on it. The price is $39.50, but give us a call because we have a special price on it if you give us a call. And we have some Synchrony financing available for 36 months to help you with those low monthly payments. And we're going to ship it nationwide free right to your doorstep. And again, guys, what a great addition to your home studio if you had this, because there's so many things that you can do with it. And Kelly just touched on a little bit of the great things you can do with it. So again, if you have any questions, give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you go to our website, just type in the search bar RI100, and it'll take you right to that direct-to-garment printer page, and you can read all the different things about it. And again, if you have any questions at all, give us a call, and we can help answer those questions, or we can speak to one of our live chat agents there on the website. So again, guys, we're ready to move to the next presentation. And before we do, I got to remind everybody out there, if you just got tuned in and you're kind of wanting to know what's going on the first time you've ever been in, hey, make sure you're asking questions, make sure you're making comments, because that's going to enter you to win the $50,000 Dream Studio giveaway we're doing this afternoon. And again, we've got 4 finalists already. We're going to pick our 5th finalist this afternoon, and then we're going to draw all 5, one of the names out, put all 5 names in a hat, and I'm going to draw one of them out for you. And then we're also going to present our 6 finalists in the quilt contest, the 3 in each category. We're going to award them their places and awards. And so that'll be coming up this afternoon as well. So you don't want to miss it. You don't want to go away. We're going to be here all the way till probably 4 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Central time. And we'll get all that done. And then we've got a lot of other things that we're going to give away. Even if you don't get to be a finalist for that $50,000 Dream Studio, we've got a lot of product we're going to give away today at the end of the day as well. So you want to stick around and see all the great specials we have. But guys, coming up next, again, if you haven't been paying attention all week or watching all week, you have missed a treat. We have David Hooke with Qbot here, and he has been taking everybody from kind of like the beginner classes all the way through a progression up into all the great things that the Qbot can do robotic wise. And this is robotics that you can put on your quilting machine. If it sits on a frame, there's a good chance that we have a robotic system that'll fit on it from Qbot. We use this on our King Quilter as well. We absolutely love this program. And David is at Lighten Up. So David, welcome back to the show.
Hey, Blaine, it's good to be here. And it's day 5 already. Kind of went fast. Maybe not for you, but went kind of quick for me.
It's went by pretty fast, and everybody's super excited. And hey, I'm excited to see the transition now to this last day with you, because you've been taking us on this little journey through the Qbot, and I tell you, man, it is awesome to see it. So we're ready for you to get going.
All right. Well, thanks a lot. And again, I'd like to thank Sewing Machines Plus for all the hard work that they've put in on this presentation, this Quilt Fest for 5 days. It takes a lot of behind the scenes work, and it's not easy, let me tell you, especially when we're all in so many remote parts of the country. It's a nice thing for them to pull this all together. Today, what we're going to focus on is Qbot V3 Pro. We're going to look at some of the Pro features that we have. And for those of you that have been following along all week, I've been really focusing just on the Qbot V3 basic app. Today, we'll look at some of the Pro features in the Pro app. But first, I want to go over and show you the bag that we did yesterday. We had quilted out or sewn out all of the patterns and the cut lines on that mini tote. Let's take a look at it. It's all complete now. And here it is right here. So there are those scallops that we did and matched up so nicely with the edge-to-edge work. Remember, it was a vertical edge-to-edge. So the top and bottom were our edges. There's that ribbon that we added. Here's that cross-hatching, and you can see the texture that adds. And then this was finished off with a nice little pocket for your ID in there and some lining and some handles, and that came out really great. So Now we're going to focus on today, staying right here. You know how if you've ever gotten a quilt or made a quilt, and I've exaggerated everything here, but you have that inner border or sashing strip that is crazy like this, and then you try to quilt something in it. If you were going to do this on just a standard system or the standard app, you could put in a perfect edge-to-edge or border design in there, and I have it on the frame as well. If we look at the frame, and I'll try to sight down the fabric here, and you can see, and I'm looking at the screen to my right so I can show this. Here we've put in the edge to edge really nicely. Okay, this is just a straight design, but you can see the border is all wonky, and so we have all kinds of gaps, and there it's up, there it's tight. Well, we have a feature called Smart Fit that can take care of that. So here I have a duplicate parallel line. So if you look at this, I'll focus on my upper here. This is actually a curved line. And then here down here, this is a parallel offset of that. And then I have a third one right here, which is a parallel offset of that. So with our Smart Fit feature, which is in the Pro app, I can select this boundary and then automatically use the Smart Fit feature, and it tweaks and moves this design inside that area. And the result is now, instead of it looking mechanically quilted here, where the border is, or the edges are organic, yet the quilting looks completely robotic and machine made. Now this looks perfect, but Qbot has made all kinds of changes to that design. It has skewed it, rotated it as that border has gone, or the inner sashing. Those are typically the places where you find this as a problem. It has automatically skewed that, rotated it, and made it just fit so it looks natural. So your eye isn't drawn to some kind of disastrous contrast between perfect quilting and not so great piecing. So let's do that. Let's show you how easy it is to do the Smart Fit feature. I go into pattern quilting, and I'm going to use my offset. So 5 days in a row, I'm using my offset right there. And I'm going to select the border of this design, the boundary of this design. And I'm just focusing right on that stitch line. Imagine that was the ditch in our piecing. And I'm taking very small steps and selecting points. And the reason I do that is that I want to capture all of that curvature. I don't want to have just 3 points, because then it would just be this triangular shape. And when I did a Smart Fit, it would fit it better, but not nearly as nicely as when I select the boundary perfectly. So I'm going around, and again, the bottom is just a parallel offset of that. Actually, I want to capture that corner a little bit better. And this is important. This is an important step to take if you really want to get professional results in your quilt. And if you take in quilts for others, we have many, many customers that take in quilts and quilt them using Qbot as a business. And you really don't want to offend your customer, especially if they bring you multiple quilts a year. You might want to say, here, I used a special feature because your piecing was a little bit off, to subtly say, hey, step it up a notch. But you know, you don't want to offend your customer so much. You just want to say thank you, and we'll get that out to you shortly. So here we selected the boundary nicely. I press done. I don't have an inner boundary to do. And I'm going to go into our, I think it's in edge to edge borders. Let's see, this design here, which is kind of interesting. It's kind of modern, kind of looks like Minions a little bit. I'm going to modify this, and it quilts out quickly enough for a demonstration. I'm going to set it in there, and then I will chain it because it's not quite long enough. But there you can see on the left-hand side, or the left-hand top, I'm very close to the boundary selection, and on the bottom side here, on the bottom right-hand side, I'm actually outside the boundary. Well, if we quilted that out, that would just look terrible. So we get it as close as a fit as we can, and then we just say up in the upper left, Smart Fit. We get a dialog box that says, what boundary margin do you want to put around it? And I like to use 1/8 of an inch boundary, a little margin of error, for instance. So I put in my 1/8 of an inch, 0.125. And look at that. It automatically corrected that design. And now it flows with the design and looks natural. Now, for those of you really paying attention, you'll notice that the right and left-hand sides of the design are too far in. And you're right, they are. And that's because the mathematics behind this feature get a little bit strange when we're doing the math when you get to vertical lines, because it's interpolating between those boundaries, and when it's just a mathematical, it ends up that way. It's a little bit of a strange thing. So what we do is we hit the proportional scaling off button, and I just stretch it out just a bit. And then, so everything still looks very nice. And then I turn on my trim, and I trim to the boundary and press OK. I say done, it trims it, and we're ready to move to the start point. So we just move to the start point. And pull up our bobbin thread, which I did. Kind of scoop that under. And then press go. This also highlights, you know, what's kind of neat. We've skewed this design, yet we still have these beautiful circle shapes that are very, very hard to quilt by hand. And if we were trying to fill this space and it was wonky like this and we were doing it by hand, trust me, your hand-eye coordination to make this come out this nice has got to be really some of the best. And there are quilters out there that can do it. I'm not saying they're not, but the typical quilter that is quilting a quilt every couple of weeks, the casual user that's not working on their skill on a daily basis, Qbot makes that very, very easy. And if you look, you can see that we're keeping our little margin in the top and bottom, and it's doing a beautiful, beautiful fill. Some of the other features with just Qbot in general that I didn't really touch on too much, maybe touched a little bit, is the compatibility we have with all quilting frames and machines. We have a compatibility list on our website, myqbot.com, and it's also on Sewing Machine Plus's website. We have the ability, of course, to add designs. I haven't talked at all about how many designs come with Qbot. It's about 291 unique designs that come with Qbot. And if you go online, you can download any robotic quilting pattern. They usually come as packages. When you buy a design online, they have the designs for all the different formats. And .plt is the Qbot format, or .4qb. That was the encrypted format when we first came out with Qbot so many years ago. Okay, so now we're here and we're going to exit that design, and I'll just trim my threads. And you can see, we'll go here onto this cam here. You can see how nicely that quilted out. And if we looked down even by looking down the length, we would see it waver. But when you look at the quilt, if this were hanging or on a bed, you wouldn't even see that. Next, we have in the Pro version, we have a little bit of an update to our 4-point quick scale. And what we've done there is we've also added the margin capability on that. But I always like showing 4-point quick scale because it's one of those features, whether you're in the regular app or the Pro app, it's one of those features where it's this easy to get quilting. It's just this quick to get quilting. So here we go. We're going to choose the quilting area. We're going to choose our upper right. And then you can see in the upper left of the screen, it says choose lower right. Again, I'm using my laser pointer offset. And then I choose my upper left and lower left. Now what's neat in the Pro version is I can put in my block. Let's see, what kind of block do I want to do? Let's go into blocks and let's do something neat. We'll do, let's see, this guy right here. And I select the design and it says margin gap. This is exactly what we did with the Smart Fit. It's such a popular feature that we added it to 4-point quick scale. So we're going to do the same. Let's go an 3/16 of an inch. So we'll go 0.187 is 3/16 of an inch. And there is our design automatically fit to that area with a 3/16 of an inch boundary around it. We move to our start point. Pull up the bobbin thread. I'll get it and press go. What are some other things that are peculiar to or particular to Qbot? Qbot runs on an Android tablet, and the Android tablet is any tablet of your choice. Right now, I think our minimum requirement is an Android tablet with Android 5 operating system. However, I would recommend using an Android tablet that has the operating system of 8 or above. Right now, the current Android version is 12, so it's backward compatible quite a bit. There's lots of tablets available that are Android 10 that work just fine and are a little bit lower priced. But the user provides that tablet. So you, the quilter, provide your own tablet. The reason we did this, we made that choice, is that if we picked a tablet and then supplied it, then you're kind of locked into that technology, which ages. And we didn't want to be that technology that ages. So while the Qbot, which is mounted onto the back of the machine, that technology doesn't change. It is just a solid workhorse of the system. The user interface will change in time, and I can't predict what will happen in 5 years. And we wanted to have a product that would last, you know, the 25, 30-year lifespan that we enjoyed with those sewing machines that we grew up with. So that's why we do that. The app is available on the Google Play Store. It's downloaded just like any other app that you would put on your phone or on your tablet. And because of that, it is, any updates are also through the Google Play Store. So if you have automatic updates turned on, anytime we update the app with bug fixes or added features or added designs, your app is automatically updated. You really don't even have to think about it. Okay, another feature that we have is on our main screen, we have text quilting. So that's the lower right button. I press that, and this is a great way to just make, you can type in names, words. If you want to do an I Spy quilt and put in all the fun things, you can do that. We'll do a quick sample today. We're just, all you do, very simple. There's only 2 buttons that you could possibly press at this point: enter text or install new TrueType font. We're going to enter text, and I already know the word I want to do, and I'm kind of cheating here just because of time. If you think about quilting out letters, some letters like E's, they're going to have the outside and then they're going to have the inside, and those are jump stitches. And I don't want to do that today. I just want to, you know, put in a word, press go, and have it quilt out. So that's what I'm going to do. And it turns out that a good word to do is funny. It's a funny word. And if you look at funny so long while you're doing this, it starts to look funny. Okay, what you notice here is that the letters, when I bring that in, the letters are overlapping each other, and we don't want that to quilt out that way. So we have a little slider that says remove overlap. So it processes that and removes all of that overlap. Now, we can also change the fonts that we want to use. Say we wanted to do it in Futura. So there it is in a different font. Say I wanted to do it in Sign Painter. And these are the standard fonts that come in. Here you can see exactly what I was talking about. In the F on the left and in the Y on the right, you can see the outside is one path, and then there are 3 other paths that have to be quilted. So I'm going to stick with my script font. And there it is. I've got my overlap, and I'm going to save that pattern. I'm going to call it funny. Just like that. Now, the text editor, the text maker, that's all it does. You can use that not connected to your Qbot. So if you're just sitting and you want to generate lots of words while you're watching TV, you can start up the tablet, start up the app, and do both the designer feature and the text feature. So that's what I did. So now that that's saved, I just hit the back arrow button. And now it's just a pattern. So I go into pattern quilting. I choose my boundary. And I know this is a perfect rectangle because Qbot quilted it out earlier. So I'm just going to select 4 points, press done, no inner boundary. I go to my saved patterns, pull up my funny, and there it is. And the start point was illuminated, and it's right next to that Y over there. I saw it pop up for a second. It's right there, so I'm going to move to the start point, pull up my bobbin thread, and press go. So we'll let that quilt out. You know, this is a great way to personalize quilts, even use your own name if you'd like. You can also use the record feature to record your name. And that would be like a line font if you just record it. There are line fonts available online, and line fonts are usually used in engraving systems. And in a way, a quilting system is like an engraving system. It's instead of having a spinning tool that's engraving, it's a needle that's poking fabric. But there are some line fonts like that available where it just does a line and it does backtracking over itself as if you're cursive writing. Any TrueType font can be brought into Qbot. So there's lots of TrueType fonts on your computer, downloadable. I don't know, there's a bajillion, it seems like now, of free fonts that you can download. And using the text feature, you can pull it in and you can see how it's quilting out now. It doesn't look funny. It looks great. All right. Pull up our bobbin thread. Okay, now there's one other feature that's really neat in Designer, or in Qbot V3 Pro, and it is Designer. So I'm going to press the Designer button, and I'm going to design on the quilt. So what this does is, this gives you the ability, well, there were 2 choices. It gives you the ability to design on the quilt or off the quilt. Off the quilt is if you're sitting at home in your comfortable chair, and you can pick an area and pull in designs and edit them, link them. And this is really good for edge to edge work, because when we're doing edge to edge, when I do edge to edge, I like to do it, and well, I'll confess, I like to start the Qbot and walk away, which I recommend you don't do, because you should always be watching for thread breaks and bobbins and running out and stuff like that. But we all do it because life's busy. So what I like to do is pull up the designer, link my edge to edges together for as much as I can fit in for one quilting pass. And on the Moxie, it's about 10 3/4 inches. So I can go back maybe, depending on the density of the design, 2 times if it's a larger quilt and it's a little broader, or 3 times if it's a smaller quilt. And I can have it quilt the row, come back. And you get to know about how much bobbin you're going to use, and you get to know that your tension's right as you grow into your machine, and you get that confidence. I wouldn't do it immediately, but you get that confidence. So let's do that. Let's put something in this last panel here. The last open spot for Quilt Fest 2022. I'm using my offset again, my laser. I'm going to set the boundary points. This is again a perfect rectangle, but I'll select a point in the middle just to be sure. Just like that, and I'll say done. Now, you'll notice there's a little tab at the bottom right of the screen, and that's a little film strip tab. So let's put in an edge-to-edge design, or an element that will turn into an edge-to-edge design. Let's do this guy right here, and so you'll see that appeared down at the bottom. And I want to do 2 rows of this. So I'm going to put in 2 seeds. We call them seeds. That's what I like to call them. So I've got these 2 seeds that I'm going to work with. So I'm going to pull that up. And now I'm going to I'll say done. That's all I'm going to do here. Now I've got my modify screen. And I'm going to modify this so that I can get 2 rows. And again, this is just a simulation of doing an edge to edge, because we want to see it get all quilted out nicely, but we do want to do it within the time that we have. So I'm going to scale this to, I think 2.6 inches is nice. And while I'm there, I'm going to scale the bottom one too, because we want both rows to be the same. 2.6, okay. And we'll go up to the top one again. I clicked the design in the film strip at the bottom, and that's what switched it over. I'm going to chain it, and I'll put 3 of them in there. And it goes off the right edge, but that's fine. Then the bottom one, I will chain it, and it goes off the right edge, and that's fine. But I need to make sure they nest a little bit better, because it doesn't look quite right yet. That looks pretty good. What I'm looking at is the space in between the rounded shapes from the first row within the design. I'm trying to match that so that the second row comes in and it doesn't, because when it's all quilted out, you'll never notice it. So I like that. I'm going to trim this to the boundary. And then, but I also want to reverse the path on the second one. So I want it to quilt over and then down and then back in one shot. And let's see if that works. And I know what I did. I need to go back to modify. It didn't work because I had selected the bottom one and did a reverse after I'd done the trim. So let me do the trim to the boundary again. And I think I'm good now. I think so. No, I'm not. Let me go back to modify. Let's see. So I guess let's chain that one more time. Start fresh. We're starting fresh. Now we're here. We'll reverse the path, and then we'll trim to the boundary, and maybe that'll get it. If not, then we'll file a bug report. Well, we're going to have to file a bug report, but that's okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't do my linking. It did it right. It was me. Now that it's linked, see, it even happens to me. I wasn't paying attention to the buttons on the left. I needed to link them first. Then it will do all of it correctly. So everything's going to be just fine. So I say save it, because if this were a real quilt, we're going to quilt this again. And we want to pull that in as we roll the quilt and do it again. So we're going to save it as edge. We'll just be quick about it and then press done. And now okay, I hit done and not quilt now. The good news is I saved it. So everything's actually okay. So we go into pattern quilting. If I hit quilt now, it would have gone right to the screen, and we would be right where we're about to be right now. So I select that, I press done, no inner boundary, saved patterns. Edge is here. It's right there, it's perfect. And I don't have to modify it because I had the same boundary, move to start. So even, I guess that's a good demonstration of how easy it is to recover if you accidentally hit the wrong button. So we're right there, right back where we needed to be. And we press go. We had about a 15-second detour. So that actually turned out to be a pretty good example. When you're using Designer and say we did that procedure and we were designing off the quilt, when you press save and then done, you're done because you've done that design and you can move on to the next thing you wanted to design. We put in the quilt now feature just to make it, to shorten that trip and make it all within the Designer if you were on the quilt. So it worked out good. So that kind of highlights one of the things too, is the ease of use of Qbot. You're only ever, with Qbot, you're only ever into menus, maybe 1 or 2 buttons. At the beginning screen, you hit pattern quilting or line quilting or applique echo, and then the left-hand panel of the screen will lead you through the quilting process. Another thing that sets Qbot aside is that we have a really vibrant online community. We have, we don't run the group, but there is a group on Facebook called We Love Qbot. And let me tell you, those guys and gals that run that and are on that board, if you have a question any time of day or night in any country that you're in, we have so many Australian customers that, you know, we're not open when they're open. It just doesn't work, but we'll answer our emails. We'll get back to you. But if you need that right now, that group is really essential to have that camaraderie, and everyone on that group is very helpful. It's a great, great community. We also have a group on groups.io, which is a little bit more of the old school group for those of you that might have been on Yahoo groups, and that got converted over to groups.io. And there's a lot of technical information because you can save files and all kinds of instructions and so forth, and pictures as well. So that makes it a really nice group to be a part of, actually. Very, very welcoming group. So here, this is quilting out, and we're just about out, but we got it going. I want to show you as it turns the corner and heads back, and then we'll hand it back to Blaine. Just about there. So again, since I used, looking at the quilt here, since I used my precision pointer, you can see it nailing that edge to edge. So if this were an inner border where we're quilting the main field of the quilt in an edge to edge before we get to the borders, you can feel confident that you're going to nail it right into the ditch like that. And here you can see it's going to make its turn, and now it's going to quilt back to the other side. So again, I'd like to thank Sewing Machines Plus, Blaine, and Kyle, and all the guys that are taking the orders and answering the phones. Thanks again for a great week, and hope to see you next year.
Well, hey, David, you probably will for sure. So, hey, I got one real quick question before we let you go. I know
Yes.
that this requires an Android tablet. Is there any plans for the future to make it where it'll be compatible with an Apple?
There are no plans for Apple compatibility. Technically speaking, it's to do that it's a whole requirement from Apple. You have to purchase and license from them the Bluetooth chips, and it's just not a feasible option for us.
Yeah. Well, that's what we try to tell people is like, you can go on Amazon and buy a pretty inexpensive Android tablet to go with this and not have to be buying a big high price iTablet and or iPad.
That's right.
So I just wanted to kind of hear it from the horse's mouth, because that's what we tell customers all the time. And again, they can go buy $100 tablet and they're set.
Yes. And you can also buy an Amazon HD Fire tablet. We're also on the App Store on the Amazon side. And, you can get one of those on Prime Week or for not a whole lot. And they're really wonderful tablets, 10-inch tablets. They're great.
Right. And, especially if you're using it for this application, that's all you're going to be using it for anyway. So, you don't want to spend a ton of money on something that's just going to stay on your equipment all the time. But again, David, thank you so much for being part of the show. And thanks for Qbot being one of our sponsors. And again, I'm sure we'll be seeing you soon real quick on another show.
Yep. Sounds great. Thanks.
All right. Have a great day. All right, guys, let me tell you exactly how you can get this Qbot. Again, guys, this is a awesome robotic system. I've used this personally myself at a lot of trade shows on our King Quilter 2. It works phenomenally. And one of my favorite features on here is that record feature. You can actually do a design, it'll record it, and you come back and do it again. It also has, if you not even break a thread, like you run out of bobbin thread. And this is what happens a lot when we're at shows. We get it running robotics and we kind of forget to check the bobbin thread. Well, if it runs out, what I love about this is you can go back and get the exact stitch in the design where it ran out and start over again. And it is seamless. You can't even see it on the quilt where it ran out. So that's one of the great features about this. Guys, the price is $59.99. We have free shipping right to your door, but we do have a call-in special for this. And we also have some Synchrony financing available you can ask about. But give us a call at 800-401-8151. Our team of call center people are experts on robotics and quilting machines. We sell more robotics and more quilting machines than any dealer in the country. So they're very well versed on all this. And again, guys, if you're on the website, just type in Qbot. It'll take you right to that product page. And when you're looking at the page, you can read all the different functions that it has, because this thing has so many things it'll do. And then if you need to give us a call, just 1-800-401-8151. And again, guys, if you can't get through on the phones, Kyle's been putting that Google Sheets link in the chat on Facebook and YouTube. And what that is you just hit that link. It'll take you to a Google Sheets page. Put your name, your phone number, and the product you're interested in. That gets updated real time in the call center. They can see it on the screens. And as soon as they get off the phones, they'll give you a call. So that we're just trying to get you to do that instead of leaving messages. Because if you can't get through, do that Google Sheets link, and then we'll call you and make it a lot faster. So we do want to be able to answer your questions. If you're on the website, you can go talk to our live chat agents. They're on there as well. And then if you're on Facebook or YouTube, in the Facebook and YouTube chat, Deb and her team are in there. They're trying to answer questions as well. So if you can ask a question there, be patient. The chat comes through pretty fast, so sometimes they might miss it. So just ask it again. So guys, hey, we're ready to keep moving on. And up next, we have Martelli in the house. And if y'all have ever been to a quilt show anywhere in the nation, you probably know Martelli, because they are always at the quilt shows. That's where they have a huge booth. They always have a huge crowd around them. And we have Valerie's daughter with us today. Jessica's here, and she's going to be with Linda. So Jessica and Linda, welcome to the show.
Hi, Blaine. How are you?
I am doing great, and we're so excited to have y'all part of our show for the first time. And today we've been talking about different products every single day. And again, today y'all are going to show us a new product, and it's that roundabout bundle. and we're super excited to see it. So y'all let us know how show us all about it.
Gotcha. So I'm going to kind of introduce what the bundle is real quick, and then I'll let Linda come and show you how it's used. So the bundle that we have is a bundle that we like to do because it's great for traveling, doing retreats and classes and whatnot. So with this bundle, you're going to get the 3 pieces of the roundabout. You're going to get the turntable, you're going to get the mat, and you're going to get the iron top. You'll get the 16-inch ruler. You'll get the choice between a right hand or a left hand 45 cutter, a 5-pack of blades. And also, like Valerie's been doing, she liked to throw in things. So she threw in a 2.5-inch square and fussy cut window for you guys with this bundle. It's an awesome bundle. And I'm going to let Linda jump back in. I'm going to let her demo it for you guys. We also have Lisa over there also watching. So if you have questions, she's watching. She'll be there to answer for you guys, okay?
Perfect. All right, I'm going to move this out of the way and pull my working demo out for you. So at the trade shows, as he mentioned, we always have a big crowd. And this is one of my favorite bundles to show at the trade show because it is so valuable. For years, I've been looking for a perfect turntable, and every time I was at the trade show, I'd run to the restroom and I'd see somebody with a turntable. I'd give them my credit card and say, ring me up, I'll pick it up on the way back. And when I get home, I'd use it. Then I'd go to the office and say, we need to make a turntable that doesn't this, that doesn't that, that does this, that does that. So that's what we have. We've got a turntable that has lots of feedback from you guys telling us what it is you want. And by the way, I don't know if you can hear the rain, but we are under a horrible storm right now. So we're hoping that the rain is not going to affect too much. I'm hoping you'll be able to hear me. I'll try to keep my voice loud. If you do have any questions, again, you can let Lisa know and she can try to answer. So fingers crossed that we don't have a hailstorm going on that affects us. So Jessica mentioned the base. So this base is large. That was one of the things that I said we need. We need a big base. So when your turntable top is on top of there, that cutting top, and you put pressure here, which why do I do it? I don't know, but I have. And many of you do that too. You can't tell, but I am bearing down hard on this. If you do that on another turntable or you do this, heaven forbid, I've done that for years. This thing is not going to go flopping off on you. Many other turntables do that. So we've got a turntable top that's a little bit larger than 16 inches. And we've got a base that has a velvety surface here and this nice smooth surface here. We don't put this side down because, woo, all over the place. That's not going to hold it in place. We've added this velvety surface so that grabs on your table. And by the way, when I'm cutting, I recommend you work on another table, not on your cutting mat, because when we go to press, we don't ever, no matter what kind of tool system you have set up, you don't ever want to press on a cutting mat. Heat and the cutting mats just don't work together. So huge, large base. Inside of here, we've got stainless steel ball bearings. Why is that a big deal? You're not going to have issues with rusting or anything that wears over time. So this huge base and this huge cutting top. The cutting top has our little bit of a no-slip material on the back. I'm going to finger here and I'm going to finger here. I'm going to do it where it's not correct. So I want you to see when I have this here, there's a little bit. It's harder to tell with the black and black, but I don't have it lined up correctly here. Why do I not want to do that? I want to finger to the left, finger to the right, finger to the top, and finger at the bottom, because that gives me a nice smooth surface, a continuous smooth glide as well. When I want the turntable to cut, I'm simply doing this. And by the way, if you haven't figured out, I'm a lefty. So that's why we give you the option of a left-handed or right-handed rotary cutter. When I found that left-handed cutter from my sewing machine dealer way back in the day, I was like, oh my goodness, a left-handed cutter made just for me. That's amazing. Okay, so you can see how this glides. If you don't want this to turn, you have two options. You can take this off, put it down on your work surface, or you can simply do this. Finger on the table or fingers on the table, depending on how much you're cutting and how much you'll be continuing to cut. When those fingers are down there and you go to cut, that table is going to stay in place. But the whole point of a turntable is to turn. So my fingers allow me to cut as I go. All right, so let's talk about our cutting surface. If you took advantage of our cutting mat bundle that we had the other day, wonderful. This mat surface and this mat surface, they're not the same. So I want you to be aware to watch Valerie's video. If you didn't see us on Wednesday, please go back and watch that. Valerie talked a lot about your hand position. This is where your force is in your hand. You can see with my left hand versus my right hand, this is the force. If we're using anything else, our pointer fingers, our fingers themselves, you don't have any force. And what happens is when you push away from you, you tend to go crooked, but you also don't cut your fabric. And I don't care if you have a turntable and you want to do curves or not. The idea is cutting fabric with that rotary cutter blade. So the force of your fingers here. So make sure you go watch the video that Valerie and I did on Wednesday. We were there same time, but on Wednesday, because Valerie spent a lot of time on using the rotary cutter correctly. I was one of the people Valerie talked about when she talked about you love the cutter, but you could cut better. I used the cutter for years with my pointer finger going to the side. Marcia Martelli actually had me move from here to here. So many of you are like me where you didn't use that rotary cutter correctly. When we roll forward, that click that we hear, if you watched Valerie when she first cut the other day, she started cutting. She had fabric here and she started cutting and she hadn't opened up the rotary cutter. So if you've got fabric, open up that rotary cutter first so that that blade is exposed. All right, so I don't know if you can tell, but I am oh good. I'm over here. If I'm cutting here, I'm good to go. But if I want to cut in the center here, you really can't tell, but my shoulder is up a little bit. I've got a little bit of pain here. If I want to cut in the center here, I've got two things I need to do. Move my arm, move the turntable. Either way, and if I move my arm, I'm going from here to here. Well, look where I am. So I need to move my body. If I want to cut right in here, this is where I want to be. Why? That blade is nice and straight, and we're going to cut our fabric and have 100% consistency. If I am cutting here, my blade just has to turn at an angle. So we want to make sure when we're cutting, wherever it is that we want to cut, we've got that blade in the position of our shoulder with our fabric. So the cutting surface here, when you use the rotary cutter, the way it's designed to go, you're going to have amazing success with it. So I mentioned that this material is a little bit different than what you're used to. Let's talk about the numbering system because it's also a little bit different too. When we look at the mat, I'm going to turn it around this way. You can see right in the center, I've got 2-inch blocks, and then I've got another color for my 1 inch. I've got another color, so we're back here, so we're every other with 1-inch blocks. When we look a little bit closer up, I can see my 1/2-inch marks or dash marks. Those 1/2-inch marks, I'm going to use a lot to line up with my ruler. And I'll show you my favorite way to use that ruler in a minute because it's not at all what you're used to. When we look from the 1/2 inch over either to the left or right, now I've got my 1/4 inch markings that are there. 1/4 inch, so I can do my quarter. If I'm doing a 2.5 inch block, then I need to add a 1/4 inch to the left, a 1/4 inch to the right, a 1/4 inch above, a 1/4 inch below. So I've got my marks there for me. And then you'll notice we've gone from our aqua to more of a red maroon. Those are my 1-inch markings. So use this mat. Just like the Martelli mats, our mats are true and accurate. You can trust the measurements. The ruler we're throwing in for you does have markings on the sides. This is one of our few rulers that does have markings here. You can get a metallic marker and you can go in and color those in if you've got problems seeing. Guess what? We're all getting older and we have problems seeing. So use a metallic marker and you can see those markings that are there for you. Your mat is accurate, so you can trust the measurements on your mat. This is 4 inches by 16 inches, and you can see how this is the perfect size for the turntable. Now, I call this ruler the unsung hero. Why? Because whether you're working on a turntable or a cutting surface, any cutting mat, this ruler is going to be your go-to. You guys have your favorite ruler, and my guess is it's somewhere around here. This is perfect for bigger pieces of fabrics that I folded and folded and folded, but it's also great for those fat quarters and for the jelly rolls and for the layer cakes and for the charms. And my favorite, scrap, scrap, scrap. I will take my scraps and I'll leave them for a project that I don't know what I want to do. Let's get that scrap basket and it'll start to get me inspired. This is the ruler I want you to grab for those scraps because 4 inches really holds that fabric. And now I've got up to 16 inches that I can play with. Let's get some fabric on top of here and I want you to see what happens to those measurements. They're gone. As soon as I put that fabric on here, the measurements are gone. I've got markings up here, but it's really awkward to put numbers around a circle. So what I want you to do instead is grab a pencil. You can use a pencil on here. Here's my 2, here's my 4. I want to go to the 6 and I want to do a 6.5 inch block. So if I want a 6.5 6.5 inch, I need to add a mark at the 1/4 inch because that's where I want to cut. So imagine I've got a pencil, 6.5, there's my 1/4 inch, put a mark there. Over here, my 6, I want to do a 6.5, so I need to add that 1/4 inch. So we'd have a pencil, a pencil. Over here at my 6, I'd put for the 1/4 inch, a pencil, a pencil, a pencil, pencil, pencil. I'm going to have 2, 4, 6, 8 marks on my turntable. So when I drop that fabric down and I get it in position, I'm going to grab my ruler and line up to the pencil marks. So I like to cut 8 layers of fabric. You can cut about 10 layers, but I like to do 8 layers on here. And I've got this fabric. This ruler is our no slip ruler. If you happen to pick up the mat bundle, we had our multi-use ruler. It had 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 3 inches. That's my favorite ruler. This is my unsung hero. So it's a tight tie between these two, but this ruler and this turntable work beautifully together. The no slip material, you can see how it grabs. So no more slipping as I cut, especially if I'm cutting further away. That ruler isn't going to slip because you've got that material on here. So we're back to the 6.5. My hand goes down. I'm literally going to drop the ruler. Why? It doesn't affect me with that fabric. If I try to position this ruler, my fabric might move a little bit. So if I put my hand down on my fabric, drop the ruler, I'm looking for my pencil mark. When I find that pencil mark, there's my 6. Pretend I've got that 6 1/4 here. When I put that down, I'm going to line up to my pencil here. I'm going to line up to my pencil. Then my hand goes from the fabric to the ruler. Notice what I'm doing with my pinky. Remember my body position. I'm not going to cut in the middle of my body. I'm not cutting here because the blade isn't going to cut through all those layers. I'm going to come over here. And when I go to cut, I'm going to be able to cut that 6 1/4. So I make that first cut. I'm going to put my hand back here, elbow, hand, hand, release. Pivot this, put my hand down on there. I've made 1 cut. I'm going to line up my ruler. When I line that up, cut, elbow, hand, hand, release. Do you get the idea? And I bring that down. I line up that ruler. Do you see how I'm using both of my hands to position that ruler? That no slip material is grabbing, so every cut I make is going to be accurate and consistent. I want to point out also these lines, these lines, these lines over here, and we'll lift up the fabric. We've got 45-degree and 60-degree markings on here, whether you're left-handed or right-handed. If you want to take a pen and go right in there, 45 versus 60, most of you know those from your cutting mats, but those are options for you there as well. I love doing my half square triangles. I love doing any 60-degree, any 40-degree, anything that you are doing from a quilt block that really needs to be done smaller. This is the surface to do. This turntable, if you have not used a turntable before and taken advantage of the ability to cut and then turn that turntable and make that cut and turn that turntable, you are going to be in heaven when you get your hands on this turntable. It makes what you do more accurate, more consistent, faster, easier. Faster doesn't always mean better, especially when it's, oops, I should have taken my time. Let me go grab my fabric. Better doesn't mean harder. It's the combination. That's what you're going to get from a mat that is true and consistent and measuring. And that's what you're going to get from a ruler that grabs. Those two work together. Okay, so the cutting surface. Love, love, love the cutting surface. We're going to talk about this in a few minutes, and I want to show you a few other things. But once you cut those blocks, then pressing becomes crucially important. Pressing matters. You don't want to skimp when it comes to pressing, but we have a pressing surface that will help you cheat a little bit. We've used yellow. Why do we use yellow for our turntable surface? If I had a turntable cover out of something busy, something pretty, something that has a pattern to it, whatever I put on top isn't going to show. So if I'm doing half square triangles and I need to really press those to make sure that I pieced accurately, cutting accurately means piecing accurately. If you don't cut straight, how can you sew straight? So now I need to make sure that I'm pressing accurately as well. So we chose the yellow fabric because everything you put on here will pop. Whatever it is that you are working with, you're going to be able to see that. So this yellow fabric was intentional. So that's the first thing. Second thing is we have a piece of wood, then we added our no slip material, then we have a piece of batting, and then we have this fabric that's a little bit heavier weight. all of those layers are pinnable. Pinnable, so when you've got your fabrics there, don't go straight, come in at an angle. When you go in at an angle, you can get right in. So when you're pressing, imagine I've got a whole bunch of pins there and I press and I get right up to that pin and I press. So I can use my turntable just in the way that I'm using for cutting, but now my pressing is accurate. So where do we press? You notice what I did. I took off that cutting surface because I don't care, again, what kind of mat you have. We don't ever press on a cutting surface. So place this down here. If you want it to turn, you're good to go. If you don't want it to turn on a regular table, I'm working on a cutting mat, on a regular table, you can put this down. What does that mean? You can have this in front of your TV on a TV tray. If you wanted to do all of your sewing at the sewing machine, and then after dinner when you're watching TV, you sit and you press and press and press and press. If you have one of the little travel irons, that's the perfect size for this. So it's a great combination. So the base, the cutting surface, the pressing top, all of those work together. This ruler, the 4x16, my unsung hero. So I want to talk about this guy. So what do we have this for? Well, when you're cutting, let me grab some fabrics. I've got 2, 4, I think there may be 8 layers here. So cutting, this is a 2.5-inch square from scraps that you have. And what do? Valerie showed this the other day with the 4.5. I've rolled open first. That way that blade's exposed. I'm going to put my fingers on top of here. I cut. I have a turntable right in front of me. You're getting amazing 16-inch turntable, but right here I've got this wonderful turntable basically. And as long as I start right before, I'm going to cut all of that off consistently. Now, what's so cool about this, Valerie showed right here. Can you see that little bit of fabric? I did that on purpose because I want you to see with a no-slip template that's black. We're used to acrylics, and what are the acrylics? They're clear. I wouldn't see that little bit of fabric there. When I see that little bit of fabric, I can go back and trim that up. It's amazing when you're working with acrylics. We kind of take for granted, hey, I can see my fabric. No, I see that little bit of a shadow of that template. If I wanted to fussy cut something here, you guys know fussy cutting. If I wanted to fussy cut something here, this means I can't see it. If I had that acrylic template and I wanted to have this right in here centered, I may not actually see what it is that I want with the acrylic because it's got a shadow. It's a little bit thick on the side. So we made a fussy cut. So this right here, this is my 2.5. This is my 2.5. That's the one that Valerie's throwing in for you. We make these in all shapes and sizes too. But do you see how I can picture frame out what it is that I want? When I find what it is that I want, I'm able to look right at this. But what I want to do is go off to the side, and let's imagine I had something amazing right here. You can easily see that white popping up because it's there. If I had an acrylic template on that, that white would not show because that's right at the edge where that shadow is. I'm going to place this now right where I know that I'm going to get fabric, not that little bit of the selvage, and I'm holding this down. This has the no slip, this does not. So this moves around. So this is just my viewfinder. When I have what it is that I want, this template goes inside. I'm going to lift my fabric. That lets me pop off that fussy cut frame. And then what do? I'm going to cut with my little mini turntable. Imagine if you were on the turntable, how amazing this would be. But do you see what that gives me? That gives me exactly what it is that I want. Everything I get is perfect and consistent. So this guy here, I do not want you to discount that 2.5-inch template. This will get you into the idea of I don't need to see my fabric. Accuracy, consistency built in. Our 4x16 ruler with the no slip, accurate consistency built in. Let's pull back the bundle and talk a little bit about what comes in this bundle again.
Gotcha. So with this bundle, as I said earlier, this bundle is great because a lot of people like to travel. You do retreats, you do classes. Nobody wants to take giant mats. So this is the perfect, it's got your ironing, it's got your cutting, everything that you're going to need. So you're going to get those 3 pieces. You're going to get the 16x4 ruler. You're going to get either a right or left hand cutter. You're going to get the 5-pack of blades. And Valerie is throwing in that 2.5-inch square and fussy cut.
All right, so this is my favorite bundle that we offer. We have lots of people to buy the turntable, and then I ask them, did you get the 4x16 ruler? Because unsung hero. You're going to love it with the turntable, but you're going to love it on your mat. On any mat size that you have, this guy here is just perfect for all of those smaller projects. All these scraps that I have over here, I'm not going to throw those away, because between these guys here, I'll be able to take advantage and put them to good work. If you haven't cut on a turntable before, there is nothing like it. And again, the turntable that we have, making it 3 pieces, the base being separate from the cutting top, the ironing top being really different than what you're used to. That brown material reflects heat up. So when you go to press, you don't have to press as much. You can layer your fabrics and know that I'm not going to have to press and press and press and press. You guys know what I'm talking about. Pressing is my least favorite thing to do when it comes to sewing and quilting. So this is amazing. I had one other thing I wanted to talk about real fast just with this guy, because we've been doing a lot of bags and totes and purses and things like that. If you all are more sewers rather than quilters, or if you're not a sewer, this is one of the projects I highly recommend. Get yourself a rectangle. I've got 2 pieces of fabric here. I would really have 4 and fold it in half. We're going to square off the tops and the bottoms and the sides first. I'm going to take that 2.5 inch. And when I place this right here, I can cut and cut. What's that going to give me? A boxed corner. And what is that boxed corner going to do? It's going to allow me to get a bag that has 2.5 plus 2.5, a 5-inch bottom. If you are constantly carrying stuff out from the grocery store with those cheap plastic bags and they rip on you, this is a way for you to make your own bags and get perfect boxed bottoms. If you get this bundle, I would love for you to try this method out. You're simply going to cut and cut. That's going to cut both the lining left and the lining right, both of those pieces. Do it on your outside fabric as well. And you can use it with fusible foam. You can use it with fleece. You can use it with any of your battings. This snow slip material loves everything. Vinyl, pleather, faux leather, all of those materials that are more difficult to sew with. This stuff, they all work beautifully together. Martelli really has spent a lot of time talking with customers and getting feedback on what it is that are the struggles out there. People like me that have been sewing and just justifying what it is we do. Well, made a little bit of a mistake. No big deal. You know, real life sewing, y'all. This is going to take care of a lot of that for us. I think we've got a great bundle here, and I hope y'all take advantage. We're done.
Well, hey, could y'all? Hey, could
Charlie?
That's okay. Hey, could y'all go through each piece of the bundle again and just show everybody again exactly what they're getting in this bundle?
Sure.
Yep. So for the roundabout, the 3 pieces that you're going to get the turntable base, you're going to get the cutting mat, and you're also going to get the ironing top. Along with that, you're going to get the 16 by 4 ruler. You're going to get the choice between a right or left hand 45 millimeter cutter. You're going to get a 5-pack of blades for one of those cutters. And as a bonus, Valerie threw in the 2.5 inch square and fussy cut window.
All right, guys, y'all see it right there. What a great special from Martelli that we're showing you on the screen right now, guys. And again, we've got a great show price for this. The Quilt Fest pricing, guys, is $209.96 for all that bundle, Jessica. And what do y'all think about that? That's a good price, isn't it?
It is a very good bundle. I'm going to be honest with you. This is one of our best sellers. As Martelli's, when somebody hears about the roundabout, the first thing they know is Martelli's. It's a great bundle. And like I said, the best part is retreats and classes. You stick it in your bag, you take it with you. It takes 2 seconds. It's lightweight. It's the best thing you're going to take. It's got all your needs. It's got your cutting. It's got your ironing. I mean, it's just a great bundle.
And if you aren't traveling anywhere, right next to your sewing machine, keep this at your sewing machine so you don't have to get up and go to that cutting table. I use the turntable. I do a lot of strip piecing. I do a lot of scrappy projects. So the turntable is the perfect size for that.
Well, you know, and again, Valerie threw in the little fussy cut square template, and you know, which is just added value. So, guys, you're getting all those tools in this roundabout kit for $209.96. Hey, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151, and tell them you're interested in that roundabout kit. You see it right there, $209.96. Guys, what a great special. You know the Martelli name. It is so awesome, all the products they have, and they're famous for their tables. And again, guys, if you want to see all the Martelli products we had on the show, go back to our website right now. In the search bar, just type in Martelli. It'll show you all the products that we have on the website. And we have a show special on a lot of those products. So if you have any questions, give us a call at 800-401-8151, or just speak to one of our live chat agents. It's on the website right now. But again, we really want to thank Martelli for being one of our sponsors of the show. And, thank Valerie and her whole team there for what they've done, and Jessica and Lisa and Linda. Thank y'all so much for coming on the show. But guys, we're ready to keep moving on. And up next, we have one of my buddies coming in. Eileen Roche is in the house, everybody. And I love Eileen. And she's with Dime. And she always, every time I talk about Eileen, I talk about innovation, because she is so innovative. She finds a need that she has in sewing, and so she invents something to make it easier. And today we're going to talk about the Snap Hoop Monster. And when you see, earlier in the week, she was on there with the weightless quilter. What I always said, these are like best friends. You almost have to have one to have the other. If you really want to do some really cool quilting with an embroidery machine, she's going to show you how to do it. So welcome back to the show, Eileen.
Hello, Blaine. How are you today?
Hey, I am awesome. We are on day 5. The countdown is coming down. We're it's hard to believe that we're already, been on here for a week.
It's a marathon. I'm so proud of you doing this 5 days straight. It's really awesome. Very impressive.
Well, and I still haven't, my voice is getting a little hoarse, but I haven't lost my voice yet. So everything's good.
You sound good. You really do. And you still are, uplifting and engaging. So it's all about that, right? You got to keep your energy up.
It is. Excuse me. So we're excited to see the Snap Hoop Monster. And I told everybody, this is like the weightless quilter's best friend. And so I hope you'll kind of even talk a little bit about, after you do the Snap Hoop Monster, how it will work with that weightless quilter. I just love that weightless quilter.
Yeah, I don't have that other camera set up, but we can talk about it anyway.
All right, sounds good.
Snap Hoop Monster, in my mind, really did change embroidery, because before we had a magnetic hoop, we only relied on a standard embroidery hoop with the inner and outer ring, which held the fabric nice and firm for sure, but hooping was always a challenge, trying to get that inner ring inserted into the outer ring and also nail your placement. So when the flat magnetic hoop, when we invented that, boy, did that really change everything. And as you can see, they're here displayed on my wall. I had to take some down to show you how to hoop, but that's how strong they are. I mean, they're just hanging right up there. It's nothing but a hoop. As you can see, the back is behind the little quilt sandwich, and the magnetic frame is in the front. So why don't we go take a look over at the overhead, and so you can actually see the hoop that we're talking about. And I'm really hoping that we have the overhead cam in the right in the right stream. Do we not have it in there? Blaine, do we not have the overhead cam? There we go. Awesome. Okay. So I just wanted you to take a good look at what a Snap Hoop Monster is. It has really 4 parts, right? The attachment tells the machine what size hoop is attached. And the flat magnetic top frame comes with adhesive rulers that you apply, and instructions are included on how to do that. It has a notch on 2 corners, and that helps you lift the top frame from the bottom when they are attached. It also has a magnetic shield. So we ship it with this protecting the magnet, and then we always store these pieces together, unless you are actually hooping and you have some fabric, like on my display on the wall that we were just looking at. So outside of that, then we have our flat magnetic frame. And on the back, it has protective suede strips so that your machine will not get scratched. And it is easy to use. Now, many people are concerned about magnets near their embroidery machine. And we understand that concern because many years ago, when the first embroidery machines were available to consumers, they said, don't use a magnetic pin cushion near the machine. Well, boy, things have changed since then. Back then our cell phones were in a tote bag, and today our whole world is in our back pocket on a phone. So let's take a look at the magnetic ability of that magnetic frame. So you can see that it's holding the scissors, right? And they're not going to fall apart. But when I attach that magnetic frame to the metal, I no longer have the ability to keep the scissors connected to the magnet because the magnetic force is stopped by the metal bottom frame, which is exactly what you want, right? You want all that magnetic force on your fabric. And it's so easy to use. Now, I will always tell people, don't do what I just did because it is strong and it can be difficult to separate, but we can slide the top frame. So I can separate it like that easier than I can trying to lift. So protect your hands and just slide if you inadvertently attach them together. Now they come in all different sizes. This is the 4x4 for Baby Lock and Brother, and they go all the way up for Baby Lock and Brother to the 10.5x16. Bernina, we make those sizes. Now the 5x7 is also a very popular hoop, and we're going to get hooping in a minute. Now these two sizes, the 4x4 and the 5x7, are compatible with so many different Baby Lock and Brother embroidery machines. We also make a 120x120 for Viking and Pfaff. And, that's similar in size to a 4x4. And these hoops you would use for small quilt blocks or t-shirts and onesies. They're ideal for smaller knit fabrics. And the beauty of hooping in a snap hoop monster, a knit fabric, is that it doesn't distort the fibers. So why don't we go ahead and start with a terry cloth towel so you can take a look at the nice hold that you get with a terry cloth towel. So I'm going to separate my top frame and remove that magnetic shield. And then I'll just take a terry cloth towel. Now, if I was really hooping, I would have a piece of stabilizer underneath, and whatever stabilizer you use would be appropriate for, that you can use on a snap hoop monster. Now, I take my top frame and I position it perpendicular. The attachment is right here. So I can kind of feel the edge of my frame. I could just, here's the ridge, and it doesn't have to be perfectly aligned. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. And then keeping my fingers out of the way, I just drop that top frame, and then I can smooth. Now here's the beauty. You know how we're told with a standard hoop, don't ever do that? Well, with a magnetic hoop, you are free to do that because it's flat and it's not going to distort the fibers of the terry cloth, a knit fabric, a quilt sandwich, doesn't matter. Because it's flat, you are evenly pulling and you're not creating strain as you would on an inner and outer ring of a standard hoop. So that's how easy it is to hoop a terry cloth towel. Now, when I'm going to go to the machine, I take my magnet shield and I slide it underneath and I lift the hoop with the shield. And then I just take it over to the machine to attach it. Now, do you have to use it? It's a good idea because, we often want to grab a hoop like this. And if I do that, look, I can pull, that fabric out of position. So we don't want to do that. We just want to use that magnet shield underneath, transport it over, and then you won't, dislodge your fabric in any fashion. Okay. Now, if you have to store it without the magnetic shield, I suggest that you store it wrong side of the magnet to the metal. You'll get a little bit of hold there. It won't stay entirely, but if you're going to hang it on a hook without the magnet shield, you could do it in that fashion. But the best way always is to attach the top to the frame with the magnet shield in between. Okay, so that's our terry cloth towel. Now let's move on to something else, huh? Let's go to, this is a fun t-shirt. that is silk screened, and it kind of looks like the artist forgot to finish the project, right? It's just a simple outline of some stems and leaves, but wouldn't it benefit from a pretty real flower embroidered in that outline? So easy to hoop an adult t-shirt. You just want to make sure that you're going to use the right size hoop that's going to accommodate your embroidery design. And you know, we're normally told you would use the smallest hoop available for your embroidery design, and the same is true with a monster hoop. So I'm just sliding this bottom frame into the garment, and I'm just going to make sure I have the design area. I can feel my frame. So in this small 5x7 hoop, I can probably get these two flowers captured, and there I just drop that in place, and I can make sure it's nice and taut. Now I do have a fusible no-show stabilizer on the wrong side, and you know, it's a cutaway, and that's the right stabilizer to use on a t-shirt knit because it's soft and comfortable next to the skin, and yet it is going to eliminate the stretch in the garment. So I'm nesting my shirt wrong, you know, all around the design area, and I'm going to take my shield, lift it underneath, and transport that hoop to the machine in that fashion. And by doing that, with it nested, now when I go over to the machine, of course, I'm going to kind of unnest it, right? I'll flatten all this out so that I can bypass the foot, the embroidery foot. And once it's attached to the machine, then I'll pull this behind that embroidery foot and leave that all open. Now, we do have a product that works really well with our magnetic hoops, and this is called Hoop Guard. So I'm just going to lift that top frame and place it on the magnetic frame, and now you'll see that the shirt will not go into the sewing field, right? How it always tends to want to fall into the sewing field. So we use this again on another project on a onesie. You can see just how handy that is. All right, so let's slide these two apart, and we'll move on to another item to hoop. It's so easy to hoop t-shirts, which is such a challenge, you know, and it's what we wear a lot of, right? We wear an awful lot of. Okay, so let's go to maybe an 8x8. This is a large design and on a large t-shirt. Now I'm going to bring in another device, and this is our hooping station, our totally tubular hooping station. And it is a cantilevered two-part device. So it has a board on the bottom for smaller hoops and a larger hoop on the top for larger hoops. And this post just, you know, will slide right in, and it will slide apart with these plates. But what the beauty of it is, it lets me put a large 8x8 hoop on the board. And so I'll just place my magnetic frame. And this actually, I think I'll do it this way with my attachment extending off, and then I'm just going to dress the board. And since this is an 8x8 hoop and an 8x8 design, it doesn't really matter which way I hoop. So I'm going to feed that attachment right through the neck, and I can kind of feel that I'm centered. I'll take that top frame and attach it in place, meeting all edges. And now when I go to go over to the machine, it's just so easy to nest this right here on the hooping station. I love this device because for tubular things, items that are, you know, finished garments like a t-shirt, they can be difficult to hoop. Like I just showed you in the gray t-shirt, right? When you're working on a flat surface, it can be challenging because you often, you know, capture the wrong side of the shirt into the frame. So now we'll just slide that board underneath, and we can transport that to the machine. How easy is that? So that's our totally tubular hooping station. Comes with its own hoop mat, both in the large 13x13 board and also a smaller one on the other side for smaller projects. Okay, so now let's take a look. We'll flip this over, I think, maybe not. And I want to show you a multi-needle hoop. So here is a 4x4 multi-needle hoop, and we can hoop a bag. So on this device, I'll just turn. I really should flip this over and use the other side. But I'll need to get my my other mat. So bear with me one moment while I grab that mat. These silicone hooping mats are just wonderful devices. You know, we sell that hoop mat separately, the blue one down here on the base, but the white ones come with the totally tubular station. And it's just going to hold my hoop in place and it won't move. So now, that's not how I do this. You know, I don't work on a multi-needle all that often. So the first thing I want to do actually is put my magnetic frame with the magnet side up on the base, and then I'm just going to dress the board and bring that template and that embroidery design, this design area on this pretty seersucker bag, bring that right over the frame. And then when I attach my metal frame, the complete tubular ability of this hoop and my machine will now let me just go right to the machine. So you can see the magnet is underneath, and I'll just attach my machine in this fashion, and I'm ready to stitch that whole design. Super easy, super fast to do. I love that. Okay, so let's move off the totally tubular hooping station, but it is really quite handy. And we'll move over to a 4x4 hoop, back to the 4x4 hoop with a standard single needle, and I want to show you how to do a onesie. I have this really cute little orange onesie here. It has some trim on it. And now this is where we use hoop guard to its true advantage. So the first thing I'm going to do is attach hoop guard to the front of the hoop. So when I say the front of the hoop, if you are sitting at the machine, this is the front of the hoop. And your attachment would be on this side on Baby Lock and Brother machines. So on my garment, I already have my no-show mesh fused to the wrong side of my design area. And I'm going to turn that inside out so that the wrong side of the garment is out. And then I will take my 4x4 bottom and lay that. Now remember, right here's my attachment. And I'll lay that down, and then I'm going to thread the, how am I going to do this? Yeah, I'm going to thread the hoop guard and the hoop through the neck opening. And I can feel, you know, it's kind of centered, but it's okay. I don't have to focus on it too much at this point. I can finalize that after I'm actually hooped. Now I'll flip that over, and I'm just going to drop that right on top of that magnetic frame, and then open up the design area, and there I am, and I'm hooped. Now when I take this to the machine, oh, I have it all wrong, don't I? Because this is where the needle will go. No big deal. I can literally just flip this around so that now when I go to the machine, this is where I will feed it onto the machine. The needle will be here. And so the needle and foot will never come in contact with that hoop guard, which is what you want. But that hoop guard is creating that barrier that opens up the sewing field and just lets that embroidery, the design area be open and free, and so easy to do a onesie in no time on a single needle machine. Usually, that's one of the #1 reasons why people buy a multi-needle, because of the tubular ability of that machine. And boy, they're fast. They are a great machine. So what else do we have here to hoop? Let's see. You know, of course, we often like to do tote bags on a single needle machine, and you most certainly can. It's just, if you do that, make sure that your tote bag has a really wide mouth. As you can see, this one is really quite large. It's about 18 inches or about 20-inch opening. And that's about what we're going to need. So I'm going to take my 5x7 hoop and I'll insert that into the bag. I'm putting it right inside the bag. And I'm just going to align the edge of the bag with the attachment. Kind of feel that I am centered with that template. And then I'll take my top. And again, you know, I can always feel that frame right underneath. I drop that in place. And then when I go to the machine, I'm going to use that shield. I'll insert that right underneath. And I'm going to turn this whole bag wrong side out because I want to get the whole body above the bed of the machine. And I will then have that design area wide open so that it can hold open and expose the design area. Now I could attach a hoop guard here if I wanted to. So let's go ahead and do that. Just attach that right there. That will help in creating that barrier and keeping the embroidered, you know, the excess bag fabric from falling into the sewing field. You can also, you know, sometimes put this whole piece above the head of the machine. That might be helpful. Okay, isn't that fun? So these hoops come in so many different sizes. They start at 4x4 for Baby Lock and Brother. Like I said, they go all the way to the 10.5 by 16. So if Baby Lock makes a hoop or Brother makes a hoop in that size, whatever size for your machine, our hoop will be compatible with it. This is that 10 by 16. Oh my goodness, it's so big we can't even get it into the camera. And this is ideal for large projects, obviously, very large projects. And this is what I use to quilt with my embroidery machine. And when I'm doing an entire quilt, I know that with this big hoop and weightless quilter, I can be done with edge-to-edge quilting, custom quilting in almost no time. And it works just as easily. You just lift that top frame and, you know, place your quilt sandwich down, snap it on top, and boy, you are able to quilt in no time. It's just so fast, so fast. So I wonder if you have any questions for me, Blaine, before we kind of move on.
Eileen, so far, I think, is there Kyle and Roger are looking. Again, I love this monster snap hoop, Eileen, just because of the ease of use. I mean, it makes it so durable, and just, you know, again, man, you can just do anything with it.
Yes, you really can. So one of our friends wants to know, how do you keep the top frame from slipping while sewing? Well, I'm going to give you a little test that I like to do. I'm going to find my terry cloth towel. You know, I've thrown everything all over the room now. But so I'll hoop this in the 5x7, and then I'll bring it over there so you can get a look. I do what I call the hoop test, right? The hold test, maybe we should call it. And so I hoop whatever it is, you know, whatever item I'm going to hoop, and then I hold it up and I give it a good shake. And if it's not going to fall apart, then that means while it's sewing, it will not fall apart unless there is drag. And if you know, this is only a terry cloth towel, but if I have a quilt that has some weight to it and it is hanging off the machine and off the side of the table, it most certainly could pull that top frame. But if I hold that quilt sandwich above the bed of the machine, then I know it will not create hoop drag. They don't separate by the movement of the pantograph. They separate by the drag of the fabric that it's holding. And so you have to remember, our embroidery machines are designed to handle the size of the sewing field, not everything beyond the sewing field. So just like if you were embroidering with a standard embroidery hoop and you had a large item in that hoop, that inner ring will pop out if your large item is dragging, around the table, around the machine, and not being maintained. That's how we developed and why we developed the weightless quilter. Because, we want to do big quilts, right? Why not? We have these giant hoops. So as long as the body of the large item is lifted above the bed of the machine and able to kind of float with the pantograph as it moves, you are good to go.
Hey, Eileen, one of the things I wanted to just kind of one more time go over, just to make sure everybody's clear, what all brands of machines do these snap hoops fit?
Yes, so we make them for Bernina and Viking, Pfaff. We make some for the Janome 500 and 500E, and also Baby Lock and Brother. So on your website, you have a hoop compatibility chart, and it lists by hoop size and machine compatibility. So if your machine, let's say, takes a Viking 120 by 120 of a standard Viking hoop, then it will take our 120 by 120 magnetic hoop. It's the same attachment. We can't tell the embroidery, your embroidery machine to recognize a new size. So we have to mimic what it already acknowledges.
And Eileen, we got to also squash this myth out there that magnetic frames hurt your machine.
Absolutely. They do not hurt your machine. Before we released one, and most certainly back in the day when we were developing this whole product line, we tested thoroughly, hours and hours on each embroidery machine. And, in our warehouse, in this building that I'm in, we have thousands of magnets, and we have about a dozen embroidery machines. And, they all play really well together. There's no problem. There really isn't a problem. Many years ago, you couldn't have a magnetic pincushion near a machine because the brain of that machine was like this with very little insulation. Today, these top of the lines that take these 10 by 16 hoops, its brain is about the size of your thumbnail, and it's highly insulated inside the cavity of the machine. So you really don't have to worry about it. Absolutely. And we've sold thousands and thousands as you have, right, Blaine?
Yeah.
I wouldn't sell them if they hurt your machine. We'd be out of business.
The reason I say that, you probably know, you remember a couple days ago, we had a customer actually made a chat saying that her local dealer told her that it would void the warranty of her Viking machine if she used it. And I said, well, hey, we'll take care of your warranty if he won't. And
there you go.
It will not damage that machine whatsoever. And I just want to make sure we squash that myth. And
thank you.
Eileen, thank you so much for coming on the show. And again, thank you so much for Dime for being one of our sponsors. And we couldn't do this without you. And as always, you're so informative. And we're going to tell everybody exactly how they can get some of these Dime snap hoop monsters. Again, guys, we have these. Go on our website right now. You can type in snap hoop monster in the search bar. It'll take you right to the category page. Guys, these start at $139 and go up depending on the size of hoop that you get, because there's going to be a lot of different sizes. And as Eileen said, they're going to fit the Pfaff, the Viking. They're going to fit the Janome. They're going to fit Bernina. They're going to fit Brother, Baby Lock. So we have some for all the machines out there. And you just need to give us a call right now. We have a call-in special on this as well. So just find the frame, the machine type that you're looking for. Give us a call. And hey, we're got a Quilt Fest special on it. Again, you do not want to miss one of these frames. I tell you, these things are awesome. We absolutely love these things. And it makes hooping so easy when you're using magnetic. All right, guys, we're ready to move on.
I don't believe our next guest is connected yet. So,
all right. So while we're waiting, we got next up, we're going to have an educational session. And we have Sandra Chandler is going to come in, and she's going to talk all about the perfect straight stitch. And she is Sandra holds a BS in clothing, textiles, and designs from Arizona State University. She's often used recycled denims and yarns and dyed fabrics and stamps to transform ordinary into the extraordinary. And so she's going to be up next, and we're going to have a little educational session. But guys, I got to remind you again, this afternoon, we're going to be giving away that $50,000 Dream Studio. Hey, there's still chances to win. You know, you're getting entered in to win as you participate. So if you've been making comments, asking questions, if you go right now and subscribe to our YouTube page, if you haven't done that, go do it right now. If you haven't liked our Facebook page, go do that right now, because that's going to actually help you win as well. It's going to get you entered. And then we also just got a bunch of prizes we're going to give away this afternoon too, a bunch of sewing machines. And how you can enter to win that is basically just by involving yourself in the chat, making sure that you're asking questions, making comments. That'll get you in there, liking the video, again, subscribing, doing all those things. That's going to help you enter to win. And then I want to remind everybody too, hey, if you want to just subscribe to our newsletter, you can actually go to our Sewing Machines Plus website and go to the bottom of the page and it says subscribe to newsletter. Just put your email address in there and you'll be always updated to all of our emails, our sales, and all the goings on at Sewing Machines Plus. And then if you want to be involved in knowing about events, and like when we have our regular Thursday show, you can actually go visit the website on your cell phone or tablet, and it'll actually pop up a box where you can sign up there for text messages, and it'll send you a text message when we're having a show and things. And I love that feature because it reminds me of a lot of things as well. So anyway, just a number of things that you can do to be involved with us. And guys, we want you to be part of the SMP Nation. And again, when I'm going out there, I work, every time we do these events, I really work hard to get the pricing, down from the vendors. And when I get a good price, I'm going to pass that savings on to you. But anyway, while we got the opportunity, I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the events we have coming up. And again, we're going to be doing this again, guys, in June. And it's going to be all about Hoop Fest. Now, it's going to be everything we're doing here, except it's all about embroidery. And mark these dates, guys. I tell you to always keep a notebook around when you're with us on these shows, because we're going to give you a lot of information. But hey, write this down, put it in your calendar. It's going to be June 13th through the 17th. We're going to have Hoop Fest. And again, guys, we're going to have the best educators in the nation on here with embroidery. We are going to have some really good embroidery educators. I know right now Joanne Banco is going to be one of those. She's already signed up for it, so we know that we have her. I think Carly Bell is going to be on here again, and so we have a lot of great people in line to come on the show for the Embroidery Hoop Fest. And then, guys, in September, it's National Sewing Month. We're going to have Sew Fest, and that dates are going to be September the 12th through the 16th. And again, it's going to be a 5-day streaming event, 8 hours a day, and we're going to have some of the best educators in the country. We're going to have some sewing techniques and tip classes that you can go through. And so it's going to be a fun time as well. And you don't want to miss that. And then in October, the 13th and 15th, you really want to mark this down. We're going to have our Scan and Cut University. And we already have Heather Banks, Cindy Hogan, and Julie Fee-Fan Balzer already lined up to teach these classes. It's going to be a 3-day event. We will be having that website. It'll be where you can sign up very soon for that, but it is going to be a one-of-a-kind event, Scan and Cut University, and you're going to learn everything there is to know and all the different things you can do with the Scan and Cut in those 3 days. And it's going to be a project-based class that you're going to be able to sign up for and buy, and we'll ship the kits and things right to your doorstep, and you'll be able to, do your projects along with the professionals. So great events coming up, guys. Make sure you mark those down in your calendars. And are we still waiting on Sandra?
Yes. We are, yeah.
Okay.
Now's a great time to call in your order if you've been waiting.
Yep, it sure is. So right now, I guess we may not get our last educational event, but anyway, I don't know what's going on with Sandra. She may be part of the storm. Yeah. I know it's storming across the United States in a few places. I know that Martelli's they're down in Florida, and they were getting some pretty bad thunderstorms there today, and they were afraid that their internet may go out. So that may be what's going on with Sandra. But anyway, guys, we got some things we can talk about. And the other thing, wanted to remind y'all again, if you are thinking about ordering, okay, and you can't make up your mind, here's the thing. We're not, we do have deadlines of things, and we're going to extend all the sale prices on all the products you saw on the show all the way through close of business tomorrow. 4 p.m. Pacific time. If you get your orders in by then, you'll get that show price. However, what we decided to do in case we run out of product or something, as long as you've called in or you've filled out that Google Sheets, and Kyle is going to put the link in the chat right now. It's the Google Sheets link. You hit that link, it opens a Google Sheets page up. If you put your name, your phone number, and the product that you're interested in on that sheet, we're going to honor those prices for Quilt Fest all the way through close of business next week on Friday. And as long as you're on the sheet. And so that way, if you are kind of on the fence about something, and you know, I know these are big purchases, and I know it's a big commitment, and you may have to think about this for a while. Hey, we're going to give you a week to do that. As long as you got your name on that Google Sheet, basically reserves that price for you.
Looks like she is here now.
All right, so we got Sandra is in the house, and so great, she signed on. And again, guys, we are going to talk all about getting the perfect straight stitch. And Sandra, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry, I forgot to push the button. It said enter studio.
That's okay. So hey, I love your set. Very colorful. Look at how pretty that is. And hey, we're super excited to have you part of our show. And I actually gave your whole introduction and bio, so everybody knows all about you. But what we want to know is how to get that perfect straight stitch.
Oh my gosh. So it isn't as hard as we think. It really isn't. So what I'm going to do is I am going to first start out and talk about the walking foot. Very important. You can do a straight stitch without a walking foot, but it's so much easier if you do have a walking foot. So I would tell everyone, make sure you have a walking foot for your machine. I'm going to show you really easily down here. Here we go. So here is my walking foot. And what it does is it actually then, if normally you have a presser foot and you have your teeth, your feed dogs, and they push your fabric along like this. Well, a walking foot pushes your fabric from the top and from the bottom. So more like this. So you're going to get that motion. And that's what you're going to see. So before we start, let's talk about utensils. And so what do you need to be a great, not a good, but a great quilter using your walking foot? So what I suggest is there's a couple pencils that you can use. Some of them are chalk. There's also this old school chalk that you can use to mark your fabric. I love. I believe this is by Clover. I love this. It's actually, chalk is inside, and there's a little blade that dispenses a very fine line. So if you have dark fabric or darker fabric, this works really well because you're able to get right beside, and it's chiseled, so you can get right beside the ruler. The other method that I use is good old-fashioned tape. This is what hand stitchers some use, but you can also use it for your machine. And guess what? Painter's tape is the best. It literally is the best. It leaves no residue. And I'm going to show you how I use painter's tape. So originally for walking feet, what you start out with is you only can do, well, let's say most of the stitches are straight, but I'm going to show you how I actually do a variation of that straight line. So hold on. I like, and you don't have to do this, but I like using some type of glove. And there are specially made quilting gloves, but there's also Dollar Tree gardening gloves. So these are actually Dollar Tree gardening gloves. And what I do is I will cut up like 2 or 3 fingers so that, because sometimes you need your fingers. Like if you're taking out pins or something, you need your fingers. So that's what I like to do. So now I have my gloves. The next thing is I want to mark. Can you guys all see that? I have marked where I want to stitch. So I'm doing a crosshatch. So I marked it this horizontal and then the other horizontal. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start, and there's no wrong way. There is your preferred way, right? Because your machine and you are unique to yourselves. So I prefer, and I've got my back fabric, I've got my batting, and I have my front. And I use spray adhesive to secure my 3 layers together. You can do whatever you want. That always works well for me. I'm going to start at the top, the very top, and go straight down the center. And I'm going to move my camera so you can see this. As soon as I so I was taught old school. So old school means I was taught you put your first stitch, I literally hand crank my first stitch right down into that seam or that line, so that I don't have balling or bunching. So watch this. Look at my hands. Look at there. I'm literally, let's see if I can do it without, this one's I need to hold this because I have a clip over here. But literally, all I'm doing is being a very small, I'm not guiding it. The feet will do it. The walking foot is going to guide your fabric. Look at here, hands free. Really, I'm stitching right down that line. And I always have my foot, my needle end up in the fabric so that when I stop, it's right there. Now I'm going to cut my fabric, and there's my first stitch line. It's right down that center. You see that? So then I'm going to go to the right or to the left. So I'm going to go one over. I'm going to put, again, my needle down. Then I'm going all the way across. If you want to know what sewing machine I'm using, I'm actually using the Singer Quantum Stylus 9960. And I cut again. I'm going to move my clips. So I'm going to repeat this. Now, if you want, I'm going to show you also. Here I go. So look, now I have what? 3 lines, right? So I repeat it all the way over. I'm going to show you. Here's one that I've done, and I've already done the one direction. Now I'm continuing on the other, but I want to show you something. So I'm going to continue. I think you're getting the idea. I just have a couple more to do. Isn't this easy? And it's so enjoyable. I just love using my walking foot. Now, what I suggest too, if you're using the walking foot, and some of you all love to do stitch in the ditch. You love the stitch in the ditch concept. And again, I learned how to quilt in the 70s when stitch in the ditch was very popular. And that's what machine quilters did. My suggestion, and here we go. You like that? Here's the back. All right. So my suggestion, if you are a stitch in the ditch kind of person, think about this. What if you use the edge right here, and instead of stitching in the ditch, you use your edge and you stitch it's probably about a ½ inch away from the ditch. The reason, with your walking foot, and the reason why you do that is when you're trying, have you ever tried to walk down a straight line, like to walk one foot inside front of the other? It's really hard, and you tend to fall off a couple times. That's what happens when you do stitch in the ditch. But if you go a ½ an inch over and you use that ditch as your guideline, like I did with my markings, then you have a better chance of staying straight because you're not going to fall off your 1/4 inch seam allowances. So think about that when you're thinking about stitching in the ditch. Now, some of you all are like, oh, I'm not a straight line guy or girl. I want some variety. Well, let me show you what I did. I stitched, and I hope you can, oh, here's the, I stitched straight down, right? So there's straight stitch. All these are straight stitches, right? Then I took, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to curve in and out. So you can do semi curves with your walking foot. So what I did, and you don't have to do the straight lines. This is just an example. I started with straight lines, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start wherever you want to start within those 2 lines. And I put my, again, I'm using my wheel and turning it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do gradual curves. So again, it's a walking foot, but can you do curves? Yeah. You just can't do, I mean, stenciling would be a little hard. Now look at this. I'm turning the corner. You see that? So is that a curve? Absolutely. I could even do deeper curves if I wanted to. The trick is keeping the machine going while you're moving. Do you guys see that? So I'm using my walking foot and I'm still doing a curve. And I'll slow it down if I get to a point. So it's almost like, you know, the ride in Disneyland that has the saucer and you spin around? That's the same motion you're going to use. Let me show you guys on this side. Can you all see that? See there? So you can do curves with a walking foot. So let's explore, let's do bigger curves. Let's say we want, you're like, well, but Sandra, I've got a semi. So I'm going to start again here. Let's say you have an orange peel. So let's something like this. Okay, then what you can do is you can turn your fabric. So you can do curves. And then watch this. I'm going to turn back around. And all I'm doing right now, there you go. Can you guys see that? So there's a variety. Here, I'm going to use my painter's tape to stitch. So I love my painter's tape. Remember I told you about painter's tape? So now what I'm going to show you is I'm going to use my machine. And I'm going to use my painter's tape, and I'm going to use, I can either stitch right beside the painter's tape, which I'll do right now, or I can use my, so now I'm walking, so I'm painting, I'm sorry, I'm stitching, not painting, right alongside that painter's tape. Can you see that? Okay, so I've stitched right alongside the painter's tape. What if I wanted to use the side? So the painter's tape is here. My walking foot is here. I'm using the edge of that tape. As my guide. Now, I'm finished with my stitching, right? And so all I have to do is pull it off. And there you go. So painter's tape works really, really well. So my next one, remember we had this one that we started with? I'm going to show you what you can do. So we're going to stitch, we stitched 1, 2, 3 stitches one direction. I'm going to put 2 more stitches on the other side. So it's 1, and I'm going to do 1 more. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is so now I have, so we've got, I think 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stitches. Well, what if we made a pattern within that stitches? So now I'm going to show you how you can create your own pattern within your quilting. Because sometimes you want your quilting to stand out. Do you see? And you can see it on this side. See how I chose? So you don't have to follow each line. You can be creative. So now we're going to do, so you can take your marked lines. You can open up your stitch length. Oops, I think I need one more stitch. When I need one more stitch, I like to hand crank because then I have more control. So do you see that? Now I've made a pattern. Very interesting, right? So let's say you have, here it is, you've got your quilting and you love what you've done, but you want to add a circle. So what you would do is you would take, and you're going to mark the center. So I'm going to find my center. And I'm going to put a pin. So I'm marking my center, my very center. And then I'm going to mark that center with an X. I think I'm going to use the chalk. You guys can see that much better. And then from there, I'm going to go out and I'm going to use my ruler. So depending on how wide you want the stitches, I'm going to go out from my center. I'm going to go out an inch. And so I'm going to mark an inch 3 times from the center, all the way around 3 times from the center. Then my next stitch, the fourth from the center out, I'm going to mark 1.5 inches. Okay, so I'm going to show you what I have because I know you guys can't see it. So I have my center. These all are the same distance around. This one, the bottom, and the side. And then my top one is 1.5 inches. So I'm going to start stitching right in the middle, and I'm going to go around. So I'm going to start in the center. And I'm going to, actually, I'm not going to start in the center. I'm going to start out in that 1 inch. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 2 stitches in place. Then I'm going to turn my walking foot towards the direction of that first or the second star that I've made, because I want this to be round. And then I keep going. Now I'm trying to get to that next star. There we go. Now I'm going one more. So I'm out just a little. So see how I can. This is how you can use your walking foot and do circles. You notice I didn't mark anymore because I'm using the side of my walking foot to guide me. Have any of you guys ever played and experimented with walking with your walking foot in a circle? Just make sure you haven't drank too much, because this could be really tricky. No drinking and walking. All right, I'm almost at the end. All right, I think you guys get the idea. And here we are. So what do you guys think? Pretty cool, huh? So I'm sure you have some questions. Oh, I can't hear it. I don't hear you. Oops. Hold on 1 second.
It was muted. All right. Blaine muted his pack.
Okay, I thought maybe it was me. I was like,
You know, it's almost the end of our show. We start losing it by this time.
all right, I thought maybe my ear pods had picked it up. I was like, where are my ear pods?
Well, we are so thrilled to see all your techniques. That was amazing. Just one technique after another.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And does anyone have any questions?
I didn't really see a lot of questions, just things they never thought of. Now, I do have one question. What do you do if you sew through your painter's tape?
Oh,
How do you get that stuff out?
That is so easy. So you just literally pull it up, and then I take tweezers and it pulls. It doesn't separate when you stitch through it. So you don't get like little embedded pieces. It really comes up pretty easy. Because I have, believe me, I have sewn through my painter's tape.
So it's not the end of the world if you sew through your painter's tape. Excellent.
No, and it doesn't gum up your needle.
Doesn't gum up your needle. That's fabulous to know. And quilting with a walking foot. Who would have thought?
I know. Yep. And you
so I wanted everyone to know how they can find you. You've got a beautiful website.
Oh, thank you. So I'm Sandra Lee Design, and I have a website. I have Instagram. I love people to follow me. I make clothing also. I do wearable arts, and I teach a quilting class twice a week online through Saddleback College. So if you want to know about quilting, we work on the project that you see on the wall, the colorful one. We're working on that one this semester, and it's a adult education class. There's no grades. It's just for fun.
And since it's on Zoom, you don't have to live here in California. You can be anywhere.
Well, you do have to live in California.
Okay, that's what I wanted to double check, because Saddleback is up north of us.
Right. It's Southern California. It's Orange County. But
Orange County, yeah, that's north of San Diego.
Right, but you just have to live in California. It's an absolutely free class through the Emeritus program.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Well, for all of you guys in California, definitely take Sandra's class. And otherwise, we definitely want to get you out here and teaching some classes for us.
Yes, I would love to. Yes. My next speaking engagement and teaching engagement, I'll be in Canada. Quilt Canada. I am one of their instructors, and I'll be lecturing and teaching at Quilt Canada this summer.
I saw that on your website in June. That's really amazing.
Yes, so I'm excited. We're back. We're all back and ready to sew away.
Thank goodness. Well, Sandra, thank you so much for sharing your talent with us and joining us today. And everyone say thank you. Give Sandra some love, and you have a great weekend.
Thank you so much. And you guys have an amazing weekend also.
All righty. Well, hey, we are ready for our next presenters. We have Handi Quilter back in the house, and Sarah and Denise, I believe, are with us. Going to talk about the Pro Stitcher. And this is the full version of Pro Stitcher, not the Pro Stitcher Lite. So we want to make sure we know the differences between the two. So Sarah, are you guys ready to go?
We are ready to go. We were ready to show Pro Stitcher Lite, so we don't have premium in front of us.
That's what I wanted to make sure, because every day you've been doing Pro Stitcher Lite, but I'm reading Pro Stitcher, so I just wanted to make sure which one we're talking about.
I think we're going to go ahead and talk about Pro Stitcher Lite. That's what we have set up here. So that's what we're going to have to show you today. All right.
Well, excellent. Maybe you can begin by telling us what's the difference between the two.
Great. That's a great starting point. So we've had Pro Stitcher Premium for over a decade now, and that works with the majority of our Handi Quilter machines, like the Amara and the Forte and the Infinity. When we introduced the HQ Moxie, our newest family member over here, a couple of years ago, we needed to have a slightly different Pro Stitcher that kind of fit the price point and fit the features, and of course the size of the machine as well. So we have Pro Stitcher Lite, and that works specifically with two Handi Quilter machines, HQ, excuse me, the HQ Moxie as well as the HQ Simply 16, and it works on two of our frame systems, which is our Lofts frame system, which is the standard 8-foot frame that comes with our Moxie machine. That's what we have behind us here. And it also works on our little foot frame with either the Moxie machine or the Simply 16 machine. So you have to have one of those two machines and one of those two frames, and Pro Stitcher Lite works for you on those. So it is very similar to Premium, excuse me. It is very similar to Premium. It does, however, have a few easier to use functions. We've tried to make it a little bit more easily accessible. I know that learning a new program system, new computer system, the whole robotics thing can be a little overwhelming at times. So we have tried to make that a little bit easier, but you can still do most of the same functions that you can with Premium. So if you're an edge-to-edge kind of gal, like I am, if you're more of a block-to-block kind of gal, or if you like to do full custom, you can still do all of that with Pro Stitcher Lite. Included with our Pro Stitcher Lite packages is everything that you're going to need to put onto your machine and your frame. So you order one thing, and it will all come together, and you'll get the 11-inch tablet. You'll get all the robotics stuff that you need to put into your carriage, and anything else that you need for your particular setup will come. So that all comes included. On the tablet, you'll get 250 free designs, so that's exciting. We all love
so exciting.
designs.
I love all the designs that come with it. It's great.
We have a mix of blocks, continuous lines, triangles, so there's a whole fun amount on there. And then of course we always buy more because
of course
always have to have the right thing for the right quilt top, right? All right, so I think we're going to go ahead and have Denise show us how this works. So go ahead.
Sure are. We're going to jump right in. One of those easy to use features that I love, Sarah, is that we're going to set our frame space first, and this actually indicates the amount of usable quiltable space for us, and it's really to help keep us on track so our design stays where it should be in between our poles. We don't want to bump our poles while we're quilting, so this frame space ensures, especially for beginners, that is not going to happen. So I'm going to start by doing that.
That's great. No one wants their machine quilting where we don't expect it to be quilting.
No, so I'm just going to come up here into the area tab, and I've got frame space already highlighted. So I'm just going to come over here into the space that I want to quilt. I'm kind of using this line here as the edge of my quilt. I'm going to come just outside that a little bit, just off the edge of the pole, just a little bit. And I am going to go ahead and set my first point in my frame space. So I'm just going to choose 2 corner. I'm choosing 2 corner because I'm making a perfect 90-degree angle up there, and I'm going to come down here and I'm going to do another one. And again, I'm just going to be off of my quilt a little bit. I want to make sure my designs that I choose are all within that space. And then you can see, Sarah, how easy that is. I already have the frame space on the center of my Pro Stitcher screen. So Pro Stitcher Lite's got me covered. There's no way I'm going to hit the poles because I'm going to keep everything I quilt within that space. Isn't that great?
It's perfect.
Okay, so I thought I would actually start by just dropping a little design, like a little block here. Now, I don't know about your piecing, Sarah. Mine's not perfect. I really try to get it perfect. And I press and I use starch and I try all those things, but it's never quite perfect.
It never is it?
No, I'm going to just go ahead and draw a little block here using my eyes here to tell me how perfectly straight it is. And you know, it's kind of a trapezoid. I'm okay with that because you know what? Pro Stitcher Lite's going to make sure that my design fits perfectly in there. So I'm going to go ahead and set some points. Actually, I'm up just a little high. So if you see where my frame space is, I'm a little close to the edge. I'm going to drop my design area down just a little bit. Because again, I just want to make sure I'm staying within that frame space. So I'm going to just create a new little defined space here. And I'm going to make that a little more visible there. So now I'm going to stay in my area tab up here, and I am going to use the multi-point feature. I'm just going to come right on the corner of one of my edges there. I'm going to choose multi-point, and I'm just going to work my way around. And I'm going to just go ahead and set a point at every single corner.
It looks almost squarish.
It does, but do you see what's going on right here? I'm going to just use my zoom feature. I'm slightly outside the frame space. That's probably going to cause a problem. So I love that visual representation. So I'm going to go ahead and just drop down a little bit and make sure that I'm staying within that space. So I'm just going to undo. Undo's our best friend. I'm going to undo that and come down just a little bit and multi-point within my frame space. So we're just going to double check there that I'm still inside, and I am. So sometimes our blocks are wonky. It happens. But again, Pro Stitcher's got us covered. I'm going to go into File, choose a design, and oh, we're going to use a shamrock because that shamrock design is super cute, and I'm going to make sure it fits within that space. So I'm going to go into my Modify feature there, and I'm going to choose Align and Center. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and center the whole block here. And now I can use my resizing feature still in Modify, because I can use my Modify features to modify anything on my screen. I'm going to lock the aspect ratio of my design here. I'm going to drop it down until it fits within my block. So in that visual representation there on the screen lets me see that that is perfectly going to fit in my area. And I just think that is really cute. We just had St. Patrick's Day, so I think that is super fun. It's going to fit in there perfectly. And I can go ahead and stitch that out now. So we're going to go into our Pro Stitcher. We always want to make sure Quilt is selected, and then we get our Run button there. So I can go ahead and choose Run. I want to make sure my needle is up. It's going to give me a reminder there, so I don't have to worry about not having it up. There's my reminder. And I can go ahead and push Proceed. It takes that perfect first little stitch for me so I can bring up my bobbin thread. Didn't quite take, I didn't have my bobbin thread cut quite long enough last time. So I'm going to bring that up, and then now it's going to go ahead and stitch that out for me. And I'm ready with my scissors here so I can trim that thread. I'm holding my thread here though as it gets started so I don't accidentally have those little tails get caught. And I just love the stitch quality. It has such a beautiful stitch quality. It's, you know, I keep hearing people say it's an entry-level machine. It's got such a great price point. But the stitch quality doesn't say that. The stitch quality is really fantastic. Isn't that great? And just that quickly, I have a fun little design that fit my area just perfectly. I love that. And I'm just bringing up my bobbin thread here. I'm going to go ahead and trim that off. And then I've got my great little design fitting right in there. Isn't that fun? This is just one of 250 designs. I'm so excited that there are so many great designs here. So I'm going to clear that area. I could choose to use the shamrock design all over my quilt in different blocks if I wanted to, Sarah, but I'd love to play with some other designs. Should we show a little bit of edge-to-edge quilting, you think?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close that design, and I'm going to set up some edge-to-edge quilting over here. I love getting my quilts done quickly, so I always want to make sure that I can actually do some edge-to-edge quilting. It gets it done quickly. It looks beautiful, and we have lots of great designs to choose from. So I'm going to go ahead and set up my area first. This time I'm going to use 2-corner because I want to set up a design that's going to be, you know, a perfect rectangle. If I had an actual quilt top loaded here, I would take the time to baste all of my edges down first. And then I would be setting up my area points just barely outside the edge of my quilt. And I can set up my whole quilt if I want to. I can come all the way over to the edge and set up my entire quilt. And I can change the height of my quilt over here in my area box. And I love that because I'll often measure my quilt top before I load it on the frame. And I would put in the actual measurements here. And that way, even though my area is coming outside of my frame space on the screen, you can see that. I need to have the row, each row that I'm quilting within that space. I don't have to have my entire quilt lined up. The Pro Stitcher Lite's smart enough to know the difference. So I think that is really a fabulous feature. So I'm going to open up a continuous line design, and I'm just going to pop into all of the different designs that are available. So I'm going to come into the continuous line. These are designs that will work laying it out in a way that is going to continue adding rows and repeats to this. So that being said, I'm going to go into the repeat tab, and I'm going to choose the fill button. And the fill is automatically going to choose how many of the repeats can fit in there for me. I love that feature. I don't have to do math. It's super, super simple. And then I can choose to just stretch it to make it fit the space that's there. And I think that actually looks really, really fun. This little design is called Cat Eyes, and I've actually quilted it out on, I quilted out one on a vintage quilt, and I quilted out a Halloween quilt using this design too. It was really tons of fun. So once I've got my repeats all set in there, I'm going to choose baseline, and that kind of just freezes everything into place for me. If I were doing my own quilt at home, I would take the opportunity to save the design at this point too, because I might quilt just one pass and then I might need to go run an errand or something, and I might need to shut the machine down. I can come back in the next day, open up my design, and continue quilting again. How great is that? Okay, so now I've hit my baseline. I'm going to go into Pro Stitcher and tell it I'm ready to quilt. I want to quilt that first pass here. So I'm going to choose Run. I'm going to make sure my needle is up. I've got that great reminder there. Over here, I have these tools on the right that remind me to make sure I've got my tie-offs and my pull-up on, and my stitch buttons on too. That means I'm actually going to be taking stitches when the Pro Stitcher starts moving. So it's going to move into position, allow me to go ahead and pull up my bobbin thread. So easy to use. And now it's going to get started on that design. And I'm just holding that bobbin thread and upper thread in my hand while it gets started. And then I'll snip off those threads.
This is a really fun little design.
Isn't it fascinating? And we're using a little bit of a variegated thread on the machine today, which is just so great. Just adds, you know, the combination of designs with the threads you choose and the fabric you choose, it makes it really personal, so you can make your quilting all your own.
And I love all the purple and the green and the black. It has me already excited for Halloween this year.
I
Halloween
know.
is my favorite holiday, and it's my favorite quilting holiday.
It is my favorite holiday too. My son was actually born on Halloween, so we celebrate Halloween big at our house. It's always
All right, well, while this is stitching out, I've taken some notes from a few questions that we've had that I've seen pop up. We've had some questions around if the Pro Stitcher Lite is only for HQ machines. It is not. It does work with the Gallant. I saw a question about the Gallant, so it does work with the Baby Gallant. And I saw some questions about installation. Is it easy to do? It is easy to do. I have done it several times myself, and I have managed, and I am not an overly technical person. There's nothing too heavy or too difficult about it.
Not at all.
In addition to having printed instructions that go in the package, we also have instructions available on a Built app. It's BILT, and it's an app, and it will walk you through screw by screw, step by step, pick this piece up, do this with that piece. It really walks you through it. So if you are installing this at home, do not be intimidated at all. There was another question about basting as you go. Do you want to go ahead and talk about how you baste your quilts?
I would love to take a minute about to do that. So when I am getting started on a quilt, I actually baste just the space that I'm working on when I'm doing edge-to-edge quilting. I will baste along the top and then down the sides of the throat space that I'm working on. So by throat space, I mean what would actually fit in the area that I'm quilting at that point. Once I'm ready to advance my quilt so I can continue quilting, at that time I'll take the opportunity to continue basting down the side. And then when I get to the bottom of the quilt, I will baste along the bottom as well. So, matter of fact, we have another really great foot that works on the Moxie that is perfect for the Pro Stitcher Lite, and that is the glide foot. And I leave that foot on my machine pretty much all the time when I'm doing edge-to-edge quilting. It is really wonderful because if you have any high seams in your piecing, or if you're doing what I like to do, I actually like to quilt just off the edge of the quilt. So my basting might be holding it into place, but my foot's going to travel over the side of the quilt a little bit. So I do like having that glide foot on that's kind of shaped like a hole. That is really great for keeping things in place.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Or if you have some thick seams or some applique,
Or applique.
it's a really nice
I quilt
foot.
right over applique with that. So it actually came to the end of the row of quilting, and it says long jump pause. It's giving me the opportunity to go ahead and bring up the bobbin thread. I can bring that up and just needle up down and get my bobbin back up out of there. I'm going to trim that off. I love that it will stop and allow me to bring the bobbin thread up, because now when I get started quilting again over here, I don't have that bobbin thread traveling underneath the whole quilt. It's cut off, the thread's already managed. I don't have to worry about going back to fix that. Should we quilt another row while we answer some more questions?
Yeah, let's go ahead
Or
and
should
we'll
we,
go ahead and show the next row.
okay.
And then I've got some more questions that I've been taking notes about that I'll go ahead and
Perfect.
answer.
This is the best part. I just clipped my thread, and now I can just choose resume, and it knows that we're ready to start the next row. It's letting me bring up that bobbin thread again, and I'm going to hit that resume button again, and it's going to start quilting. It really couldn't be simpler. It makes edge-to-edge quilting so easy.
I did see a question just pop up right now. Can you quilt right to left? Yes, it can. However, your long arm machines, the way that they are mechanically built, will stitch best from left to right. So that's why you'll see most digital patterns, when the designer creates them, that the green start is on the left and the red stop is on the left and the red stop is on the right. So it does stitch a little happier from left to right. I saw another question. Is the tablet included in the package in the price? Yes. Our pricing for post-stitcher packages include everything that you're going to need, and that includes the 11-inch tablet. There's 250 designs, everything that you're going to need to get going. I saw a question. What happens if your thread runs out or it breaks? Can you back up? Yes, you can.
That is such a great question. Shall we show that?
Yeah, let's go ahead and show how to do that. So we can pretend.
Let's just pretend. I'm just going to hit pause. I'm just going to hit pause, and then I'm going to hit cancel. So at this point, it wouldn't let me resume. I would need to choose a new start point. So, you know, maybe I've run out of bobbin, maybe my other thread broke. We're just going to go ahead and cut that off. So I've got my top end bobbin thread broken here. Okay, so maybe we had a thread break and we need to get going again. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to back up just a little bit, because I want to resume stitching about a ½ inch or so back from where I was. And I've got these great buttons on my tablet that I can select zoom. I'm going to zoom way in to where my crosshairs are. My crosshair indicates where my needle is. And we do have some overstitching here, so it can be a little tricky to choose the exact line that we want to start restitching at. So this zoom feature really helps me get close to figuring that out. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and choose my pan and bring that into my field of vision there. I'm going to go into Pro Stitcher. My Pro Stitcher tab is going to let me go in and select a new start and end point. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Over here on the right, I get a little box that comes up, and under the start column, it gives me the option to choose auto. It's going to automatically move my start point right to where I'm at. Isn't that a great feature? I just love that. It makes it so nice and easy for me. Okay, so at this point, I want to make sure that I've got the right direction selected, and that we're going to get started stitching again. Now you'll notice at this point, if you can see my screen, my run button's no longer highlighted because I moved out of the quilt selection on my ribbon. So I want to go back into my quilt function, and then I can choose run. Again, it's going to remind me to make sure my needle is up, and we're going to start stitching again. So it's really that simple to get going again. Isn't that great?
It is so easy.
And again, let me bring my bobbin thread up. I'm going to trim that.
Okay, so we've had a couple of questions come in. Somebody asked about what size bobbin, so that would be specific to your long arm machine. All of the Handi Quilter long arm machines have an M-class style bobbin, so that large bobbin. I had another question if this could work on the Avante. Another question if it can work on the Littlefoot frame. I'm sure you can call Sewing Machines Plus. They will be happy to answer those questions about compatibility for any machines. For the Pro Stitcher Lite, it only works on the HQ Moxie, HQ Simply 16, as well as the Baby Lock Deluxe. So those are the 3 machines that it's working on, as well as the 8-foot frame and the Littlefoot or the Coronet frame. So those are the 3 machines and the 2 frame systems it works on. Again, you can give us a call and they will go ahead and help walk you through that if you have any other questions about that. Another question about the tablet being included. It is included. So yes, the tablet is included in the Pro Stitcher package. Oh, I'm going to let Denise answer this question.
Oh boy.
Because we have an official response and an unofficial response.
Oh.
Can you hit run and walk away, or do you need to babysit the machine?
Okay, so here's the thing I like to do. I like to hit run and step away to my sewing table that's in the same room, and I start working on piecing a quilt or working on a binding. I actually don't walk away from my machine very far. If I do need to leave the room, I will usually hit pause. I would like to be right there to see what's going on, especially if I have a thread break or something. I want to manage that quickly and keep quilting. But I love that it's another set of hands for me. I can keep piecing, I can find a quilt, I can be cutting out another project while the Pro Stitcher's doing the work for me.
Excellent. What do you do if you have not finished your quilt and the day is over and you are going to go have a rest on the couch and go to bed? What are you going to do at the end of that day?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and shut my machine down. Before I do that, I want to make sure that I've saved my design. So with an edge-to-edge design, once I'd set it up, I would hit baseline and then I would save it. And that way, when I come back the next day, I can open up my design. I can reposition it to start quilting again. There's fabulous tutorials on the Pro Stitcher website that walk you through repositioning after a shutdown or repositioning so we can advance our quilting. It's so easy to come back to. So how are we doing on time?
We only have a couple more minutes. Go ahead and get started.
I want to show, I'm going to go ahead and just clear what's on my screen here. I'm going to clear that area and I'm going to close that design. And I want to show another great feature of Pro Stitcher Lite here where I can drop another design in there. So I'm going to go back to my area tab and I'm going to tell it I want to go ahead and quilt a new block. I'm going to choose my multi-point and set some points around my block. And again, I've pieced so carefully and pressed just to make sure everything looked absolutely perfectly, amazingly wonky there.
We joke, but sometimes that's how they really do turn out.
I try and try, but sometimes it doesn't look far off from that. So I'm going to go into my block designs. And again, 250 designs here at my fingertips. I absolutely love this. I'm going to choose another design. I'm going to go into modify because I want to modify that block to make sure it will fit. This time I'm going to choose the skew feature and I'm going to just pick one. I'm going to choose border skew. It fits it in there perfectly, fits the edges. I can rotate it a little bit. I can do whatever I need to make it fit, but you can see looking at my screen, my block was not perfect in its piecing, yet the Pro Stitcher is going to make it just fit in there perfectly. And then I'm just going to go ahead and go into Pro Stitcher and have it quilt out that cute little design for us.
Fantastic. While you're stitching that out, we had a question about thread. Any high quality thread is going to be just fine in our products in your long arm machines. So this one happens to be.
This one's Fantastico from Superior Threads. It's a tri-local polyester. It's got beautiful shine. It's a 3-ply thread. It performs very, very well in the Handi quilter machines. I really love this thread.
Yeah, and then I did see a question if this machine had a low bobbin estimator. That's a question about the actual long arm machine, not the robotics system. The HQ Moxie does not have a low bobbin estimator.
And I want to talk about that for a half a second here, Sarah. You know, I have a couple of Handi quilter machines. I do have a Moxie. I also have an Amara. I actually don't really use that bobbin estimator a whole lot because I can hear when the bobbin's about to run out. It sounds a little different, and I'm very attuned to that because I do stay in the room with my machine. I can hear when it's getting low. I don't really worry about that. I just check it.
I'm so glad you said that because I am the exact same way. I can hear it and I'm always like, is that just mental? Is it just like this feeling that I get? Is it just like this timing, internal timing? But I agree, you can kind of hear as it's getting low.
Yeah.
The other nice thing about the Pro Stitcher is at the end of every row or at the end of your design, you can always pop out your bobbin and see how much you have left in there.
You sure can. I should probably actually take the time to do that because we've been quilting
We have been.
a lot. And oh, I've got a lot. I've got quite a bit of thread. So we get to keep playing, Sarah.
Okay, well, I think our time is up. Is there any other last second questions? Let's see. I don't see any.
Hey, ladies, I don't see any questions.
Blaine?
So great job. And again, you know, that's the Pro Stitcher Lite, and it just lets everybody know that you can get into robotics very inexpensively. And we sure do appreciate y'all's presentation, and sure do appreciate Handi Quilter being one of our platinum sponsors. So thank y'all again.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
All right, y'all have a great rest of your week. All right, guys, we are going to let you know how you can get the Pro Stitcher. This is the Pro Stitcher Lite robotic system. Now, what this does, this is going to fit on any of those Handi Quilter Moxies out there. It'll also fit on that Simply 16 by Handi Quilter. This will fit on both of those quilting machines. So if you have an existing Moxie or a Simply 16, this is going to turn that machine into a fully robotic system. And that's what's great about that. Guys, the price on it is $59.95. We have a free $400 gift card that we're going to throw in at the time of purchase. So give us a call, 1-800-401-8151. If you're on the website right now, just up in the search bar, you can type in Handi or Pro Stitcher Lite. It'll take you right to that product page. If you have any questions, you can ask one of the live chat agents as well. But our team standing by on the phones, they're all experts on robotics. They're all experts on long arms. They can make sure that they can help you out. And we also have the Pro Stitcher Pro version. If you have any other of the Handi Quilter long arms, that'll fit on those. And then Pro Stitcher also makes a robotic system that fits on our King Quilter. They have one that fits on the Janome's long arm and Baby Lock's long arm. So Pro Stitcher makes it for several different companies, including our King Quilter. But again, guys, this is the Pro Stitcher Lite. It will fit that Moxie and it'll fit that Simply 16. So guys, we're going to keep moving on, and we hope y'all are ready for the downhill stretch. We're closing in on the end of the show. And we hope you've been enjoying yourself. But hey, we're going to move on. We got an exciting demonstration coming up next. We have a brother here, and we have Jerry Granata back in. And Jerry, guys, he was in the Navy for like 21 years. He's a musician. You know, he played in front of presidents and other dignitaries, and he got into quilting. And the guy is a professional quilter. He's one of a kind, and he's one of Brother's national educators. And we're super excited to have him back on the show. And we're going to talk all about the Persona PRS 100 and that free motion quilting kit that comes with it, or you can put on it. And again, everybody thinks it's an embroidery only, but now we've discovered that it's also a free motion quilting machine. Y'all, welcome back to the show, Jerry Granata.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be back. Hi, Blaine. You poor thing. You must be so tired.
You know, Jerry, I've got my second win. I'm excited. I'm raring to go. And hey, man, we were just sitting there talking. We just may extend this another week.
Hey, awesome. Great. You bring the coffee. I'm in.
Kyle and Roger just fell out of their seats.
You bring the coffee, I'm there.
Now Andrea's ready to go. She was giving me a thumbs up, but everybody else fell out of their seats. So
there you go.
But, hey, we know, I'm sure that the customers are getting tired too. This has been a long week, and we're excited all the products we got to see. But today, man, you're getting ready to show the most versatile embroidery machine in the industry, how you can actually free motion, and we're super excited to watch what you have to show us.
Well, thank you so much. I'm excited to show it to you. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Jerry Granata. I am a brother educator. I live in Palm Springs, California, where I won't tell you what the temperature is because some of you are freezing, so I don't want to make you mad. So, so let's talk about the real star of the show, though. This is the Persona PRS 100, and it is a single needle embroidery machine, but, and that's a big like big but. This is one of the, like Blaine said, this is probably one of the most versatile embroidery machines I think I've ever seen. I know when I first came upon this and they showed it to me, I was like, I'm sorry, this machine can do what? Yes, it can free motion quilt. And, you know, just kind of a little bit of a background. If you go to any Disney property, you know, where they're monogramming the hats and the t-shirts and things like that, on any Disney property, you're going to see a Brother multi-needle product. That's what they use. And I walked into one once and I asked, so how are these machines holding up? And they're like, we can't kill them. Well, just so you know, this machine, this Persona, is in that same kind of area. It's in the same wheelhouse. It uses the same parts as the multi-needles. So that same quality is in the Persona. So fear not. If you're looking for a machine that you can embroider on and then quilt all your quilts, this is a machine for you. It is an 18-inch footprint as opposed to a 27.8-inch footprint, as most of your flatbed standalone embroidery machines are. So what I want to do, though, is what I'll do is, like, for the first 10 minutes, I'll go ahead and show you how to set up this machine for free motion. And then I'll have Blaine come back and talk to you about pricing, and we'll talk about some accessories. And then I'm going to show you exactly how to free motion quilt on this. And this should blow your mind because it certainly blew mine. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. And now that I've played on it and I know it, I've used it for years, I absolutely cannot do without this. So let's go over to the star of the show. Let's head over to the Persona. And here we are. So here are literally, it's this simple. These are all the components that you're going to need to free motion quilt. And just kind of as a tip here, for those of you who may have the Persona and you want to add this big table, this is 25 inches by 15 inches. This is a huge supportive table. This is a wonderful table. If you're looking to add it to your Persona, hold off and get the free motion kit. Why? Because the table comes with the free motion kit. So now you get the table, plus you get all of the free motion components. So it's like double duty. So that's a great way to add value to your machine. It's a really competitive price point. It's only a little bit more. So go ahead and grab the free motion kit and you'll get this table with the free motion kit. So let's talk about the things that come with that kit. So you're going to get, I'll start on my right here. This is a sensor. This is a sensor cover, which you're going to put right in the back on the arm. And that's going to tell the machine that you're in free motion instead of telling your machine you're in embroidery. This is a free motion finger guard, so you don't get your fingers stuck up under the needle. That's always not a good thing. What I love is Brother has also thrown in this, it's a quilting, it's not a hoop, but it's sort of an aid. Some people don't like to wear quilting gloves or anything on their hands when they're quilting. This is a great alternative. And what it is it's like a little hoop, and on the back is the secret. This is like a foam rubber insert that they put in here. And what this does is it'll grip your quilt and it'll allow you to have all that control without having to wear gloves. So you can just move it around. You can hold it by the wings here if you like. You can put your fingers, however you want to do it is how you're going to do it. The last thing that comes with is a foot pedal, because remember, you're going to need to control your machine. Now, that again should blow your mind. An embroidery machine that needs a foot pedal. That again, I was like, wait, what? So it does come with the foot pedal. So it's just a basic brother foot pedal. It's nothing fancy. It plugs right back here, right into the back of the machine. And after that, you're ready to go. So those are all the components. So let me show you how to set up the machine to work in free motion. And I'm going to pop on over to the screen here. And I'm going to use my stylus so my big Godzilla hands don't get in the way. Now, those of you who were with me earlier, we talked about this screen, right? We talked about all of these basic embroidery. These are categories, remember. These are not individual designs. These are categories. Now, you can open these all up. Here's a way to bring in designs, save your designs. Now, in this segment, I'm going to show you about this little icon that you may have noticed earlier right up here. This is your free motion icon. Now, it is grayed out right now because I don't have the components that I just talked about set up on the machine, and I'm going to show you how to do that. Just wanted you to see the screen real quick and see where that's going to live. So let's pop on back over to the machine itself, back to the bed of it. And there we go. So let me show you how to do it. This is so simple, folks. It's really, really simple. I'm going to move some things out of the way here. First thing I'm going to grab is my little plastic piece. That's going to go right back here. And it's literally going to just simply slide onto the arm. All right. Now that's where, remember we talked earlier about drivers. This is where the driver would go, or the hoop holder, if you will. This is where the drivers would go, but you're covering that because that's where the sensors are. Now, the next thing you're going to need to do is take this little component here, and it has two little steel arms on it. You're simply going to slide that in and press it in, and that's it. That's how simple it is. Now, I'm going to go back to my screen because I want to show you what just happened. So as soon as I plugged in that guard, that free motion guard, look what happened to my screen. Look at that icon. It is now bright blue. That means it is now active and usable. So let's touch that. And it's telling me that the carriage is going to move. So remember the arm that we put the plastic piece on? You're going to hear a click. That arm has now moved all the way back. And once I show you the bed of the machine, you'll see that. So the arm has moved all the way back. It's completely out of the way. I now have about 14 to 15 inches of space that I can quilt on. And look what happened to my screen. It now says I am in free motion mode. So let's talk about some of the icons here, and I'll go up above just to make it easier. So we have our needle up and down. We have, we could use a laser pointer if we want, and I'll show that to you. Here is our speed control. Notice you see a 1 and a 2. These are pockets. So let's say that you are quilting at 500 stitches per minute and you love it. You have found the speed that works for you. You're going to insert that into whichever pocket you want. In my case, it's number 1. Now, if you want to work with metallic threads, and by the way, this machine works beautifully with metallic threads, you can, you're going to have to lower the speed and lower your tension a little bit on that. But I have popped that speed into pocket number 2. I can also now have control of my speed. I can go slower using the minus, and I can go faster using the plus. Now, at the bottom right, you'll see that I have my foot pedal engaged, but if I wanted to unplug that, I could use, it's kind of hard to see, there's only half of it here, but right down here is a stop-start button. So I can use the stop-start button. So I know in all the years I've talked to all of you at events, there are some of you that do not use a foot pedal. You love using the stop-start pedal, stop-start button. That is available for you. But in my case, I'm going to use the foot pedal now. All right, so let's, I've got this all set up and I'm ready to go. So Blaine, why don't you pop back on here and
Thanks, Jerry. So guys, we are talking right now all about the Brother PRS 100. This is a single needle embroidery machine, but we also discovered that it is a free motion quilting machine. Again, guys, this thing is an awesome machine. If you've never taken a look at it, we encourage you to go look at it. If you go to our website, you can go in the search bar and type in PRS 100. It'll take you to that product page. Again, guys, we have this for $49.99. We're going to ship it free nationwide to your doorstep. And again, we have some Synchrony financing available, and we do have a call-in special. We have a couple packages put together. Man, I'm telling you, it's going to knock your socks off on the PRS 100. So if you've been in that market, give us a call because, hey, this thing, the special we have going is so good. I tell you, you don't want to miss it. So let's go back to Jerry, and he is going to show us all about doing some sewing on this thing now.
Hello. We're back. Now, I want to apologize. I've had some gremlins on technology land here, so we're going to kick them out of my sewing room, and we're going to make sure everything works okay. Before we get started with the stitching, I want to tease you with some stuff here. This is a free motion quilting sample that I did using some dancewear spandex. This is a green spandex, and this was all done on the Persona. So you can get, look how finely detailed you can get in some of this. So you can quilt very small on this if you want to. This is a feather sample that I did. I wanted this to look like hammered metal. So this is a feather sample that I did on the Persona. Look how great that worked. And you know, I didn't have any thread breakage. It was very solid with the free motion quilting. Now you're thinking, okay, well, that's great. These are little samples, but what about something bigger? And I hope you can see this. This is a big quilt that I did. This was using gold and copper colored metallic threads. And I also have a white poly over here. Now this is all quilted on the Persona, and this quilt is about, it's about 55 inches square. So it's a good size. I've done up to kings, I've done queens, I've done every size that you could think of, and it just works beautifully. So let me grab a sample. Now, just if those of you who may be with me, were with me on Wednesday, this is a sample that I created using the Persona Live. And again, look at the nice thing. You could use this as the pocket on a jacket. You could use this as the front of a tote bag. You can jazz up any clothing that you might have in your wardrobe. Maybe it needs just a little bit of updating. Put it on here like the lapel of a jacket. Throw in some metallic threads, and wouldn't that look beautiful? Wouldn't that be gorgeous to have some metallic thread? And you're doing that all with your Persona. So let me grab my little sample here that I'm going to work with today. Now, this is just, again, this is just a little practice sample. But what I want you to notice, remember I talked earlier about that little laser pointer? See that little red dot right here? That is a little laser point. So that tells me exactly where that needle is going to drop. Isn't that nice? Now, you can turn that off if you so choose. I like to have it on because it's really great, and I'm going to show you why. I like to leave just a little bit of a long thread tail on the bobbin and the top so that I can grab them. And this is, I'll just say this is not really going to be a free motion class so much as it is just showing you how the machine does this. But I will give you some little tips and tricks, and that's one of them. Make sure you leave a thread tail as long as you need to feel comfortable. And really that's it. You are ready to go. So I'm going to start with my needle up, because what I'm going to do is bring my little sample in, and I'm going to press my foot pedal, and it's going to take a stitch. I'm going to pull it forward. And what I want you to do is look here. I'm going to give a tug on my top thread, and there's my bobbin thread coming up. So I'm going to pull that. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is so I don't get any messy threads underneath. I don't want a little thread nest underneath. Now, here's another reason. Do you see, hopefully you can see that little area where that bobbin is coming up. This is why I like having that laser dot there, because now I'm going to bring my project back, and I'm going to put that laser dot right where that bobbin thread came up. So I know exactly, and I'm going to put my needle down. So I know exactly where this is going to drop. And there we go. I just touched the foot pedal once, and it came right down. And I'm ready to get started. Now, here's a little free motion trick for those of you who do free motion. This is a great way to start. With your needle down, I can pivot wherever I want to now. But just take a second before you start quilting. Take a breath. Let all of the stress of the day out. And here's another tip. Start with a sandwich about this big and quilt for about 10 minutes. And what that's going to do is get all the stress out, get all your practicing out before you go to your quilt. Do not practice on your quilt, because if something goes wrong, you're going to have to pick all those out. And nobody likes picking out stitches more. Nobody hates it more than I do. Trust me. I try to avoid it. I try to pre-plan as much as humanly possible to avoid that. So, okay, I'm ready to go. So I'm going to take my little hoop here, my little assistant, and we are going to start. And I'm just going to do a couple little bit of locking stitches here. And now I'm ready to go. So what I'm going to do is I've got my machine set for the speed that I'm comfortable at. For me, that's 500 stitches per minute. And off we go. And fear not, I'll show you when I'm done what this is going to look like. Now, I do want to stop because I want to say a lot of people may not have heard of free motion quilting. And I want you to be sure what it is and what it is not. Free motion quilting is not something that is built into the machine. So I am, the patterns, I should say, the patterns are being created by me and my hands. I'm working with the speed of the machine and I'm moving the sandwich in sync with the speed of the machine to create the designs. I am creating them. These are not designs that were built into the machine. They're coming out of my head and through my hands. So just want to be clear on that. We're just gonna, hear how quiet that is? I mean, it's just amazing to me that my embroidery machine, I can embroider my quilts and then quilt them. And this is just such a Zen moment for me. I just find this so relaxing. Excuse me if I fall asleep, but this, I'm just kidding. This is just such a lovely thing for me. I just find so much pleasure in doing this. And you just want to take your time. Now, another trick that I have, or a tip I should say, is, and I'm going to spin this around so you can see what I'm doing here. So there's some free motion right there. Got my camera focus. And another tip that I have is just, again, just take your time. There is a speed that you're going to find that you're going to work with your machine. So your hands have to move in time with what your machine is doing. And if you feel out of control, if you feel that your machine's going too fast, by all means, slow it down. Now, I am a slow quilter. I am not a speed demon when it comes to quilting. I like to quilt slowly, just because I feel like I have more control. But again, that's going to be a speed that you're going to find. So you're going to just kind of, I know I hate to say the P word, but you're going to have to practice, and you're going to have to work with your machine and find a speed that works for you. So again, for me, this is a perfect speed. 500 stitches per minute is great for me. I feel like I have so much control. And I mean, I'm just kind of going here. I'm going to move this a little bit. There's another tip. Don't get caught into a corner with your hoop or with your fingers. Don't be afraid to move your little assistance hoop here and your fingers to make sure that you're in control. And again, this does not have to be anything fancy. And I tell you, if you make a little sample like this and you put this on the front of a tote bag or a jacket, or like even like I said, the lapel of a jacket, or a pocket, make a pocket with this, people are going to stop you and say, where did you get that? Because they've done that to me. They do that to me all the time. They're like, where did you get that? And I'm like, I made it. Okay, so now I'm hitting the guard here, so I'm going to stop. I'm going to move. Again, you are in control here. Don't be afraid to stop and reset. Do some clamshells here. And I'm not doing anything fancy here. Here, I'll let my camera focus here. Nothing fancy, just doing some little designs as they come. It's almost like a graffiti type of quilting. I just kind of, as they come, I'm just kind of doing it. So doing some swirls here. And this is how you get better. You have to just take the time to just play. And see, for me, this is play. This is not work on my quilt yet. This is my playtime. And when I'm doing these quilt sandwiches, this is where I'm testing out designs. Maybe I have a design in my head. Maybe I saw some wallpaper or a carpet, and I thought, man, that would be a really great quilt design. Well, here is where I'm going to test it out. It may work, it may not, but better to practice it on my practice piece than have to pick out all those stitches on my quilt. And really, this is it. I mean, this is as complicated as it gets. It's really simple. It's really easy. It's a lot of fun. And again, I'm using my embroidery machine to quilt. And you can see I've had no thread breakage. It's just purring right along. It has that great industrial inner parts. It has all metal on the inside. The only reason it's plastic on the outside is because this would weigh about 1,000 pounds if this was all metal. So there we go, folks. Just in that little bit of time, I have created a nice little sample that I could use again for a pocket or a tote bag, as a jacket in a garment. I can, like I said, I could take one of my garments in my closet, add some metallic threads or some decorative threads, and I can really jazz up my wardrobe. I did that with a jacket. I did some of this on a lapel on the PRS, and it worked beautifully, and it looked great. And again, it was one of those things that people were like, oh my gosh, where did you get that jacket? I made it. So, all right, Blaine, what do you think? I think that's pretty amazing to me.
Jerry, it is, and I tell you, I'm just amazed at your ability, and you make it look so easy on that machine, and the the stippling and everything. But again, we talk about this machine. If somebody was wanting to get into embroidery and even do some quilting and different things, we were talking about this the other day. They could buy a scan and cut along with that persona, and you could do some of the most unique quilts that anybody ever saw with doing some applique, some quilting, and some embroidery on that quilt.
Yeah, you would need just a basic sewing machine to put all the pieces together. You don't need anything big and fancy. Just get a nice basic entry-level sewing machine, this machine, and a scan and cut, and your creativity would be all set for years to come.
Yeah, it's amazing. So again, Jerry, thank you so much for coming on the show. And we got to thank, Brother, for being one of our sponsors. And again, I'm sure we're going to be seeing you again real soon. But guys, I got to tell them how they can get this fantastic machine. This is the Brother PRS 100 Persona. This is the one needle embroidery machine. And again, guys, can't say enough about this. With that free motion kit that you can put on as an option, you can make this a free motion quilting machine as well as embroidery. And it has an optional cap equipment that you can put on it, so you can do embroidery caps. It has the 4 thread spools. It only does one color at a time, but we've already shown you in other demonstrations that it is so easy to change colors. You can change colors within about 5 seconds just by tying one color to the next thread and pulling it through. It has the automatic needle threader, so it makes it extremely quick. $49.99, guys. Free shipping right to your doorstep. Hey, and we have some Synchrony financing available. But this is a call-in special. We have an unbelievable package put together for the Persona. 2 packages to choose from, but you have to call to get the packages or speak to one of our live chat agents on the website. Go to the website right now, type in PRS 100, go to that product page. You can see all the information about the machine. Again, it has a maximum embroidery area of 8x8, and we even have a way that we can show you. You can use a sturdy frame from Durkee and some software from Brother and a digitizing software to make that design a split design and go all the way up to an 8x14. So it has so much versatility and things it can do. Again, give us a call at 800-401-8151, and they can tell you all about this machine. All right, guys, this time we're going to move on. And hey, we're coming down to the end of the day, and we hope you are getting excited about all the giveaways we have coming up. Hope you're super excited about all these specials that we're showing you today. And we're getting real close to announcing that fifth and final person for the Dream Studio giveaway, that $50,000 giveaway. And then we'll have those 5 finalists. We're going to pick one of those. And then we are going to announce our winners of the quilt contest. Plus, we have a bunch more stuff that we're giving away. All you had to do is just watch and participate, guys. And I hope that you're taking advantage of some of these great specials we have. And again, if you don't... if you can't get through on the phone lines, we know they've been extremely busy. Kyle's been putting that Google Sheets link up in the chat. All you have to do is hit that link. It opens up Google Sheets. Just put your name, your phone number in there along with the product you're looking for, and it'll get updated real time in our call center. They can see it on their screens, and they will give you an outbound call as soon as they get off. We are going to honor all the pricing you've seen on this show all the way till close of business tomorrow, which is 4 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Central Time. We're going to honor all the pricing and the products you saw on the show. And if you're interested in a product and you're on the Google Sheets, and let's just say you need to talk it over with your spouse, you're trying to figure out if this is the right product for you, You're going to have all the way till Friday of next week to make that decision to buy. It close the business on Friday, but you have to be on that Google Sheets to be able to qualify for that. So make sure if you are on the fence on something, get on that Google Sheets, okay? All right, guys, we're going to move on, and we've got Grace coming back in. We have Mark Martin and Jana Matthews going to be on here. And hey, guys, we are going to talk all about that Qnique 21 Pro long arm machine. And guys, I'm super excited about this because, again, you can put it on that Continuum 2 frame, and man, you can get into the Cadillac of quilting. So welcome back to the show, Mark and Jana.
Hi, Blaine. How are you?
Thanks, Blaine. I am so good. I've got my second win. I'm getting excited. We're counting down the show to we got the King Quilter after y'all were coming up, and then we are going to give some stuff away. So we're getting excited around here, and the anticipation's building.
Oh, good.
I'm glad the anticipation is building because, Blaine, it should be. Right now, we're going to be talking about our 21 Pro, like you had mentioned. It's a fantastic machine. And I know as we get in the video, Blaine, you're going to have some wonderful pricing. So for all those who are watching, stay with us because the pricing that Blaine's going to come out with is just incredible.
Yeah, I'm absolutely we've talked all week long about the different Qnique machines and frames, but we've got to the very top. We've got the 21, and it's the Pro, not just the 21R, but the Pro. And we're going to talk about all the wonderful things it has to do with that.
That's right. So excited. So let's jump right into it, Janet, because it's the top of the line machine. And I know as we've been talking about our machines throughout this entire event, we started with our 15, we have our 19, we have our 21R, now our 21 Pro. They all have wonderful features. You know, they all talk about what's your best machine. What's nice about all the Qnique machines is you get to choose which one's going to be more comfortable for you from the cost standpoint, from the feature standpoint, from your comfortable standpoint, you know, your level of comfort. So all those things come into play. Noah, Jana, I'd love to see all this because I'd love to see who's interested. Let's throw number 5 in there. I know as we talk about the number 5, that's for all the UFOs, those who are wanting to get a larger machine. Those who've been watching all week long, throw number 5 in there. If you're ready
to make
educated,
the deal. Yeah.
You're excited. Let's see number 5 in there who's looking now towards getting a 21 Pro during this event.
Oh, awesome. I'm excited to see all the 5s. Look at that. Just zoom.
That's
zoom.
Right.
5. Yeah.
That's right. And you should be because, Jana, we've been, as Grace Company, one of the best things about this company is we develop a product that allows customers to get in more involved with this within the industry. When the word long arm comes into play, what do you think of when the word long arm, when you hear it?
Yeah. Before I knew about the Grace Company, when I thought long arm, I thought like big, giant things that you have to build an addition on for your house. They don't fit anywhere. It's more like your professional quilters who only can quilt and you take it to them and it's hundreds of dollars to have them quilted out.
That's right. Expensive, heavy, intimidating.
And very intimidating, yeah.
Right. All these words come into play when you think of the word long arm. We're going to squash those because the Qnique,
it's gone.
It's gone. The Qnique 21 Pro, it's not intimidating. Relatively speaking, it's not expensive, and it gives you the features to finish all your quilts at a truly level of comfort. You know, you're doing all your quilting from free motion to accessories, and the 21 Pro has so much to offer. Let's dive right into the 21 Pro. The 21 Pro, Jana, kind of get the history for those who are watching. We developed a machine that allows you who's been wanting to quilt for a very long time, who's been sitting down to quilt, maybe taking it into a friend's house, maybe renting out a machine, whatever you're doing, now's the time to bring the 21 to your own home and to do your quilting. As we talked about earlier, it goes on a continuum frame.
And so that's the only frame that it can fit on. So even though we've talked about the other Qniques that fit on the QD and the Q Zone, as well as the continuum, the 21 only fits on the continuum frame. So
that's right.
Bring your estimation of what size you need with the 21 when you think about the continuum. So that's an 8, 10, or a 12 foot.
That's right. And if whatever size you're quilting, if you can fit a large one in there, get the large frame. Okay, so the 21 Pro, Jana, as we look at this, it is, first of all, a large machine. You see the beautiful screen that comes with a 5-inch touchscreen.
Wow, so that's the largest screen that we have.
That's right, the largest screen that you have. And you have so much throw space to be working on. So if we can get from the side view here, I love showing this. Yes, you can see it right there. So from front to back, you have 21 inches of throw space. That is a lot of quilt space, a lot. That's
Yeah,
huge.
so now you can do a 19-inch square of quilting without having to worry about losing any space.
Yep, absolutely. Some of the features the 21 Pro has to offer, built-in stitch regulation. It's great because you can move fast, you can move slow, and the stitches stay consistently. So if you like to be fast and you're one of those fast people that pedal to the metal kind of person and you're
Your
moving
quilts
around.
are done lightning fast.
That's right. You can have that regulated so those stitches stay consistent. Even has manual mode. When you're going fast, you can keep up the machine speed. So if you're one of those quilters that you can keep up with the machine speed, then manual mode could be the way to go. This is a fast machine. It stitches 2,600 stitches per minute.
Wow, that I don't think I could ever stitch that fast.
No, probably not. But what's nice about the 2,600 is when you're coming in at a point and out of a point, you're going to have the same consistent stitches. You can move fast, you can move slow, and it's all perfect. Let's go ahead and let's first talk about the first regulated. There's a lot of features about the screen, but we're first going to show precise. Right now we're running precise, and let's go ahead and show people what precise can do.
So with the precise mode, I can go up or down on my stitches per inch. So I've got each the plus or the minus side. And then as I'm stitching, it's going to start and stop. Even though I've pressed the start button, it's not going to start going until I move the machine. And as you can see, that's really smooth and even and not having any issues as I go along. But when I stop, the machine's going to stop too. That's the point of precise. It's precisely running when I'm running.
That's right. I love how quiet it is. I love how smooth it is. We talked about earlier that question, when you think of the word long arm, how heavy it is. But I will say, even the 21 Pro, we have, I lost my word there.
Ball
bearing wheels. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Ball bearing wheels on our carriages. What that allows you to do is you move it around. You can see just a couple of fingers. I can move this wherever I want without gripping the handles. It is super light, super light.
And you don't have to grip those handles. So if arthritis is a problem or you're having to grip anything, you don't have to close your fist all the way. You can use it, as Mark was showing, with just your fingers. There's no issue with having to heft it or overcross the frame as you're going along.
That's right. One of the things with precise is just like Jan was doing, you can go 12 stitches per inch all the way from 5 stitches up to 16. I don't know if you can see that number, but yeah, so 12 up to 5 up to 16 stitches per inch. You could increase and decrease by the screen, or on the handles, you can see here, we have 3 buttons on the left and 3 buttons on the right. You could increase and decrease it by the buttons on the right or left. What's also nice, you can see the handles right now, we have the handles facing down. This is another nice feature with the QNIQ 21 Pro, is you can quilt in comfort. And a lot of people like it this way, because I'm going to come right in here, and if you can see, you can just use the palm of your hand. So again, if arthritis or if you can't really hold on to the handles, now this is already a smooth machine. So we're not talking about a death grip on the handlebar. You don't need to have a death grip. You can easily move it around with your fingertips, put your palms on there and move it around, or just nice and grab and move that. So you can have the handles facing down. You can also bring them up.
Oh,
right?
I love that, because that's more the way that I like to do it. But the other part that I love is that they extend out, because I'm a little bit shorter and I don't want to reach all the way back to the back of the frame every time and on my tiptoes. This way I can just easily reach back and forth.
That's right. Let's go to that close-up view on the other angle there, Russ, real fast. What she's talking about is you can see this handle. I can move that out or I can pull it back. So you can see that handle adjusting. So as Janice said, she is short. I like to say vertically challenged to be nicer.
To be nicer.
But yes, you can lock that into place and now you can quilt. So when we're talking about long arm quilting, all those words come into play. We want you to quilt in comfort. So when you're thinking about doing a long arm, we don't want you to sacrifice what you've already done before. We want to be able to have that comfort level. You're not moving from your 9-inch machine to a 21-inch machine with a headache. We want you to move from a 9-inch machine to a 21-inch machine, smooth, no
intimidation,
headache, no intimidation. So it's going to be very, very friendly that way. All right, so you're quilting in comfort from either up or down. All right, so that was precise. We also have cruise.
I love cruise.
Why do you
Cruise
love
is one of my
cruise?
favorites because the machine doesn't stop when I stop. So it's going to continue to go. So if I'm trying to go around a corner or fill something in or try to follow along, like if I'm doing feathers or something, it's not going to start and stop as I'm doing it slowly. But it does give me the option still to go fast. I'm not stuck in a slow mode. I can still move faster as I go along.
That's right. So that constant speed. Let's go ahead and fire cruise up.
Now it does give us a minimum cruise speed as well. So if it's too slow for you, you have that option, or you can push to get it going just a little bit farther. So it goes up in 5% increments. So I'm just going to bring this down now. It also has the ability to do less stitches per inch.
Right there, that one. That one does. There you
Yeah. So I'm going to get started. So it's going to just start slowly. Now, if I think, oh, that's not as fast, I'm going to go up and then get going to the speed that I like it to be. And again, whether I go slow or fast, it's going to continue to go, but it doesn't stop. So one of these things to always make sure when you're working on cruise is to make sure that you're not just walking away, that you pause, you stop at each time so that when you go to that next level, your machine isn't just running and having the thread go through that one spot all the time.
That's right. I love cruise because, like you said, you're filling in maybe around the pattern, but also if you like to micro stippling, right? If you're micro stippling, what's nice is I'm going to move these handlebars down again because I'm going to do some micro stitching here. I'm going to move those down. Now with cruise, as you can see when I start it, now I can come in here and I can move, and I don't want to block the camera, but you can see I can come down here with the micro stippling and I can now move the machine as slow as I want, and I'm going to get that constant moving up, and it's regulated. So if I speed up faster,
You're going to have those nice even stitches whether you're going fast or slow.
that's right. So in cruise, you could bring the handlebars down if you want to get close to your work for micro stippling or for any of the dense kind of work you're filling in. Keep that stitch or keep that needle going at a consistent pace while you're filling that in. And then when you move out of that and you want to continue to quilt, you see that it is regulated. So the faster I went, the faster the needle went.
And again, it has the different cruise speed. So it's whatever's easy for you, right? That comfortable level of quilting. You're not stuck on a high speed only.
That's right. Okay, it also has base mode. So base is pretty common as well. So as we go to base, it gives you the long, medium, and short stitching on the base. So if we go ahead and do short and turn that on.
Just going to give a nice base stitch.
Yep, nice base stitch.
Much easier to do by a machine than by hand.
Yeah. So nice base stitch. And then manual. Manual is what I talked about earlier. If you like to go fast and you already have your design and you want to keep up with it, and you can keep up with it. I know a lot of people have been loving the regulation, but manual is also built in for those who want to do manual work. So we're going to go ahead and go manual. And again, you can change it by the button on the screen right here, or I can come down here and I can change it from the button on my handlebars. Just the button we talked about earlier, I can push the button and it will also change it as well. So I can go manual.
So you can
don't
be
have to let go.
quilting and not have to let go to touch the screen.
That's right. You can keep it on there. So easy from your thumb and you're going. Another tidbit real quick before I get into manual speed. What's nice about the Quilting machine is that, let's say, who's left-handed? Show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't see it. But if you're left-handed, you can actually switch the buttons. So if you wanted to and have the left side be your dominant side and your right side be your non-dominant side, you can also do that as well. So that's a nice
awesome.
little feature. Yeah.
So again, easy. You don't have to start remembering, oh, I have to push it with my right button or my left button. It's whatever's easy for you.
That's right. Okay, now that we're in manual, there's some presets already built in here. So we go back to the screen. So right now we're running at 40% of the machine speed, and you can go all the way up to 100 and all the way down to, I believe, just above, well, let's find out, because I think we can go down to, yes, 5%. So you run at 5% of the machine speed all the way up to 100. And again, 2,600 stitches per minute is how fast this bad boy goes.
That's going to sail as you go along.
That's right. And now there's already prefix. So 1 is 30% or 2 is 45%. So you can set these as well if you want to do a certain number.
Oh, so you can set it. You don't have to go with what the machine has it. You can set your own.
That's right. You don't have to keep pushing the button up and down to get where you want to go. You can just hit the button. If I want to go to 45%, I set 45 and it'll go up to, 45 on that. Okay, so back down to 40. And it'd be nice if I just get my hands on there. I'm trying to do it at an angle. It's hard to hit the buttons as I'm going. Okay, so as I'm ready to go, 40%, we're gonna go ahead and start that.
Wow, it's just going, and that's only 40%.
That's right. And with it being manual, you do need to keep up with the machine speed because it's not regulating at this point. So it's up to you to make sure those stitches stay consistent as you go around. But you can just hear how quiet it is, how smooth it is. Just I'm doing it with one hand, my left hand on a couple fingers.
Well, and barely your left hand. Yeah, just a couple of fingers.
All right. Now I can see what everybody's talking about. Once you get started on that, like I can just do this and continue to do this and not worry about this video. I can just keep quilting here, Blaine.
Well, I'll make sure you don't get too into the zone.
There you go. All right. So precise, cruise, base, and manual is what it's equipped with right out of the box. But also has other more features that I love about it. It has a built-in bobbin winder, has a built-in estimator, has a built-in calculator. Let's talk about the other features that this has.
Well, one of my favorites, right before we got started, I switched out the bobbin to make sure we had enough bobbin thread as we went along. So right here at the bottom of the screen, you can see that there's a bobbin. And so when I touch that bobbin, it'll take us to that screen. Here you can see it has 95, 85 yards left, 95%. So the normal M-class bobbin has 90 yards available. And so right now we have it off. So I'm going to turn on our bobbin warning. And when I reset it, that's right here. You can see where you set your that bobbin, that it's a new bobbin. So now I've got that all set up. So we've got the warning going. So as I go back to the main screen, you can see now up here, we have the bobbin in green. So it's going to tell me I have plenty of bobbin to start doing my quilt. As it starts wearing out, we're going to have an orange color and then red. And so that'll warn you, okay, we're getting close to the end.
That's fantastic. What I also love about it is it has a calculator. So if you're wanting to add, you don't have to get out your phone or have one by you. So this is a built-in calculator. This is used often, and I know there's a lot of quilters who uses a calculator to manage how big something is. So it has a built-in calculator. It also has a built-in estimator too, so you can measure.
How does that work, Mark?
So it's really good. So if you want to measure, like if you're doing a certain box, right? If you want to come over here, you come over here and you can hit start. Okay. Let's go ahead and get, sorry, I went too fast. Let's go ahead and get that back on. So right there, hit start. So you can see that it's selected on green. Right. Now I'm going to go just back over this way and hit end. And there you go.
Oh, so it's giving us our measurement all the way through.
Yep, exactly.
And I like that it shows the line of how far it is straight and then how far it is if we do a slight diagonal.
Yep. And up and down too. So that's really, really nice. And I can clear that out. So nice, subtle features that go a long way with quilting. Again, these are features that just help you along your journey. But the main are the regulators, I keep forgetting those words, ball bearing wheels to make it smooth on your carriage. And so those features are fantastic. And then the built-in features like the estimator, the calculator, those are just a plus to have with the QNIQ 21 Pro.
Yeah.
Needle jog.
Ooh,
needle jog is nice. Let's go back to that word short. Okay. Go back to the word short. Now, needle jog for me, what I love for is when I end up, like my needle ends up breaking and I move it, or my thread breaks, or I have to move the machine outside of where I stopped. Okay. Now, a couple of things. One is you can line it back up. You want that needle precisely right above where you left off.
You don't want to have any spaces.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can start back up again. A couple ways to do that. One, people put the needle down. Or they're, like I said, they'll look at it. They may even have a laser to point down where that is. Going back to the short thing, to reach back here to
I
get the
can't
head
do
wheel.
that. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to reach that without walking around the back.
Yeah, even I couldn't really get to it. So the needle jog, that would jog the needle down so it gets on point to where you left off, which is a really nice feature to work with. And so as we see here, if I go ahead and hit needle jog, and let's go back to the screen, the needle, so you can see it. You may be able to see it, but I'll tell you, it is moving down. I don't know if you can see that going down right there. Yep, you can see the needle bar move up and down. So you can see that needle bar move up and down. So now you could jog the needle exactly above where you left off. So a nice other feature, especially with the larger throat machines, that you have that needle jog built in.
That's wonderful. So of all the things that come with the Qnique machines, right, the 21 Pro just has that extra level of features and comfort to help you be the best quilter that you can and get as many quilts as you can done, right?
That's right. And it's so affordable. It is so fun, so easy, and it's not intimidating. We haven't even talked about the maintenance of the machine. That's another question we hear often is, when I buy the machine, how easy is it to maintain? How easy is it to use, to operate? Because again, we know that the ones who are buying the Qnique machines, they're enthusiasts. This is a hobby for you that you love to do, and we don't want to have a machine that you're scratching your head, or you have the manual open to find out what to do next and how to maintain it, how to clean it, got to take it in.
Right.
What did Grace Company do with their machines to keep it easy for you for them as a quilter?
Well, the one thing that I love is that inside the Qnique machine, it's all sealed in. So if you're cleaning out that bobbin area of lint, you can use some canned air, and it's not going to spray it inside the rest of the machine. There's a metal barrier
plate
there.
Sealed, yep.
Yeah, it's all sealed so that you can clean out that bobbin case area with no problem. Then you're only going to have to do the oiling. There's a spot right here at the very top of the machine that you'll oil, and there's instructions in the manual of when, and then in your bobbin case after every other bobbin, right?
Every other bobbin, some do every bobbin. Those instructions tell you can do every bobbin. You can do every other bobbin. Me personally, if I'm down there changing the bobbin, I just do a couple of drops of oil since I'm already down there putting a new bobbin in. It doesn't hurt. And then the needle bar, it tells you in the instructions what to do on the needle bar. So yes, very easy to maintain because it's sealed. Ball bearing on the inside as well, Jana. So ball bearing, so the moving parts on the inside, it makes it smooth. And so the maintenance is very minimal. In fact, so minimal that you can do your own maintenance on the machine when you own the Qnique 21 Pro.
Yeah, that's amazing. And then you talk about inside as well. There's the bobbin case winder, or the bobbin winder up on top of the machine. And that is a separate winder piece. It's not the same motor as the rest of the machine. I don't know if anybody who can wind their bobbins and quilt at the same time, but you could possibly do that.
That's right.
with this machine, because you have them separate machine winding sections.
Absolutely. We love our machines. I know I see a lot of comments. They have a 15 Pro. They love it. They have, another person's 19. They have our Qnique machines. I see a lot of, I want that machine. That's a dream machine. Now's the time to do it. With Blaine and his special pricing that will come up to him here soon, he's going to talk about how wonderful the machine is, how easy it is for you to get your hands on it. We have them in stock at a great price. So this has been a dream, and you've been now looking all week long. Okay.
Right. When watching
all
bit by
week
bit,
long.
right?
That's right. Because the sale ends, the weekend. He said Saturday is when the sale ends. So take advantage of these special prices because they don't last. Again, a lot of comments throughout the week that you want a long arm machine, you want an easy machine, you want a machine that's non-intimidating, you want one. I talked about a checklist, right? If you have a checklist that you've been talking about or making one. Again, the Qnique 21 Pro checks all those off. So you're going to be able to quilt again in comfort. And for us, I know when I talk to customers, it's that word comfort. We want you to feel comfortable using the machine. We don't want it to be intimidating. We want it to be easy.
Yeah, because there's nothing worse than buying something and then watching it sit there and walking past and thinking, oh, I need to go and do that, and never having the ability to, or feel like you aren't intimidated by it. That this is the machine for you. I promise. It's so easy to use right out of the box, like Mark said, and it's going to help you quilt so much more.
That's right. So there's a couple of things that we still need to talk about, Jana, but we talked about how great this machine is. We talked about the pricing. So Blaine, I think we get you back on if you're available. Let's talk about that pricing and what it is for the customers, and then we can come back to Jana and myself for a couple other tidbits about this 21 Pro.
Well, hey, thanks, Mark. Guys, I got to tell you, hey, if you've been interested in the Cadillac of quilting machines, this is a Qnique 21 Pro. Guys, $82.99 is the price on it for the head, but we have got a great package put together right now. You have to call to get this package or talk to one of the live chat agents. But we have a great call-in special for the Quilt Fest special. And guys, again, I can't tell you exactly what this package consists of, but I promise you, you'll be stitching very quickly when you get it at home. Continually stitching. Make sure you give us a call, $82.99 for the head and then we're going to give you some frame options when you give us a call in. But we got a great package special put together. We're going to ship it free nationwide to your house, and we also have some synchrony financing available. So let's go right back to Mark and Jenna.
Thank you, Blaine. And you're right, the catalog for the quilters, quilting machines, that's a fantastic price. And if I heard you correctly, he said call in to even get a better price than what was even advertised.
And I also heard free shipping, which now with the prices that they were the way they are, that's an amazing discount as well.
That's right, the shipping cost. So we all know the gas prices. Don't get me started on the gas prices right now, but free shipping to go
huge,
wherever you're at is huge. So take advantage of that. You know, Blaine, you keep saying the word Cadillac, which is true. You know, the Qnique machine offers such a comfort, peaceful, fun environment for those who are looking to quilt. And now we live in an age where, there's new beginners, there's younger quilters, there's older quilters, there's everything in between. They either sit down to quilt, they use their 9-inch machine to quilt, they have another sewing machine to quilt, they rent out a machine. If you're renting out a machine or you're going somewhere, you're taking all your fabric or stuff that you need with you. Bring in the 21 Pro into your home and do your own quilting. Finish your quilts from start to finish. It's that easy.
Yeah. And the wonderful thing about it too is that you think, oh, well, it's going to take so much space. Remember that it comes on the the Continuum 2 frame, and it comes in an 8-foot, a 10-foot, and a 12-foot. So you don't have to go to the 12-foot if you don't have the space for it. But if you do, that's great. Then you can do those California king size quilts.
That's right. So very simple with the frame. Now, Jana, I know over the years and months we get a lot of calls. There's a lot of questions. For me, when I talk to a customer and they're on the fence or they're thinking about it, just knowing what the machine can do, support. I know, again, we get questions asked, how am I supported? Who's going to help me if there are issues? We have wonderful tutorial videos. We have support PDFs. We have a team here at Grace Company that can help SewingMachinesPlus. I know they have a wonderful team as well, but we work with them very closely that we can help all the customers that buy through SewingMachinesPlus. And so if you're looking at buying one of these and you're wondering who's going to help me maintain it, or if there's a problem, who can help me fix it, the Grace Company is by your side. SewingMachinesPlus is by your side. You're not going to, miss a day. We're here to help you out. And again, those videos and support videos, tutorials, PDFs, anything you can think of, we have you covered. So that way you, again, can have that comfort level. You feel at more peace. It's not intimidating. We're trying to eliminate all of those so that way you can get the machine into your home and start quilting. Yeah. We want you to get the machine and quilt. We don't want you to get the machine and wonder about everything. We don't want you to wonder about this or that. Get the 21 Pro. It is the best 21-inch machine under, I would say $9,000, but it's under $8,500.
Yeah.
And if you call in, it's even better than that. So take advantage of that price now.
Yeah, and the other great thing about the 21 Pro is that it has not just what we've shown here, but we have other accessories as well, right? There's rear handles that you can use for pantographs. It's compatible with the QCT automation software that we talked about earlier in the week. There's that option. You also have different hopping foot sets that you can do. I mean, there's so much that can happen with it, right?
So if you're looking at the machine for free motion, just know, you tell yourself, oh, I can't free motion. It's really, really easy. Free motion quilting is, who picked up a pen and a paper and doodled around on the pen and paper? I'm sure everybody's done that. Now you're just turning your pen into your long arm and you're moving that around the fabric just like you do your pen. So free motion is really easy, but just like Janet, you made a good point. We do have accessories to make your quilting even easier, from a ruler base to a laser, hopping foot sets, automation.
Yeah. It all keeps growing with the accessories that we have available.
Yes, exactly. So I love the Qnique 21 Pro. The Grace Company is such a wonderful company with the innovative products. Again, don't hesitate. Bring it in. You'll love it. Order it through SewingMachinesPlus. But the 21 Pro is such a great machine for under $8,500. Get the frame of your choice. Touchscreen, handlebars that have the buttons on there.
And large screen, not just a touch screen, but a large touch screen. Yeah.
That's right. So again, we love the 21 Pro, and I know you will as well. So please pick it up. Blaine, is there any questions that we have missed or that you can think of yourself?
Mark, I think you and Jenna did a great job and covered everything. And again, you're right. This is, I've always called this the Cadillac because of the 21-inch. And then all the Qnique series are just so smooth and quiet for quilting machines. And again, I got to tell everybody how we can get this. But first, I got to thank you and Jenna and Grace for being, one of our major sponsors. And y'all did such a great job all week. Everybody from Grace did. So we sure do appreciate it. And I'm sure that we'll see them again in a future show. But guys, I got to tell you how you can get this Qnique 21. Again, this thing is $82.99. That is for the head. But we have a combo special for you right now. If you call in right now, the continuum frame is what you got to have for make this thing work. We've got one heck of a special. If you call us right now for the frame and the machine combo, you can buy the head for $82.99 and then call in for that great combo that we have. And again, we have financing available. We're going to ship it free to you nationwide, right to your doorstep. And again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. Or you can visit our website and just type in Qnique 21 in the search bar, and it's going to take you to that page, and you can read all about this. And if you have any questions as well, you can talk to one of our live chat agents. They're going to be on there as well to help you. So guys, again, the Qnique 21 from Grace. Hey, you don't want to delay, act today. And we are going to actually honor that price all the way until 4 p.m. tomorrow and Saturday. And unless you get your name on the list, on that Google Sheets list, and we're going to honor the pricing all the way through Friday of next week. But Kyle's going to put that link in there now. If you decide, if you're having to think about this, and you need a week to think about it, as long as your name's on that list and saying that you're looking at the 21, we'll still honor the pricing. But make sure you put your name, phone number, and the product you're looking at on that Google Sheets. And Kyle's putting that link in the chat right now. So guys, we're ready to keep moving on. This is our last demonstration of the day. And Deb would say we're saving the best for last. We've got Deb Donovan, our very own. Deb is, I call her the cathlete of sewing. She knows a little bit about everything when it comes to sewing. I don't care what aspect it is. She's our walking encyclopedia when it comes to machines. She knows all the model numbers, everything. So she's my go-to person. And I tell you what, she has been a terrific job. She's actually filling in. Carrie Hansen has been got a little sick and just couldn't make the show rest the way through. So Deb stepped up and has been doing this. But hey, she's got the King Quilter 2 sit down with that new Quilt Vision table. Guys, this is a brand new product for us. You got to see it here first before anybody else in the world. We launched it on the show. This has been a huge hit. And it's that 18-inch King Quilter 2 sit down with the Quilt Vision table. And we're going to go right to Deb, and she's going to do a quick demo for us and show us all about that. And then we're going to come back. We're going to give some prizes away. We're going to announce our $50,000 finalists, and then we're going to have the drawing for the $50,000 Dream Studio. Plus, we got a lot of stuff to give away and announce our quilt show winners. And so let's go to Deb right now. She's at the San Marcos studio. And take it away, Deb.
Hey, Blaine. Thanks for having me. I love this King Quilter 2 sit down. Blaine knows, like a lot of people do, that I've been quilting for more than 20 years, and I love everything to do with it. I have to tell you, though, when I sat down at this machine for the very first time on Monday, because I didn't get to see any of the preliminary prototypes for it, I was blown away by how good of a machine this one really is for us. The King Quilter, I know when we moved to the King Quilter 2, Blaine worked really hard to find us a machine that was going to be really durable and reliable, even to the point of that was almost more important to us than getting the cheapest cost, because we want everything that we send out to be great. So when he found that in the King Quilter 2, but now after a couple of years, we've been able to move that King Quilter 2 stand up on the long arm down into a table. So for those of us that don't necessarily have space for that big 10 or 12-foot frame at our houses. So we've got the King Quilter 2 here. What we did in the sit down is we moved it sideways and we put it into a table. A lot of us, when we started quilting on our domestic machines, and we started quilting in a table or on our tabletop or our kitchen table. So this is the motion that we all started with. So a lot of us, this is a very familiar motion to do, even though some people say it's better to move the needle over the fabric. This is where we all started, and it might not be the best motion, but it's where most of us actually got our start. So I think that having it sit down on a table is a fantastic thing. This table is really good for free motion quilting. It's got a slick surface on the top of it. In the past, sometimes we've had to put overlays on or put sew slips underneath our fabric to keep everything gliding smoothly. the surface of the table here is nice and slick. So it just takes a couple of fingers for me to be able to move my quilt sandwich around, and I'm not feeling any drag from that. We also have it height adjustable, so you can get it to be the right height depending on where you like to sit. It'll go down to 29.5 inches, but you can also quilt standing up because it'll go all the way up to 39.5 inches if you want to do standing up and not spend as much time sitting down. Also kind of for good ergonomics, there are casters available for this. We've put it on our floor model here in the store because that way we can move it around the store easily. But at your house, you're probably not quilting all the time. So you can take it, roll it into the corner where it's out of your way when you're spending all your time piecing, and then move it out when you want to get deep into your quilting. It's a good sized table. It's 32 inches deep and it's 36 inches wide. And I was trying to figure out how to make everybody see how big that is. And then I realized that we are all quilters. 36 inches is a yard of fabric. 32 inches is shorter than 45. So if you take a yard of fabric and take the selvage edge and fold 13 inches in towards the middle, that's how much space this table is going to take up in your room. Less space than a yard of fabric is going to take up. And I think that we can all find a way to make this fit in just about any space that we have available to us. At 36 inches though, it might not always be big enough to do everything you want to do. So we do have 2 optional leaves that go up super easy that are gonna, if I put it on both sides, will extend you all the way out to 6 feet of quilting space. So 32 inches deep by 6 feet wide is gonna be able to do any kind of quilt you're gonna have your mind set to quilt on it. Now, this table's great, but what makes the table amazing is what's hiding underneath the piece of fabric here. And that is my 2 sensors. These are the Quilt Vision sensors, which makes the Quilt Vision table be the Quilt Vision table. These sensors, they see how fast the fabric is moving over them. And so it's going to give us a stitch regulated machine in a sit down, which is kind of something that we haven't had for a lot of years. So as the fabric moves over the sensors are going to feed back information to the motor, which is then going to speed up or slow down so that my stitches stay a more consistent length. What I tell everybody is it makes me look better than I really am when I'm on a stitch regulated machine. So that's what these 2 Quilt Vision sensors are going to bring to the table for me. So for the King Quilter 2 sit down, we took the Elite model, not the standard model, but the upgraded Elite model, and put it down into the sit down table, made a couple of other modifications to it as well. You still have the 18 inches deep and the 8-inch tall opening right here. So you've got enough space to do whatever you want to do. And what I like about a sit down machine is that I'm facing the skinny end of the machine right here. When I'm on a domestic machine at home, that machine's coming out over to the side here. It's taking up space, but it's also, I'm kind of seeing it out of the corner of my eye. So when you turn the machine sideways, all I'm seeing is the edge of the machine. And because this is a long arm that's in a table, I have this really big space right here. So no matter how much quilt I have, it's always going to be really easy for me to see the needle on the machine so I can tell exactly where I'm at. Everybody always wants to know how to thread a long arm, and often we just happen to have the camera on the wrong side of the machine, but we've got it on the right side of the machine today, as luck would have it. So I'm going to show you really quickly how easy it is to thread the machine. We do have the thread stance at the back of the machine. I am not super tall. I am the shortest person in my house, but I can still reach back there when it comes time for me to change the thread colors. You go from up to the mast. You've got a sub-tensioner right here that you go through. Then you're going to come down here, get it in between the 2 springs for the tension, go through the check spring, the pivot bar, the take-up lever, and then it's guide to the needle. Everything is right out there in front of your face. It's intuitive to see where the thread's going to have to go next. And your tension dial is right here, so you can see. You don't have to fiddle around and try and find it in some setting screen somewhere. If you need to adjust your tension, you're just going to turn the knob, test it, and see what your results are. It will go so fast. The King Quilter 2 is going to go 2,200 stitches a minute. I say that with awe because there's no way I can ever quilt that fast. I'm a speedy quilter, but I still like to quilt at less than half that speed. But it will go all the way from 50 stitches a minute up to 2,200 stitches a minute in regulated mode, depending on how fast you want to quilt. So you can find the right speed to quilt for you. I like to quilt at about 900 stitches a minute, but I also have a friend who likes to quilt closer to 200 stitches a minute because she's very meticulous with what she does. And that's fine because the same machine will let me quilt comfortably and let her quilt comfortably. So it'll let you quilt at whatever speed's right for you too, because we all process our quilting a little bit different. Our hands move at slightly different speeds and our eyes, they see things at slightly different speeds. But the ability to control the speed up here is going to give us the ability to customize the machine to what it is that you really want to have. So I like lots of lighting. You do have the standard LED light ring that's right here. That's on pretty much all of the long arms. But what we did on the King Quilter 2 is we built in underarm lighting as well. It's built into the machine. It's not stuck on or anything. So you're not going to have to worry about it coming off. You don't have any extra wires going anywhere. It's perfectly built into the machine. And even though it's behind the needle, not in front of it, it still makes a big difference to me. Because when I turn it off, I wonder where all that lighting went and I want it back. So let me turn it back on because I like all the light I can get my hands on these days. We do also have on the screen an electronic tension. You might notice that this tension knob doesn't have any markings on it. It's completely old school and has fewer labels on it than the 1960-something Kenmore that I learned to sew on. But that's okay because there's an electronic sensor in there. And that feeds a tension number up to the screen for me. So I can tell what tension number I'm at. I've got King Tut thread on the machine today, and I have it set at a certain number. But if I switch over to an Omni thread tomorrow, I can keep track of what that number wants to be for Omni, and I can change the tension number based on the thread that I have on the machine without a lot of guessing games. Obviously, you're going to set it and then test it, but when you set it, you know you're going to be in the right neighborhood instead of having to blindly turn the dial until you get something that you like. The other thing that I have on the screen here is a low bobbin estimator. I told you we took the inspiration from the King Quilter 2 Elite. The King Quilter 2 Elite has a low bobbin estimator, so this one does too. There's a little button up, or not a button, but there's a field up here that's going to give you an idea of how much bobbin you have left, how much thread you have left on your bobbin. 210 yards on an M bobbin is a lot, but that's not necessarily going to be enough to get you to the end of the block. So with the low bobbin estimator, you can see when you're getting close and decide if you're going to stop there or if you're going to try and push on and finish something else before you go and replace your bobbin. If you're looking, you might see that there's no bobbin winder up on the top of the machine. That's because we give you a standalone bobbin winder for it. It sits on your tabletop. You don't have to, that's why we like it, because you don't have to use the motor that's in the machine to wind your bobbin. You've got a standalone bobbin winder, so it's going to save you wear and tear on your machine. The screen I like also because it's little. Roger can't zoom in far enough to let you see it, but if you go on our webpage, you're going to see what's on the screen. It's smaller than what you get on a lot of the big stand-up long arms, but really it's closer to me, so I don't need it to be any bigger than that. It's close enough that I can, without my glasses on, see everything that's going on that screen and be able to touch it all. So I really don't want a bigger screen because I want to be able to focus in on my quilt and not have a big 7-inch screen right here in front of my face. So Roger's going to zoom in for me because I'm going to show you some of the stitches that are on the machine. I've got 4 stitching modes on here. I have 2 that are regulated and 2 that are not regulated. Believe it or not, you've got a basting stitch on this long arm machine, which I actually didn't realize until I sat down at it on Monday. I'm not used to having a basting stitch on a sit down, and it took me a minute to figure out why I was going to want it. But then I realized that I like to pin a lot of my quilts. If I can put a basting stitch in there, then I can remove the pins from a pretty large area and be able to free motion quilt it without having to stop in the middle of something and pull the pins. If you're not a pinner, then that's okay. But you still might want to go in and stabilize an area. If you notice a little bit of shifting in there, you're going to be able to quickly go, drop a basting stitch in to stabilize what you're working on, and then finish your quilting without having to take your quilt off and go to a sewing machine or do something else to try and stabilize that area if it's shifting a little bit. Basting stitch is based on time. I have this one set to go every 3/4 of a second, but it's based on time, not on, sorry, the foot pedal sliding on me, and I don't want that. I grabbed one of those Martelli sew slips or foot pedals. So now I'm not going to chase my foot pedal around anymore. So what we've got here is the basting stitch. It is based on time. So if I put my foot down every 3/4 of a second, it's going to take a stitch no matter what. So what I'm going to actually do is move the fabric. And how fast I move my hands is how big that basting stitch is going to be. It's maybe not quite as precise as I would get on a stand-up long arm, but honestly, it's a basting stitch, so that's fine. It really doesn't make that much of a difference to me, as long as it's a nice long stitch that's going to be easy for me to pick back out again. Basting stitches are kind of boring, but they are a necessary evil. What I also have under here is manual mode for stitching. Like I said, I can take this manual mode from 50 stitches a minute all the way up to 2,200 stitches a minute. I like to quilt most of my free motion about 900 stitches a minute, so that's what I have it set up as right here. So let me pull my bobbin thread up. In case you didn't notice that, you probably didn't. Even though I do have it set for needle down, one tap of the foot pedal is going to cycle the needle through for me. So it's really easy to pull up your bobbin threads. And then, so manual mode is going to go, the machine is going to go at the same speed no matter what I do. If I am going at a regular speed, then the stitches are going to stay pretty consistent. If I go super slow, then the stitches are going to get really tiny. But if I go really fast, then the stitches are going to get a lot bigger for me. Oh, there. Sorry, that was me. So manual mode is all about me and how well I can control my speed. If you've been quilting for a while, then you can probably get to the point where your hands know exactly what speed to go. Even though we all move a little bit different in different directions, you'll be able to see, and my stitches are a little bit longer than I want. So obviously I'm having a little bit of a faster day. But what I'm going to do is just, you can see that no matter what I do, the machine sounds the same because it's always giving me the same speed. And whatever's going on with the stitch lengths is all about what I'm choosing to do with my hands, which is why we always do warm-ups, right? I've got samples over there of my warm-ups. Manual mode is exactly like what we learned how to quilt with on our domestic machines. The needle goes up, the needle goes down. The only way I have to control it is how hard my foot's pressing down on the foot pedal. But you move to a long arm machine because you want regulation. The regulation is going to make you look like a better quilter than you really are. I've got 2 modes of stitch regulation on this machine. I have what I call idle or cruise and what I call precise. So I am set up for idle right now. Idle means that the needle is going to go up and down all the time. Just like your car, the engine is idling. It's running all the time. If you're stopped at a stoplight, the engine is idling. If you're driving down the road, the engine is idling. In idle mode, if I'm stopped, the needle's going up and down. If I'm moving, the needle's going up and down. But it is going to use these quilt vision sensors to see how fast I'm moving. And you'll hear the machine adjust the speed of itself based on how fast my hands are going. I am set up at 14 stitches per inch. And I can also control the speed on this one, and it's at 400 right now. So you'll see that in regulated mode, this is idle, which means that if I stand still, the needle's still moving up and down all the time. In the regulated mode, you can hear it when I start to change my speed. If I go faster, you'll hear it speed up. And if I go slower, you'll hear it slow down. The right regulation is going to depend on what's the right thing for you. Some of us are more comfortable with one type and some of us are more comfortable with another type. It really kind of depends on the design and what kind of quilting you like to do, but you can hear the machine speed up or slow down. And I think you can hear me pretty well. I'll be honest. I wasn't talking any louder than I normally do. I listen to a lot of machines and I actually don't mind the way this one sounds compared to some of the other ones that I've heard in the past. They've done a really good job when they developed this of making it, giving us a quality sound with it. So let me break the thread one more time. So that was the cruise or the idle mode, depending on what you want to call it. They both kind of mean the same thing. We don't always use the same names for everything. Bring that bobbin thread right back up again. So now I'm going to switch it over to precision mode. And that's just one click on the screen. There's not a lot of extraneous buttons going on the screen, so it's really easy to figure it out what it is that you want. And the icons are pretty standard too. I mean, it's an M for manual and an R for regulated, and I don't think you can get much more simple than that. Nobody's trying to give me any icons that I might have to try and figure out. In precise mode, the machine's only going to move when I'm moving. So only when the sensors see the fabric moving over them is the needle going to go up and down. So right now I don't have my foot put on the foot pedal and it shouldn't be going anywhere. But when I do put my foot on the foot pedal, it's still not going anywhere and start to move. And as soon as I stop, it stops again because it's waiting for me to figure out where I want to go next. What this is going to do is give you really precise points. If you come in to a point, it's going to stop and wait for you until you come right back out again. So anything that's got little points on it like that, my favorite thing to show for this one is going to be a star. Find my star. If you do a star and like this, if Roger zooms in, and I don't know how close he can get, but those star points on there are absolutely perfect and sharp. They're not blunted off at all like would happen in manual or in idle mode. They are perfectly crisp, perfectly sharp points at the end of my stars. Oops. I always forget when I'm in precision mode because I put my foot down and the machine doesn't go anywhere. It's good for stars. It's good for leaf points of leaves. It's also good if you kind of get yourself backed into a corner and you need just a second to figure out where it is that you want to go next, because that way you won't end up with a thread bomb while the needle's going up and down as you figure out if you need to go left or right or how to back yourself out of a corner. So 4 modes of stitch regulation on the King Quilter 2 sit down, which I think is amazing. I think that this is a phenomenal machine, and I'm so excited that Blaine let me introduce it to everybody. Because it's the King Quilter 2 Elite this was based on, you've got a couple of extra features that are going to come along with it too. I already referenced the low bobbin sensor. Generally, I'm pretty good at hearing when my machine's about to run out of bobbin thread, but I'm not always. So having that low bobbin sensor or the low bobbin estimator in there is great so that I can make sure that I don't run out of thread at a critical point. I don't like to stop in the middle of something. I like to stop where I want to stop because that way I can control what it looks like when I start back up again. I wouldn't want to run out of bobbin thread in the middle of a really beautiful feather because I know that I'm not going to get it started back to my satisfaction. I would rather run out of bobbin thread when I'm at the end corner of a block and I'm ready to make a transition into something else. The other thing that you get on here is hiding in this screen. You have a quilt timer. So if you're going to do quilting for hire or you just want bragging rights about how long it took you to quilt that machine, then the timer is going to tell you that. There is an alarm in there. So if you want to make sure that you stand up every 30 minutes and take a break, then that will remind you to do that too. You don't have to listen to it, but it will remind you to stand up. The last thing that you can get in there is a stitch counter. So again, if you want to have a contest for the person who has the most stitches in her quilt, then the quilt stitch counter that's in here is going to let you have that too. The King Quilter 2 I love because it's got accessories that are available for it. It's kind of a universal machine and it will take a lot of different accessories. It will fit the accessories that you can get for the Janome long arms, the Handi Quilter long arms, the baby lock, the Janome, the Handi Quilter, and the baby lock long arms. I have way too many machines here in the store and I kind of rattled off that one right there. So it's compatible. You can find lots of extra feet and accessories for it that fit a lot of the other brands. You've got a horizontal spool holder that's available if you want to use some of those more decorative threads. My personal favorite is I love the big foot pedal that's available for it. We've got the little foot pedal on that comes standard with the machine, but I'm used to having a bigger foot pedal based on my domestic machine. So it's really comfortable to me to have that bigger foot pedal to use. And then I don't chase it all over the floor. I have to put down a footrest like I just had to do a little bit earlier. So we believe so strongly in this machine. Blaine gave it a phenomenal warranty. You've got a 10-year warranty on the casting, and you've got a 5-year warranty on the mechanical and the electrical components of the machine. Honestly, that's better than you're going to find on a lot of the domestic machines these days. So this is a heavy-duty machine. It's meant to last, and I think it quilts absolutely beautifully. I was so excited when I heard Blaine tell me that it was going to come and be part of the King Quilter family. Blaine, did anybody have any questions?
Hey, Deb, you did such a good job of that demo. I don't think anybody has any questions other than how can they get this great machine at the great price we have. So thank you so much for doing that demo for us and filling in. But guys, I got to tell you how you can buy this King Quilter. Again, this is our brand new King Quilter 2 18-inch sit-down version with that Quilt Vision table. And guys, we have a great price on this at $59.95. But wait, as Kyle says, there's more. We're also going to throw in those 2 extension tables on there. So basically, you're getting those 2 18-inch by 32-inch extension tables that now it's going to make that 36-inch table 6 feet wide. And it's also 32 inches deep, so it's not going to take up a lot of room. You can buy those optional casters where you can roll it out and then flip up your table if you need to. But again, guys, we have free shipping nationwide right to your door. And we've got some financing available if you need some help. But guys, this is a great brand new machine for us. We're so proud of this machine. And again, it's got that adjustability where you can go from sit down positions to a stand up position on it. So whatever your comfort level is. And again, I think it's 2,200 stitches per minute. So guys, this thing is extremely fast as well. And Deb, what a great job she did demonstrating how the stitch regulation works. Guys, make sure if you're wanting one of these, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. And you can ask questions or put your order in. If you want to go look at it, hey, go in the search bar on our website and type in King Quilter 2. It'll take you to the category page. You'll see that sit down. Just click on it and go read all about it. If you need some help, our live chat agents are standing by as well. And again, I got to remind y'all, everything that you've seen on the show this week, we're going to honor those pricings until close of business tomorrow, which is 4 p.m. Saturday, that we'll honor all those pricing. And again, if you, your needs a little decision-making time, you need to talk to your spouse. Hey, as long as you're on that Google Sheets page, Kyle's going to put that link in the chat right now. Click on that link. If you write in there your name, your phone number, and the product you're looking for, Kyle is going to make sure that that goes to the call center. It gets updated real time. And if you're on that list, we're going to honor the pricing all the way to the Friday of next week, because we know sometimes you have to make a big purchase like this. You have to make a decision, and we don't want to rush you on it. So if you need any information, give us a call at 800-401-8151, and we'll hook you up. Guys, we have hoped that you have enjoyed the Quilt Fest. This was our second annual, and it is complete. All we have to do left now is give some stuff away, and I know that you are excited about that. But the first thing we're going to do, guys, we're going to announce our 5th and final finalists for the $50,000 Dream Studio, and I have her name right here. It is Nita Hughes Weiss. Look at that.
Congratulations.
So now that makes 5 people that you get to go into the drawing for the $50,000 studio. But before we do that, I think I want to announce our Quilt Show winners, Kyle.
Okay.
So, guys, we're going to announce our Quilt Show winners, and now we're going to tell you who got what place. So, in 3rd place, winning a Janome 3160 100th anniversary machine, the traditional category, 3rd place was Carol Lombardi. Congratulations, Carol Lombardi.
Solar Flare.
All right. In the modern category, in 3rd place, again winning that Janome 3160, is Barbara Brown. And she had As y'all can see, that was the bookshelf quilt.
That one was awesome.
That was pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Okay, second place going to win the Juki HZL DX5 sewing machine. Again, in the traditional category, second place with that quilt called Sand and Sea, Barbara Gary.
Congratulations, Barbara.
And in the modern category, in second place with that category of Winds of Change, which is Denise Looney.
Denise Looney.
So that means our first place winners, guys, they're winning that Brother PRS 100 with the Quilt Motion Kit. And guys, this is over a $5,000 prize for first place. Not only are that, they're going to get the ribbon to put on it. They're also going to get the scissor trophies we have up here on my desk. And guys, in the traditional category, first place goes to Tiffany Goff with the Big Star.
Big Star.
And then first place in the modern category with the Cancer Survivor quilt, Linda Fox. So congratulations to all 6 of our winners. And thank you all so much. Over 28,000 people voted on quilts. So you've got to be proud to be in the top 6. And again, we'll be contacting you how to get your prizes to you and get your ribbons and trophies and all that. So guys, thank you all so much for entering the contest. All right, so next up, guys, we are getting ready to go into some prizes, and we got to do the drawing. But first, before we do that, guys, I got to announce some people behind the scenes. I want y'all to meet them because y'all hear me talk about them all the time. Hey, I want to introduce y'all know Deb. Come on in, Deb. Deb Donovan, she did our demos here. She's been working with the chat. You got Candace Trevino. Candace has been doing demos. And let's bring Deb's chat team in here. We have Rhonda and Marina. They've been helping on the chat on Facebook and YouTube. And then we have our call center manager. Y'all hear me talk about him all the time. Nick is our online call center manager. And then y'all hear me talk about Laura Cook, our customer service manager. Here's Laura Cook. And then I know all y'all know Chris Cooney. Chris Cooney's our service manager. Here he is. Chris has been on our regular show before. He's shot some videos and things. And then next but not least, Corey Sheehan. He does some demos. He's our San Marcos store manager. All right, we have Tim French. He's our accounting manager. Now, this next guy, y'all got to be super nice to him because he handles all your packages. This is Randy. Francis, he is our warehouse manager. So come on in, Randy. You got to get in the shot. There you go, Randy. There we go. And then I got to get Kyle, my bud Kyle, in here. So Kyle, everybody knows Kyle. There's Andrea, Roger, and y'all all know Kennedy. So that's, guys, just part of the team of 70 people that's working to try to get your stuff in. And I got one of the next guy I'm bringing in, man, this all wouldn't happen if it weren't for him. Our owner, Ron Martin. Come on in, Ron. So there's Ron. And so we got a lot of our team here, guys. So guess what we're going to do right now? What I want to do is I want to take these 5 names, and I need somebody to help me out. We're going to put a bowl up here. These were our 5 finalists for the Dream Studios. I want y'all to fold these names up for me. In just like in half and then a half again. And we're going to throw them all in here. And then in the meantime, while y'all are doing that, we're going to start giving some stuff away, Kyle.
Yes.
So the first things we're going to give away, we're going to give some of our world famous sewing mats. And guys, if y'all don't own a sewing mat yet, I tell you right now, you're doing your machine a disservice because these things are very functional. Not only are they look cool and have our logo on them, but they protect your machine. They're going to protect it from the vibration to all the electronics. They're going to make it dampen the sound, and they also protect the surface you have your machine sitting on. And again, they come in some of the great colors. They're going to come in that Brother Blue, the Baby Lock Gold, Bernina and Janome Red, pink, purple, and the light blue, like I like to call North Carolina Tar Heels Blue. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
Hey, Ron, how do you feel about us giving away $123,000 worth of product?
123,000?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we did.
I don't know. Let me see how much I got.
So guys, if y'all didn't know that, for this Quilt Fest, all the product total that we've given away is over $123,000, and one person in here is going to win 50,000 of that.
Yep.
Unbelievable. All right, so guys, let's spin that wheel and see who wins one of these sewing mats.
Getting the meat.
All right, here we go. Y'all got your own fan club here too to be able to.
Diane H.
Oh, they didn't get to see it spin, Kyle. Diane H, congratulations. Okay, all right. So we're gonna give 4 of these mats away. So that's one down. Kyle, let's spin the wheel again.
There we go.
Another one. There, we can all see it now. Norma Hernandez. Congratulations, Norma. You won a sewing mat. And I'm going to tell y'all at the end of all 4 of y'all how you can claim your prize and how you're going to do it. So spin the wheel again, Kyle. Let's give one more away.
Kathy Chambers. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Kathy. So spin that wheel one more time, Kyle.
One more for the sewing mat.
For the love of geese.
All right.
All right. So for the love of geese, congratulations. So guys, here's how you're going to, you 4 winners, this is how you're going to claim your prize. Send us an email to contest plural with an S on the end of contest at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Hey, most importantly, let us know what color you want and what size, and give us your shipping address. As soon as we receive that information, Randy over here is going to ship it right to your house. How's that? All right. So Kyle, let's keep moving. The next thing we're going to give away is a Baby Lock Zest sewing machine. Guys, what a great gift. Kyle, spin that wheel. Cindy Thompson Long.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Cindy. You just won yourself a Baby Lock Zest. So Cindy, send us an email to contestplural at SewingMachinesPlus.com and let us know your shipping address. And Randy will get that shipped out to you next week. All right, the next up is the Martelli Rotary Cutter. Guys, again, what a great gift. And Martelli, what can we say? Such quality products. Kyle, spin that wheel.
Oh, we almost won. That would have been good.
Beverly Davis.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I thought we was going to get ready to give it to ourselves. Yeah. So Beverly Davis, you won. Beverly, send us an email to contestplural at SewingMachinesPlus.com and let us know your shipping address. And Randy over here will get that shipped out to you next week. All right, Kyle. The next thing we're going to do is a Sew Steady launch box. And as you can see, all the goodies inside of that thing. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
And we've got Pam D101.
Pam D101. Pam D101. Congratulations. And Pam, send us an email to contestplural at SewingMachinesPlus.com to claim your prize and to let us know your shipping address. And Randy will get that out next week for you. All right, Kyle, the next thing we're giving away is the Burnett B77 embroidery machine. Guys, what a great gift this is. And again, this is a high dollar item here. Kyle, spin that wheel. Donna Gibbs. Congratulations, Donna, on winning that B77 from Burnett. And hey, guys, great prizes we give away. This next one is a big one. I'm telling you what, this is a big one. So everybody cross your fingers. We're giving away a Qnique 15 Pro with the Hooke frame. Guys, what is this value, Kyle? $6,000?
I think it's, about
I think it's around $6,000, isn't it? $6,000. So what a big gift to give away. So everybody cross your fingers, get ready. Kyle, spin that wheel. Bobby Carter.
Congratulations.
Bobby Carter, you are our winner. So congratulations on winning that unique with the Qbot frame. And again, Bobby, how do you claim your prize? Send us an email to contest plural with an S on the end of contest at SewingMachinesPlus.com and let us know your shipping address, and we'll get arrangements to get that thing shipped out to you as soon as we receive your information. So congratulations to all of our giveaway winners. But now it comes down to, that's it, right, Kyle? The next up, one more. So one lucky viewer out there, these 5 are going to win a $50,000 Dream Studio. So I'm going to shake it up a little bit. Ron, since it's your money, give me one ticket out of there. All right, drum roll, please. Are we ready? Beth Cleary. Woo! Awesome. So, Beth Cleary, congratulations on winning the $50,000 Dream Studio. And guys, wow. And the only thing I heard from Corey, he said, "Who's cleaning up the training room?" So, congratulations, Beth Cleary. That was awesome event. Guys, again, we want to thank each and every one of y'all for tuning in. And I know we had some of y'all stayed out there all 5 days, 8 hours a day watching the show. We sure do appreciate it. And again, guys, we couldn't do this without you. We couldn't do it without our great sponsors. And again, hey, we gave you the dates of the next one. Mark them down. June Hoop Fest is coming, and it's going to be all about embroidery. Guys, thank y'all so much for joining in. Next week on Thursday, make sure you tune in to our regular show. It's going to be 10 a.m. on Pacific time, 12 p.m. Central time, and we're going to have some fun there. So join in. Hope to see y'all soon. See y'all later. Bye, everybody.